for a checkered flag. Here we go, the 184, James Lonnebaugh. Gonna get the job done and bring out the checkered flag. There it is. The Yamaha rider gonna take the win. Michael Dolnick gonna cross the line just behind in that number 2 spot. Looks like if Braden Stoll, is able to hang on to the lead in that C200 class, they'll be snagging the final spot up on the podium. But how about it? James Lonnebaugh going to get the job done. The Yamaha rider, not just on corrected time, but physically working his way to the number 1 spot. And we'll get ready to get a word with him, as I believe he is standing by with our man Ian Riley. Ian, take it away.
James, how's it going? Looked solid out there all race. No fear is a perfect term for this because you showed no fear. We saw some footage of you going through the rock section. You approached it, just challenged it. How did it feel out there?
Track was good. I felt good out there. Got a little bit of arm pump. Pretty slick out there in the woods, but really fun track.
Yeah, sending it down the motocross track. How do you feel hitting some of the obstacles out there that are known for the national side of things?
Oh, dude, some of them hills are crazy. It does no justice. Some of them braking bumps will beat you up, and them ruts, but it's so much fun now.
I hate to break it to you, but the second motor is going to get a little bit rougher, but you seem to be equipped to get out there and get the job done. Congratulations on the win. Do you want to thank any sponsors?
I ain't got no sponsors, but thanks my chick for coming with me, and just all my friends and family that ride with me, and that's about it.
Family and support, keeping you hydrated after a race like that, it makes it happen. So congratulations. Look forward to seeing you out in the next one.
How about it? James Lonnebaugh getting done. The 184 handles business and walks away victorious here in this one as we get ready to take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. C classes off and rolling. Never know what we're going to get with the C classes, but man, it is always a ton of fun to watch. And this time was no different. The 523 machine got out front early. We had some chaos in the Kurt Caselli Pro line. We got it all sorted out though, and started putting in some good work. Really starting to see things open up as we jump to big bike racing. That KC66 Pro line going to be fun to watch all day long. And then, of course, I think the motocross track going to really shape some things up as well, especially in those pro divisions. But at the end of the day, we take a look at your Protaper top 10, and it looks just like this. James Lonnebaugh grabs the win. Braden Stoll, Michael Dolnick, 1, 2, and 3 is how about that? Stoll actually going to steal the number 2 OA spot away. Xavier Allers and Evan Kelly, your top 5. Danny Secretary in the 6th spot. Camden Hull. Looks like Taylor Mills, Aiden Bennett, and Eric Winder rounding out your top 10 here in race number 3. All right, folks, we're going to get ready for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have more racing right here from the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix Round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycles. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 5, just about an hour or so outside of Washington, D.C., here in beautiful Mechanicsville, Maryland, for the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix round 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Series. Still throwing the checkered flag on our final few riders there from race number 3. Our C class is getting wrapped up, and a solid race there in this one is now starting to turn our attention back towards the starting line. We've got our sportsman class, our schoolboy class, our A vet and A seniors, and then our premier class, or our featured class in this one, of course, our women's pro class. There we start to see some of the heavy hitters as the ladies sit on the starting line. We've got a very special guest here in the booth with us, as well as we welcome Ruby Fustini into the booth with us. Ruby, a champion in your own right out in GNCC and off-road. We've raced here at Jday as well. And then, of course, the sister to Jix Fustini, who we all saw doing his crazy thing at our last round. First and foremost, we see you on the recovery on the men. How are things coming from your injury?
Actually really good. It feels a lot better than it had, honestly, 3 weeks ago. And we've put it off for a long time, and it feels a lot better already.
Now, for the viewers at home, take us through kind of what you had going on. Shoulder, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes, sir. So I've had 2 labrum tears that we fixed years prior, and this one they actually really cut it open, and they tightened my shoulder capsule. So years of wear and tear just got too loose, or who knows, and tightened it all up.
Well, third time's the charm, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what they say for sure. Now, Ruby, like we talked about, you got plenty of experience racing with us here at Jday. We've seen you out at the GNCCs as well. We've talked a lot about the blend that we have here at Jday. What are your thoughts on this GP style of racing?
I actually love it. I'm more of a woods girl at heart, but really the motocross, it really gives everyone a chance to really open up and see how fast we can go.
Now, on top of that, here in 2026, Jday spreading all the way across the East Coast. Really kind of cool to see this, what was I call it the Northeastern secret, right? You guys are kind of keeping it hostage up there, really starting to spread and everybody catching the fever, right?
Yes, sir. I think it's awesome to expand, and really we get to see a lot of different ladies out here.
No doubt about it. Now, you speak of that women's pro class. Women's racing in general really been at what I think may be some of the biggest buzz of all time. It seems like not just the turnout, but the depth and the talent of the field, I think, is at an all-time high.
I absolutely agree. There's more ladies than ever right now, and everyone, even little girls on 65s and 85s, who are coming up and strong.
No doubt about it. Now, Ruby, if I'm not mistaken, not just accomplished on the bike, but off the bike as well, working with the on-track school system, right?
Yes, sir. I've been an ambassador for 5 or 6 years now through on-track school, and they've been absolutely amazing to me. I graduate this year, and I'm actually going back to Loretta Lynn's, hopefully for the apprentice program, and see what I can do there.
Well, we certainly would love to see you out there, no doubt about it, and always so cool to see what Andrea and the folks over at On-Track School have been able to do, and you've gotten some really cool opportunities from that as well.
It's been amazing. I actually had the opportunity to go out to Philadelphia Supercross and shadow a few people there through On-Track School.
We got to get you doing some recruiting, right? Start telling Cooper Webb and some of those guys to get out here and try some Jday, right?
Absolutely. Cooper Webb's been here, I believe.
Well, I definitely think he needs to come line up before the end of the season. He's just hanging out. I guess he is a little busy this summer. Ken Roxon's not doing the Nationals. Maybe we'll get him out, right?
I think that would be an awesome show to watch.
Kenny, if you're watching, we need you, all right? Come check it out. But I tell you what, like we said, a lot of great things been going on at the top, not only of our pro field, but our women's pro class as well. We've had some really heavy hitters, some maybe not for the entire duration of the series, but each individual round has had its own special little battle between different young ladies at a certain time.
Absolutely. I know Taylor Jones had done most of it and unfortunately got injured. I know Brandy Richards, Corey Steed, a lot of girls have come out, women have come out and raced this.
No doubt about it. Now, Ian, kind of just joining us here this season. You're back from the podium. talk about what you're looking forward to in this one with these women's pro classes. I haven't gotten to see the full lineup as far as who we've got signed up. I know they closed sign up at the last possible second in case anyone wants to show up, but I think we've got some heavy hitters here at round 5.
Well, you know, whoever's going to show up on the line is going to bring it. The track's shaping up to be phenomenal. And anytime we have a full field of women out there racing, it's great to grow the sport. And it's not just not for the men, and across all genres of sports, women of motorsports, women are making their mark, and it's great to see when we see a lineup out there. And we saw Mara second earlier today in the mini classes, and I can only think that they'll be moving up and taking on the bigger bikes later.
No doubt about it. Now, Ruby, we take a look at our Dunlop top 10 points breakdown. Kayla O'Neill taking over that number 1 spot now with 85 points. Taylor Jones, who, as we said, unfortunately injured, not going to be back with us at least for a little bit. Back in that number 2 spot, Brandon Richards in 3rd. O'Neill in a very unique spot to be able to capitalize. Big opportunities for points and to try to put a little more cushion between herself and the rest of the field as far as that overall championship goes.
Absolutely. It gives her cushion, but also I know that anyone can show up, and then it's a run for anybody if not again.
No doubt about it. There it is, Kayla O'Neill on screen, Dad right beside her. And Ruby, what's your kind of what's your schedule? What's your deal like on the starter? You get hyped up, or you try to stay calm? What do you do?
I actually really just like to be normal. It sounds weird, but really just enjoy and have fun. We have a ritual with a few of my friends where it's always double fist bumps and jumping jacks and just try and be as calm as possible, because once that gate drops, there's no calm.
No doubt about it. Things are about to get exciting for sure as we see that Fox 30-second card in the air, the green flag getting unwrapped. We saw Kayla O'Neill, saw Jocelyn Barnes back with us as well. I believe we've got Carly Lee out here this weekend. So it looks like the flag up in the air. And we are just about ready to go women's pro racing. Here we go, off and rolling. Good jump from the KTM. Maybe Carly Lee grabbing the whole shot. Looked like Barnes. I don't know. I think Lee's got it. I don't know where the whole shot line's at. Barnes might have taken the lead, but no
Carly
doubt about
is a
it.
whole shot queen. Even in GNCC and against all those factory bikes, she is good.
And there's a lot to kind of balance with that, with a dead engine start, a lot of technique, different ways that you can do it. But like you said, Lee always been one of the heavy hitters off towards the front as she is threading the needle and making a pass for the number 2 spot.
And we're seeing how these ladies are taken to the track, and the obstacles are not seem to be too much of a challenge. Right off the start, we had 2 riders jump that step up, and then we saw what that move did over the big finish line tabletop for the National. It's going to dice things up, and they're going to be all in, all out until they get to the wood section and settle back in.
No doubt about it. As we take a look now, row number 2, your A vet and A senior class is sitting on the line. Locked in on that Fox green flag. See a Husky way towards the inside, the Villapoto line. Oh, not going to get the jump for him on this one. Another KTM up the inside. And now the drag race begins. Let's see who's going to send it up and over the step up.
Looks like the first 5 all went for it. That's, that is a vote of confidence, not just for your talent, but for the ones around you, too, because you got to hope that everybody else ices it as well.
I was going to say, that's one of those things where if you get a good start and you've never jumped before, that might be the time to go for it, right?
Yeah. If you're going to take the opportunity, you throw caution to the wind and just go for it.
Now, Ruby, as far as the way you would approach something like a Jday race, compared to the duration of a GNCC, which is 2 hours for our women's pro class, we've got a 30-minute moto here on this one. Are you a sprint early, then back it off? How are you trying to maintain your effort level throughout a 30-minute race?
I guess it kind of depends on how I'm feeling. The 30s are not at all easier than GNCCs. GNCC, it's a slower 2 hours for me versus it's a fast 30 minutes. Normally, honestly, I'd say push while you can while there's no lappers, because it's regardless, everyone's going to hit them, and just, I like to think that I like to pass, but everyone has to deal with it.
No doubt about it. Energy conservation and application going to be crucial. And I mean, you can see something as simple as those step ups, or that step up, and more importantly, I should say, kind of right there coming out of turn number 1. Just such a great way to separate yourself as we see our schoolboy class off and rolling there from row number 3. And then our sportsman class should be sitting on the line. That's one that we often use as a little preview for some of our top pro riders looking to get an extra opportunity to check the track out. No points paid in this sportsman class, but it is an opportunity for some of our top riders to get out on race day, get warmed up, and not to mention check out what that track looks like.
Yeah, getting the opportunity to view the track before you have to go all in when it matters for the points. But also, it gives another riders, as far as this Jday event goes, it gives riders another opportunity to, if they're going to make the trip here, get the most out of time, get more track time. It's an investment, and it's good to see series like this giving riders more opportunity to be on track.
No doubt about it, as they make their way in and out of turn number 1, launch their way up and over the step up. Couldn't quite see who that was grabbing the whole shot.
We're seeing the pace pick up. All these riders are going about, I'd say, 25% faster than we've seen so far today. And it is, like you said, a preview of what's to come as far as what this facility is going to offer as far as all-out speed of raceability.
Curious to see who it is we have signed up in our sportsman classes. We flash forward to the front, the FMF Extreme section, and Ruby, looks like that's Jocelyn Barnes out front leading the way.
Yes, it does. And then Kayla O'Neill and Carly Lee. That's going to be a good battle, I think. Jocelyn's gritty, and she can go really fast. I actually haven't raced with her all that much, but I've raced with all of these ladies, and they all got a lot in them.
No doubt about it. They've been a big year for Jocelyn Barnes, I feel like, kind of settling into her own. We saw her flashes of speed up on the podium, battling for some lead spots early on, and then now she's just consistently, I felt like, tried to build upon that. As wait a second, we've got some chaos here. Problems for Carly Lee, and Kayla O'Neill stuck right behind her.
Now, Rock says that because the Cruxelli section is that we saw it cause havoc earlier, and it right off the get-go this first lap, first time through, it's going to separate them a little bit. So the good part is this on the first lap, not the last lap. There's time to make it up. And, you know, Ruby, as you're looking at this, is there any part of this track so far that you're looking like, I'd love to hit this section? Or is there a part that makes you wish that the sling was off and you were on the bike?
It would actually be the Caselli section. I love rocks and roots. I'm from New England, actually, so that's pretty much all we ride. And those rocks just look awesome. It's a tough position Kayla was in, because when you're behind someone, you can either try and get past it and get stuff worse. I know that personally from GNCC mud holes, actually. And just, it's either you can try and go and make it worse, or just wait it out, but it sucks waiting.
Well, and it looked like there as well. I know it looked like Carly maybe having some problems as far as the height. She couldn't quite get the leverage to be able to move the bike out of the way. And that's one of these things I feel like is more synonymous with off-road racing as well. As you get caught in these awkward spots where normally you could just move the bike, but because of a certain angle or a hillside, it makes it almost impossible.
It really does, and I know Carly's a little bit on the shorter side. She's awesome, I love her, but I know she's a little shorter, and I don't have that problem, but I can't, like, there's a lot of off-campers here.
No doubt about it. As we take a look at the Dunlop split lane, this is a unique section, Ruby, as well. You can touch on this. It kind of differs as far as what line's the best, and then we were even talking about this earlier. So often, the good line early on, by the end of the second motos, that's the last place that you want to go.
Definitely. Regarding starts, actually, but it's similar. It's like condition over position.
Yep.
Sometimes the outside line is really actually the faster one, believe it or not.
Well, we talked about it. Jocelyn Barnes continuing to grow throughout the 2026 season. We were able to catch up with her a little earlier this weekend and talk about her relationship with her competitors here in the women's pro class.
Now, as I'm getting older, I like to ride moto more. As a child, I hated it. I mean, the classic, like, sit back as far as you can on the bike, hunch your shoulders over, don't hit any jumps. That was me. Like, I was terrified. I've learned that it brings a lot of speed to the table now, so I enjoy riding more of it. I'm definitely at home in the woods. That's kind of where I grew up. I grew up on the enduro side of things, but meh, I won't complain. I love to have some fast stuff out there. I love to hit some jumps.
At Jocelyn Barnes at home in the woods, she says, and I don't know, Ian, she's looking pretty at home right here, catching a little air over Henry Hill. She's definitely put in the homework on the moto side of things.
Well, with confidence coming out of the woods, feeling confident where she feels comfortable with, and this track is really offering the opportunity to pick some lines, and she is taking every bit of advantage of it. And I do believe as we see this, the momentum that they can carry through sections will benefit them, no matter if it's in the split lane, the Caselli section, the extreme section. Anytime they lose that momentum, it seems where things go sideways.
Well, I tell you what, the battle is on just behind Barnes as Carly Lee makes her way into the Yamaha finish line, and then couldn't quite see who that was behind her. That's not O'Neill, I don't think.
I believe that's actually Lily Sheets.
Oh, it is Lily. Okay, I was about to say I wasn't sure whether Lily was with us this weekend, so a quietly solid start for Lily Sheets there up inside the top three, and now applying pressure to Carly Lee in that number 2 spot.
Full send over the tabletop, the full commitment to this moto side of the track, and it's amazing to see how it goes through. And we were talking about earlier about how the split lane and one side setting up and one side breaking. You'll see on the track, even though it's not split lane, you'll see multiple options through the corners of the moto track. Yep. And with it being a half-hour moto, it may be advantageous to some of these riders just try it early on to see if how it works. So when they do have the opportunity to pass, it's there for them.
Well, and that's what we see a lot of times from some of our top pro riders in the sportsman classes. You'll come across them at a slower speed, but in lines that really don't make any sense, and you're like, what are they doing? But then wait just a little bit in that pro moto when they've got to make a pass. They've been there, they've done that, they know exactly what they need to do. So easier said than done when you've got a moto that you can almost, quote, spare. But right now, these ladies doing a little exploring, trying to find some better lines. As you can see, Sheets even trying to find some different real estate from Carly just in front of her.
Yeah, the toolbox is not just back in the van. The line choices, you build a toolbox full of choices, and you use the proper tool when it comes time.
So we saw Carly Lee, Lily Sheets, and then there is Kayla O'Neill trying to make some time back up after having her problems just on the tail end of the Kurt Caselli line. Meanwhile, Carly Lee on the attack on that KTM for the moment.
She's flowing. You see her just kind of bouncing through it. It looks like she is enjoying every moment of this.
Good to have Carly back with us here at Jday for round number 5.
A lot of racing still left for this season with being around 5, 3 more to go as we get it back up to New England, the roots of Jday.
Yep.
And then it'll all let loose. But the points are so tight across the board and everything. A slight mistake can tighten things right back up. And I think we're going to see right to the end as we get to that doubleheader at Unadilla.
Yep.
It could shape things up to become a barn burner right up to the last lap.
Well, and I was going to say that's exactly how the season has shaped up. Just when you start to think there's a favorite or somebody that's going to run away with it, something happens, whether it's an injury or even just a crash in the race that completely switches things around. But right now, Jocelyn Barnes, the lady to beat at the front of the field. Carly Lee, Lily Sheets, and Kayla O'Neill rounding out the field. Meanwhile, Collier Martinez leads the way for your sportsman class on lap number 1. Take a look through some of our other classes as well. Ethan Ficklin leads your A vet class, and it looks like Will Hopkins out front for your A senior.
In that vet class, in the 4th spot, a young man named Davey Callahan. Davey Callahan's a fast racer from Virginia.
Okay.
Spent a lot of time racing some motocross, some nationals. He still rides a good bit, but what he is most competitive at now is running some NASCAR. He is actually running Martinsville, I believe, and been pretty competitive on 4 wheels as well.
We're breaking the left turn fever a little bit. We threw some rights in here for him this weekend.
That's right. That's right.
Back to the front of the field we go. Jocelyn Barnes on the charge. Let's see. Ruby, you think she's going to follow along or try a different line? What would be your approach after a relatively difficult lap 1?
I'm not really sure. Again, kind of depends on really where you are in the moment. And I know Jocelyn, she does rocks pretty well, and she scooted right up that, it looked like.
So, great drive from Barnes, fresh off of a top 5 finish out at GNCC. And there you see the 482 of Carly Lee had her problems as well. Let's see what she's able to do.
She kept the throttle on and tried to power through it. It looked like it was kicking around a little bit, but used the throttle to drive through it. Hopefully it'll come back, but it looked like she made it through clean that time. And man, look at that, jumping into the rock section.
So Ruby, as our resident rock expert, what's the approach? Is it, do you want to carry more speed? Do you need to back things down to kind of plan your approach? What's the best way to try to enter a section like this KC66 Pro line?
I actually hiked out yesterday and looked at it, and that jump that Lily did actually looked pretty smooth. And I'm not a jumper really, but that one I might just attempt because you miss a few rocks and you can carry your momentum up that.
Yeah, you have to kind of reimagine it in your mind to make it a set of whoops and just kind of wheel tap it through and not let the front end get caught in between those grooves.
Definitely. A hard part about it is your front tire gets stuck, and sometimes it just jackknife, and then you're not going anywhere for a minute.
Continuing to watch as Barnes pushing the pace still, trying to kind of break the rest of the competition as she's out of sight. Carly Lee and Lily Sheets still relatively close with Kayla O'Neill trying to track them down. Fox FPV drone through the Dunlop split lane. A huge crash for Jocelyn Barnes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she went for the double-double in the second aspect of that kind of guard, pitched her over. She's up You have to shake that one off, but that was a heck of a hit, and I'll tell you, where she landed is not soft.
No, it is not. As we take a look, the TBT Racing live drone zooms out. She has still maintained a massive lead. Just shows how much she had put into that lap, opening things back up. But wow, what a hit for Jocelyn Barnes through the Dunlop split lane. We're going to take a replay at this. So Barnes enters the section, and everything looks solid up until this point. Carries, and this is a double-double, and you see trying to get the hop, just doesn't quite seem like the lift was there, and just comes up a little short. The back end kicks, and at that point, she's just along for the ride. What a crash for Jocelyn Barnes. For her to be back up is one thing, Ian, but to be back up, going, and still in the lead, man, that's impressive.
Tough as nails, tough as nails. She got the first two she got over the first two smooth. It looks like maybe it made it a little softer than expected. Didn't quite get the drive because didn't get the distance, and the front end dropped it. Yeah, we'll see if she takes the opposite line next time through on that Dunlop. Sometimes it's just good to, shake it off one lap, and she has the space that she can do it. And good to see her back out front, and she is full commit again over that deer stand tabletop. She has not backed off. Just a little intermission there with a little soil sample.
Well, and Ruby, that's so tough to do, right? Be able to jump right back up and put that crash behind you. Probably not feeling great. I'm sure feeling a hit like that in the moment, but knows there's still a job to do and gets right back to work.
Absolutely, and you could tell that one hurt. She sat for a minute, and I don't blame her. I'm sure she got the wind knocked out of her, and even with all your adrenaline, something like that, you just need a minute to take it.
Whew, how about that? But look at this, Carly Lee now starting to close in on the picture and going to try to chase down Jocelyn Barnes. She may even be able to catch a glimpse of her down this next straightaway. Maybe Barnes just a little bit too far up ahead, but we'll see if Barnes is able to continue the pace that she was at. Looked like she had stretched things out, but now Carly Lee, the wind's in favor, starting to shift in her direction. She flies up and over that tabletop. Just at the top of your screen, you saw Barnes climbing up the hillside.
The fact Barnes got up off the ground as quick as she did and then shake it off physically is one part of it. But the bike took a heck of a tumble. It flipped 2 or 3 times. Yeah. The fact the bike didn't suffer something that would cause her to slow down is a little bit of gift and luck. You have to always, luck's a part of it. But her skill, sometimes you learn how to crash. She rolled it out and was back at it. And now the thing is maintaining to see. When you get right back into it quickly, the adrenaline gets you going pretty quick, and it's easy to jump in. It's after about a half a lap where you start doing inventory and you start thinking things, and you may start feeling things, and we'll see how she manages that as it develops.
Well, back into the woods they go. We know this is where Jocelyn Barnes says she feels most at home. Meanwhile, we were able to catch up with your second place rider, Carly Lee, a little earlier this weekend and talk to her about some motocross racing. All right, so Carly Lee on your screen. We see the KTM.
I try to do some moto. I'm trying to dip my foot in the water a little bit with that. I'm still way better in the woods than I am on a moto track, but I think just being a versatile rider is something I'm really trying to do and accomplish. They're having a WMX round here, I think in August, which I think would be really cool to try. I'm still thinking about it, so we'll see if that happens, but I just want to see how tomorrow goes on the moto track and then kind of go from there.
So how about that? We talked about the growth and development of women's pro racing, and obviously the WMX series been very popular throughout the 2026 season. And so Lee maybe even going to try her hand at that. But back to the top of the field we go. Carly Lee trying to chase down Jocelyn Barnes. Kayla O'Neill has picked back up that number 3 ride.
As we're looking through this sportsman class, Ricky Russell out front. We'll see what he has learning from this when he gets out here later in that pro class.
Yeah, I haven't really caught any glimpses of our sportsman riders, but we know they're taking inventory of the track, trying to figure out the hot lines for their moto coming up in just a little bit. Looks like Riker Seitman leads the way out of your schoolboy class And it does look like it's Ricky Russell out front leading the way now for your sportsman class. Once again, a non-points paying class, but a lot of our top pro riders use it as an opportunity to do a little preview of the track. Back to the FMF Extreme section.
Takes a glance over his shoulder, see how close the next back person is. Does have a little room there to double down into the off-road section. So having a time like that where it's a little slower speed section to take an inventory who's behind you is never a bad thing. But Jocelyn seems to be regrouped from that crash and attacking this rock section. Kurt Caselli section just getting her way through. And we see Carly Lee there on the 482, which not too far behind as she approaches the rock section right now. Carrying that momentum, and she has this section pretty dialed. Don't want to speak too soon, but it's she's working it like a pro.
Yeah, you can see Lee kind of got the skis out just in case she needed it. She didn't really, just kind of tap a few rocks there with the boots, not actually really needing it, but she's maintained that gap pretty close to Barnes there, Ruby. I think we could see a sprint from Lee late in this one.
We'll take a look back through the rest of the pack here. We'll try to get some numbers here. This is with the schoolboy class. Looking at some riders there. Brody Hall, he's a local rider, does a lot of GNCC. Yep. Brody's a good kid, one of the nicest people. He stops in our dealership every now and then. And then as we look at the sportsman class, Noah Geyer, he's a guest appearance here. He's out of Virginia. Him and David Callahan came up together. I believe Noah Geyer was actually maybe a national champion of motocross on a 50 or up towards the top of that in the Rose one year.
Oh, look at this. Problems for your reigning champ, Kayla O'Neill, having her issues as the Fox FPV drone hangs to try to catch the recovery. I can't quite tell what spot that is. That's her dad helping her get out of the woods.
I think that's after the extreme section, doubling down in. She's dragging some vines behind her there. But I think, I noticed one time the doubling down in kicked them to the outside. And I think she just hooked her handlebar on one of those trees, drew her in.
So now trying to tap her way through the Kurt Caselli section, and you can see a little bit of frustration there from O'Neill.
She's at a disadvantage there with her her footing. She's going to have to get a little better spot to get remounted and go back at it.
Jumps back on the blue machine.
I believe that's actually Carly's dad helping her, and he's helped me numerous times. And I feel like with the women in the sport, not that the boys are mean, but I feel like we're all a lot closer and not even care about each other more, but just it's really a community, and we all try and support each other.
Yeah, always really cool to see, and you can see that on the starting line and the finish line afterwards. You guys are all chatting it up, and it really is cool to see the camaraderie, the support. You guys check on each other if you go down and you see it. So there's something to be said about that kind of bond that you get from competition.
Exactly, and we all want to win, and that's just how the racing mindset is, but it's really awesome to see the sportsmanship with all of it.
No doubt about it. As watched Jocelyn Barnes sky on her way back up towards the top. Big gulp.
We take a shot here over Henry Hill as they come around one time to the Yamaha finish line area. And we'll figure out here how much time we have to go. I know we'll probably come up on a white flag not too long. I think they're 3 laps in. But
yep, see it in hand. There it is.
White flag's coming out.
So one more to go for Jocelyn Barnes. Meanwhile, great shot here from the TBT Racing Live drone showing you just how close second place is. Carly Lee.
Carly's not that far back off, but can you imagine if Jocelyn wouldn't have had that little get off there? She'd be probably half a track ahead, I think, at this point.
Yeah, definitely would have had quite the lead built up by now. Meanwhile, it looks like some of maybe our sportsman riders making their way up towards the front as well. We check back in with the 310. And Kayla O'Neill still circulating, not giving up. We know O'Neill better than that. She's not going to quit till that checkered flag is waving. Meanwhile, Carly Lee dealing with some riders on track, not in the same class, but physically trying to get around her on course. We drop back down to the bottom side of the moto track. Take a look at your Luxon lap times. Jocelyn Barnes, a 7:09 on that last lap. So, Ruby, we were kind of talking about it. The lap times look relatively even, but the Luxon lap times don't lie. Barnes got the pace to bring this thing all the way to the checker flag.
She definitely does. I thought Carly was kind of gaining a little bit, but Barnes must have just regrouped after that crash and kept on pushing.
So how about it? The 777 fired up after a big get off and looking to try to bring things home here on the final lap.
I'm going to head my way over to the podium right here. We'll get a word with the winner and keep things rolling along.
Sounds like a plan. So Ian going to head towards that Yamaha finish line. Woo, meanwhile, the battle is on. Carly Lee still dealing with some of those other riders. And you can see doing, I would consider what's the smart thing there, Ruby. Not my class, not my problem. If you guys want to go battle it out, do your thing. I'm trying to turn this into a podium finish because, as we know, here at Jday, 2-moto format and a second in Moto 1, just as good as the first.
Really, anything can happen in second moto, and I think that was actually insane, and I don't want to be anywhere near them.
Yeah, they take lines I didn't even realize were lines, right? They'll be passing me in ways I didn't even know you could.
They make lines even out of nothing. It's incredible.
So watching right now, there is Joey Crown, obviously one of our top riders in the pro division as well. You can see real slow pace, just trying to take inventory of what the track looks like, trying to spot some lines out, trying to prepare for their moto coming up. Not quite a full effort for him. As, yep, just like I said, T-Dags on screen. And there is Carly Lee currently in that number 2 spot. Through this wood section we go. Really seems like a pretty flowy wood section, able to kind of find your groove, and it seems like the line's starting to get beat into it a little bit more as well, where you can carry your momentum through some of these spots.
A lot of times the lines getting beat in actually helps a lot more than you'd think.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, oh, that sucks, the track's getting rougher, but more times than not, I feel like it's a good thing.
Through the extreme section, no problems there for Barnes. What a recovery, and Barnes is able to hang on. Man, can't wait to hear the story of that crash. That was a big one in a big way. Oh, how about it? Fox FPV drone showing you what it's like. Rubbins Racing here at Jday. And I believe that was Joey Crown taking the drone out and then almost taking Barnes down. Meanwhile, look at this. Carly Lee having to hop off the machine. Walking that thing back up towards the front. I'd say you're probably one of the taller ladies, I would think, right?
I definitely agree, and I've been on 250s for a while, and at first, you know, it's obviously new, but I've gotten pretty used to it, and I think the height definitely helps.
Yeah, a bit of an advantage in a section like that, I'm sure.
Absolutely, especially when it's off camber or even downhill like those rocks. You step off a rock and then you go downhill, literally.
So as you can see, some of our A vet riders, 54, trying to find his way around Barnes. And I believe that was Ricky Russell right there as well out of the sportsman class. Here comes Carly Lee here on the final lap. As we continue to watch Jocelyn Barnes get ever so close to a checkered flag. Race number 4, Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. Of course, 2 moto formats, so we will see these riders again a little later this afternoon. And you see Barnes switching that line up through the Dunlop split lane. Don't blame her there on this one. Actually ends up making a pass through it.
I know from experience it's definitely difficult when you want to take one line and there's someone in it, and it's a hard decision sometimes. You can't obviously know every single lapper and what they're going to do or how they're going to react even.
it's a risk versus reward, right? Sometimes you just got to go for it and see what happens, and pays off for Barnes there.
She looks really good for after that crash. I'm definitely curious to what she has to say on the podium because that looked like it hurt.
Yeah, I was wondering how much intensity we would see back from her after that, but it really does seem like she's kind of shaking it off. And just like Ian was saying, honestly, really impressed with the machine staying, not too bent up or anything like that. Checker flags coming out over at the finish. We're going to stay here with our featured class, our women's pro, as Jocelyn Barnes now just about a corner or so away from what would be a checkered flag. Ooh, see that back end drifted over just a little bit, but no worries now. As one more corner, and it will be 77 of Jocelyn Barnes grabbing the win for your Women's Pro Moto number 1. We're going to try to grab the word with her. Try to get the story as to what happened and if she's okay. Certainly was a big one. And looks like might have been a chance she rode off. Might have said, I need an ice pack. You can see at the top of your screen, Carly Lee just trying to get the foot on the ground there. So we'll hang here at the Yamaha finish line. Wait to see who's going to round out that podium in your women's pro class. Barnes, Lee, and for the moment looks like maybe Kayla O'Neill. You see Collier Martinez making his way through out of the sportsman class as well. Back to the TBT Racing Live drone we go. Looks like that might be O'Neill on screen. So the final rider on your Women's Pro podium. Bit of a tough moto there for O'Neill.
Yeah, and ending up in the woods, it does something to you mentally too, and you got to pull a tear off and really work past it, and she definitely looks like she did to get that third.
Always so frustrating when one mistake almost leads right to another, and real easy to get overwhelmed in those scenarios. So, like you said, a good job for O'Neill to put it behind her as she makes her way through the checkered flag. And it sounds like we've got Ian Riley standing by down at the podium.
All right, down at the podium with Jocelyn Barnes, getting it out there, getting it done. Kind of went the long way about it, but you kept it under control. How are you feeling after that that dual lane got the best of you down there?
Yeah, I haven't crashed that hard in a long time. My body's feeling it for sure. I thought when I got up, my bike was going to be all kinds of mangled, but it doesn't do any good for anybody to quit, so you just got to send it.
I was going to say, and you said it, you were a little bit of time to regroup, but within 2 turns you were back up to speed. And what did you think of the rest of the course out there? That Dunlop dual line got a little tricky, but what do you think of the rest of the Budds Creek circuit?
The rest of it was awesome. Yeah, I took a couple minutes to get back to it, but no, the track was fun, super flowy. There are some routes out there that'll get you. I hit a couple with my front end and almost had a moment, but you got to be prepared to save those. So I had a blast.
Yeah, it looked like if you had to shake it off, it wasn't noticeable. It looked like you got right back at it, didn't hesitate. So congratulations on the win. And anybody you'd like to thank for helping you out get this done today?
Yeah, first and foremost, God for keeping me safe, especially during that. But my parents and my brother, they're at home right now. My boyfriend came with me to support this weekend. Parts Unlimited, Moose Racing, Solid Performance, Dunlop, anybody else that's out here keeping me running.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing the second one. Get some rest, recover that one, and I'll look forward to seeing you out in front again. Kev, congratulations. Back to you all.
All right, thanks, Ian, and a huge congratulations to Jocelyn Barnes there. Glad to hear that she is okay and that the bike's okay after a big get off. Well, Ruby, thank you so much for coming and joining with us, and we'll maybe even get you back in here for Moto 2.
Absolutely. I will be back if I'm welcome. Thank you very much, Zach and Ian and all of the Racer TV crew. See you for Moto 2.
No doubt about it. Ruby Fustini joining us here in the Racer TV booth as we take a look at your Redline Oils race recap. And it was Carly Lee grabbing the whole shot. Quickly, though, the blue machine started to work their way forward. Lily Sheets, Kayla O'Neill, and then how about it? Jocelyn Barnes makes the pass, and then that was the get off of the day so far, at least. What a crash there for Barnes. Picks the machine back up. Kayla O'Neill was having her troubles as well. Meanwhile, back in the woods, Carly Lee, a quietly consistent second place ride. Going to bring it home, just missing out on that win, but still got a whole another moto to try to get the job done. But at the end of the day, it would be Jocelyn Barnes grabbing the win for your women's pro class top 10. Jocelyn Barnes, Carly Lee in that number 2 spot. Kayla O'Neill going to round out the podium. And then Lily Sheets going to round out your women's pro field here for Moto number 1. Well, that's going to do it for us from round number 5, Moto number 5. Don't go anywhere. We still got plenty of racing to go after this. Going to grab a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we will have race number 5 featuring that 125 Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Fast. We'll be right back here on Racer TV and GTTV.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory. We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Racing season. This is the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix. And if I'm not mistaken, that is Talamadelia sitting on the line right now. Little T-Dags there back with us after recovering from an injury, and we are getting ready to go Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Racing. Justin Coquinos currently leads the points in that one. Evan Smith and Alex Vanoof sitting second and third in the points. But this was one of the ones that I had kind of circled on the calendar for today, as a lot of new names and faces wanting to get a piece of the action here in this 125 class. The Fox green flag is in the air, and when it goes down, things get serious. Here we go, Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125, row number 1, headed into turn number 1.
Each 125s were right at it on this track. Considering the track when originally built for the National, it was 125s and 500s. So,
oh, yeah.
This track is no stranger to fast 125s.
No doubt about it. We were just talking earlier about the infamous James Stewart on a 125 back in the day, going from last to first. And meanwhile, the 125s already flip-flopping positions as a couple of riders funneling back after a good start. Others moving up forward. Look at this, almost 3 wide, headed up the hillside.
The width of this Budds Creek facility offers opportunities like that.
Yep.
Just had a second to talk to Joey Crown about the back of the wood section.
Yeah.
He said it's getting a little greasy back there. There's a little bit of slime on top of the hard pack underneath it. The traction is not as predictable as you'd think. And he said there's so many lines in the back, it can set you back. So we'll see how that wood section shapes up, especially in this 125 Pro-Am class, and how that plays into position.
Well, that's something that we often talk about, right? Options are great. The more the merrier. But at the end of the day, it's almost like walking into the candy shop and trying to pick out what you want, right? You get overwhelmed with the opportunities and the options there. So for Joey Crown, I think it is. It's being able to kind of stick to the lines that you know that works, while also not missing out on a potentially better line developing. So we take a look at row number 2, B250 class, off and rolling. A quick start from one rider up the inside, skying things out over what is the pro finish. And looks like he's going to try to catch up with those Pro 125s, get in the mix at the front of the field.
Yeah, hammered down right from the get-go. So we'll see if we can set pace. It'll be interesting to see how the lap times of this class shape up as we look at the B Open and B200 getting ready to take the track. Green flag getting ready to fly. And yeah, having these bigger bikes, a little bit more like the Pro-Am class coming. We saw how the level of the women went up and the resilience. Jocelyn was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I think she'll be feeling a little bit, but come second motor, she'll be ready as well.
Man, I'm telling you what, even Ruby and I were talking during your interview, just so impressive to see the recovery there from Barnes, and the intensity that she picked right back up on is, talk about intensity, slideways action here in turn number 1 in your B Open and B200 classes. As one rider closing the door, headed to that big step up. I think he was almost just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, we talked about earlier, if you're out front and you come up, that's time to jump it. In his case, he's like, I'm just moving, left turn, let it go. But this, talking about intensity, this Budds Creek, the way the start's set up, it goes from 0 to 100 in intensity, because after you round that first turn, you've got that big step up. You got the rollers right into that huge tabletop and up this uphill. Your heart rate goes to the roof, and then it's a little bit before you get back to the woods where you can kind of settle in. So.
Now, remind me, you being a local, you probably know this. I know MXON 07 was kind of the design, if you will, or the start moving down there. Was that the first race, or did they run that start at the National 07?
That was, I believe that was the first. I don't think they, I have to go back and look see if they ran at the National. They may have run at the National, work it out. But yeah, before then, so it's had start has been in a couple different places. It was up where the barn used to be, which actually burnt down last year, and that was insanely fast, and it turned down and narrowed up real quick and back down the hill to where that. And then prior to that, it was all the way on the far side where they enter the woods, and it was a vertical climb to a hairpin coming down. Or for a number of years, they ran it backwards, and you go up and go across the sweep of the top and come around, do S-turn, and then come down to where the finish line hill is, the climb we saw there. So and that is the most three current. When the track first opened back in the early 70s, the start was up in where the upper pit area is kind of by sign up in that flat area, which went straight down and then off. So constantly developing. Keep in mind, it's looking at 54 years of Budds Creek, which is a stat in itself. But yeah, that start down at the bottom now was filled. They filled in a pond to make that happen. That was for the donations.
Yep. Wow.
Works well for TV too, and also local races. The finish line is where we see it for the Yamaha there, and so they can get bikes on and off the track easier, get the most out of lap time, make the most out of the day.
Yeah, no, it certainly is, from a spectating standpoint, right down there in the center, easy to watch. You can see the whole thing as you can with much of the track here as well, so a lot of fun. Speaking of fun to watch these Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 riders go to work right now. I saw Justin Coquinos in the mix there. He is right on cue. So the 444, your points leader.
Coquinos keeps that 125 ringing. He's been watching the last couple rounds. Just nice flow and getting it done. We'll see how he gets up to the front here. We're halfway through the first lap, I believe. Looks like they're working their way around close to I think approaching back to that Dunlop split lane section here shortly.
So watching Chris Weiss on your screen right there. Weiss, an accomplished rider kind of on both sides of the disciplines as well. We've seen him out at Loretta Lynn's and then jumped over and joined us in GNCC, and then now trying things out here at Jday, the perfect blend, if you will. And got to wonder whether or not these riders were, as they were getting ready to head down the stadium, if they were not watching that last moto and potentially even saw what happened to Barnes there. As it looks like a lot of our riders checking up on that second double, kind of scrubbing it off a little bit.
Double, single, or there's looks like there's a little hump to the left. If the flow of the track takes you to the right-hand side. So when you're that first side, you're on the right hand, you're jumping back across. So there's not much of a lip on that third part. But if we saw in the back time, we'll watch it next time around. If you line to the left, there's a little more of a lip where you can get those first two, soak up one, and kind of jump into the corner.
Woo, how about it, Talamadelia using every bit of the track and then some. Launched that uphill triple, but wasn't quite able to get her slowed down yet.
He paid his sign up. He's going to use every bit of this real estate he can.
No doubt about it, getting the full experience out here as they head back towards the Big Gulp once again. Well, like we said, Chris Weiss got plenty of experience in both off-road and moto racing, and we were able to catch up with him a little earlier this weekend and talk to him about his expectations right here at Jday.
There's a lot of similarities, especially with this GP-style format. The intensity comes from motocross, and it transfers over a lot because, like Loretta's and all the big motocross races, you have to be as fast as you can right off the start, just like the Jdays and the Tours and all the GP-style formats, whereas the more traditional off-road endurance races like the GNCCs and hair scrambles and stuff, everyone kind of settles into their pace, and it's more of an endurance race and not like an all-out sprint. So there's a lot of similarities.
So there you have it. Weiss using that sprint speed to his advantage. Like we said, we've seen him do battle out at Loretta Lynn's, and you want to talk about intensity. Hard to find much more intensity than what you've got out at the ranch there. But, man, how about it? Talamadelia. Intensity is his middle name right now. He is pushing forward.
He is finding the flow of this track. He's looking at that 125 soak-up stuff. Moved up to that, sitting in that third spot. Coquinos locked down fourth. You got to think that first lap, all these riders were feeling things out, and we'll see how their aggressiveness progresses as we work through the next couple laps of this main event. Or just give you this first minute.
Taking a look now, Weiss out front, leading the way. Tegan Temple and Talamadelia 2 and 3. Looks like Medalia's made that pass for the number 2 spot. Weiss not just participating in both, but accomplished in both as well. Won titles at Loretta's, won titles at GNCC, and now wants to try to add at least a win at an event. Maybe not the series here for 2026, but who knows? might be falling in love with Jday as we speak here. As Weiss right now continues to lead the way. Medaglia trying to chase him down. Curious once we get back onto the moto side of things if Medaglia doesn't continue to close things up. Really seemed like he had just a bit extra intensity. And then Coquinos, we talk about managing that effort level. Coquinos, don't forget, also going to be in that pro moto coming up here in just a little bit. He's talked about managing the effort that he puts into these 125 races. He is in it for the title, in it for the championship, but comfortably in front as far as points go right now, Ian. It's a tough ask to not give everything you've got. Sometimes it's almost harder for these riders to ride at 80% than it is at 100.
And you're dealing with a different type of equipment. With that 125cc two-stroke, you have to ride a different intensity, which means sometimes you have to keep the momentum up, which is more physically demanding than being able to manage the throttle with a four-stroke to get around this course, especially with the transitions we see here with some of the climbs they have to go through. So yeah, managing it today may be a little bit more of a challenge than we've seen on the rounds, but he's figured out a way to get it done, and when we get to that next race, I guess is where to tell the tale.
Yep, no doubt about it. As we continue to watch here, one lap in the books already. Robert Weiss, Tegan Temple, Tal Medaglia, Justin Coquinos, and Kyle Grinowicz, your top 5. Alex Vanuth and Matt Webb just behind in the 6th and 7th position.
It'll be interesting to see some of the lap times here shortly. I'm sure we'll get some on the screen within the next lap or two just to see how these stack up. There we go, on cue. 6:26, 6:27, 6:29, 3 seconds between those top 3 riders. And Coquinos, 6:36, that could have just been a line choice that could have set that off. So, but when you're throwing 10 seconds between the top 4 riders, that's pretty impressive.
Man, how about it? The Luxon lap times don't lie, but neither does the TBT Racing live drone as the battle is on between Temple and Medaglia. I think Temple may have just gotten the spot back from the 55 ride. Now headed into the Rock Garden once again.
Well, you said it'll be interesting when Medaglia hits back on the moto track. They've got a little ways to go before they get back there, but it seems like he set the level a little bit higher last lap. His aggressiveness, we saw it through that one section at the top after the uphill climb. So we'll pay attention to that to see how it shakes out.
And if you remember, Tal Medaglia was with us at Boswick Creek round 1, and if I'm not mistaken, it was either a shoulder or a wrist, I believe, actually getting messed up there for Medaglia. So glad to see Talon back with us after taking some time to get that healed up. And clearly it's looking good, looking to get right back into the fight. As there you see the 55 machine slicing and kind of flowing his way through that section right there. And then Coquinos just kind of hanging out for the moment, it seems like. Not pushing the pace, able to just keep Talon and Tegan just in front of him. Knows Robert Weiss isn't too far up ahead of them either. So be curious whether or not we get a mid to late moto sprint from Coquinos, or if he's going to kind of just hang inside this top 5 here for moto number 1.
He's not that far off if he can find the flow, really feel comfortable, and then when it's time to flip the switch, go aggressive. I think there's sections of this track that you can make up a major amount of time with just simply setting an all-in pace.
As we watch Weiss on screen, like we talked about, your points leader is the 444 of Justin Coquinos, not just participating in this Moto Tassinari Pro Am 125 class, but in our AA Pro class as well. And we were able to catch up with the 444 and talk to him a little bit about his day here at Jday.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously want to do good in it, but I really want to do good in that pro class. Not going to say that I'm going to treat it as a warm-up, but, you know, look at for some lines. If the win is there, obviously I'm going to take it. But especially that first moto, look at lines, and then if I need to go 2-1 for the win, we can do that too.
So just like we said, a bit of a balancing act there for Coquinos, right? Not mailing it in this 125 class by any means, but also not going to lay all the risk out here as well with those pro motos slotting up after the 125 motos. Meanwhile, these guys are going at it. I think Coquinos may just let them sit back and fight all over it, see if they don't take each other down.
Or wear themselves out.
Yeah,
as the temperatures come up, having a strategy is key. And with an event like this, the mental aspect of it, you just sit back, pay attention, hit his marks, and let them wear each other out, and then go. But right now, Weiss is just is out and got control of this race right now.
So how about it? Robert Weiss leads them around for another lap in the books. Meanwhile, Temple and Medallia continue to go at it. We follow it here on the TBT Racing live drone. Good line from the 55 up the inside. What a move. Manualed over one of those rollers. Got the drive now side by side. Sets him up the inside, and that is a pass there from Talon Medallia. I said keep an eye on him on that moto track, and he puts it to good use there.
Yeah, Talon got so aggressive through his rollers that getting up the rear wheel and plowing through it kept his momentum up, while Temple was choosing to double through and took the run, had the inside. The bit scary part of that part was Temple was off to the right of that tabletop, and we saw what that did earlier in that class. And but he was able to pull it back in, and I don't think Temple's going to roll over and let this go lightly. He'll sit back, watch some lines. I think the next time we hit the moto track, it'll be interesting to see if he can make another run at Talon.
Yeah, if he can maintain the gap that he's at right now, certainly plenty of time for another attack. And it really kind of looked like Tegan had the line after that step up, but just faded a bit wide, and Medallia was able to capitalize. Meanwhile, now starting to stalk the prey a little bit is Justin Coquinos.
Yeah, Temple and Medaglia were wrapped up with each other, and Coquinos just was watching and just
lurking,
clicking off the marks. And like I said, there's still a long moto, plenty of opportunities. The key is if he can close it up, make a move, get that second spot, does he have enough time to reel in Weiss? These 125s have to be fun back to the woods, being a little bit lighter. The throttle control the two-stroke 125 motor. Pretty much built for the woods.
Watching right now, there is the 525 of Temple, and then Medallia just behind. Old and young going at it here in this one. Temple established, kind of knows bike setup, knows himself, knows this racecraft, and then Talon Medallia, obviously an up-and-comer. Got plenty of good people to listen to, I would say, under the family tent, that's for sure, but really been an impressive season. Having his issues there at round one, getting injured just a bit, but glad to have him back with us here at round number 5.
I think it was that Weiss that we just saw go by.
Yep.
And so now we get a little idea of what the gap is next back.
It's not a ton.
It's not. And,
but this is, even similar like to Pro Moto, we talk about Jet Lawrence so comfortable maintaining a couple of seconds gap. It's not the run away and destroy them type mentality it used to be. It just seems like if you're able to keep the pressure off of you, maintain a couple of bike lengths, then you should be comfortable. And as you can see on those Luxon lap times, Weiss continuing to be just a few seconds faster. Coquinos wicking it up a little bit, second fastest on your list there, and then almost identical times for Temple and Medallia.
We saw just a second ago with that one shot, we saw Coquinos taking an optional line, and it looked like it had some more momentum because he closed the gap up on that second and third rider. So we'll see how that plays out through the rest of this race as well. But the top 4 riders will be closing up as we get an overhead view from that TBT live drone. You can see just how close this is coming up, and I do believe that is Coquinos is going to try to make a move here on Medaglia.
So how about it? Coquinos getting warmed up. Ooh, man, that was smooth. Tried to hold that inside. Wasn't quite close enough to be able to turn it into something. Now it's a race through the KC66 line. What a move. And that was heads up riding from Coquinos. He saw that rider stopped up ahead on the left side, knew it was going to force Talon to have to cut back across, and immediately pulled the trigger on it. Some great heads-up riding from the 444.
And full commitment, too.
Yep.
And once he committed to it, he wasn't turning back. He knew where he looking ahead, as we think type of racing is important, but in this especially, when you have the aspect where a rider could be blocking a line, use it to his advantage, put himself in position. I have to think next up will be Temple on Coquinos' mark to make a move.
Well, we talked about it. Coquinos going to try to start warming things up as we take a look at this replay once again. Watch this. Coquinos flirts up the inside and then headed into the Kurt Caselli section. Little glance up from Coquinos, switches back over, doesn't want to follow Talon. And then I'm not even sure if he did see that ride it out. That might have just been an added benefit to him because it does kind of cross, it forces you to cross back over if you took that line that Medallia was looking at. Coquinos able to make the most of it, and a little bit of rider wisdom there may have just paid off.
Well, you have to give credit to Medallia for adapt, because he was in a position to be right behind where that rider was stuck. He dropped in, let Kakinas take the line, dropped in, and then made the most of what the situation. He did give him a spot, but he didn't get tangled up or go down. He's still in it. But as we see, Kakinas making a run here. Kakinas seems to be pretty fast on the moto track too. So, and that seems, Medaglia and Kakinas both fast on the moto track, but Temple seems to be have the woods dialed in.
Yeah, we've heard from Kokinos earlier in the year talking about kind of a more moto style is what he would say is his, but he's had to adapt to the wood stuff. And man, really cool. Even getting to do the Jday banquet for the 2025 season. Him talking about long days and nights in the woods, practicing, strapping a headlight on the machine, just trying to get used to what that style of racing is like. And Kokinos certainly has made his way to the top of the Jday field, and a name synonymous with good results. And man, is he so impressive to watch on these two strokes, not just the 125, but even choosing the 252 stroke as the weapon of choice in that pro class. But no doubt, he's fired up at this point. There's no questioning it. He's headed to the front.
Yeah, he's locked and loaded, trying to chase down that second spot at Temple. And as we see him work around here this second half of the moto track, we'll see if he's not up next to Temple by the time they come around to that pro national finish line. Look, right over here of Henry Hill. He's on the rear wheel. We're going to see a pass made soon. His momentum around the outside here is going to be beneficial as he races up, and will beat him to the Yamaha line as they cross here for the lap at the Jday race here at Butts Creek.
How about it? Threads the needle and makes the pass. Justin Kokinos now up to the number 2 ride. And if I was writing on a pit board for Robert Weiss, I'd say take a deep breath. Kokinos is headed to you.
Kokinos is coming.
No doubt about it. So the 444 moves into that number 2 spot. You see almost immediately puts a couple of bike lanes between himself and Tegan Temple. Meanwhile, the heat between Temple and Medallia has cooled off just a little bit, as the 55 has slid back just out of frame.
As we take a look at the drone shot here, we'll get to see what the distance is between Robert Weiss out front and Kokinas. But we're seeing a different Kokinas on this part of the race than we saw on the first lap. So 3 laps in, Kokinas has found his groove, found his lines, and he is committed to just putting the hammer down and chase down the leader.
Yeah, it's been a solid, steady build for Kokinos as well. Didn't really seem too phased, as there is your leader, Robert Weiss, on screen. We watch and we wait, try to get an idea as to what this gap looks like, and every second passing is good news for your leader. Now is when we see Kokinos and Temple cross that same spot, so that's a fair amount of time that Kokinos is going to have to chop into, and not a ton different on lap times last time we saw, so maybe a mistake from Weiss. The only chance for Kokinos to truly chop into this. Buddy even said in that interview, Justin did, hey, if I got to go 2-1, not afraid to make it happen.
The overall is what matters.
Exactly.
Because points are paid off overall.
Yep.
So it's always best to win. It's 1-1 is desired, but a 2-1 gets the same result.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes through here. The Kokinas did, like I said earlier, he was working a little different section. So we'll see if Temple picks up on that, and we'll see if that different line choice will close that gap in between Kokinos and Weiss.
Well, Tegan Temple's done a good job of sinking his hooks into Kokinos. Is kind of funneled right into line behind the Yamaha, and is trying to take some of those different lines Justin's been able to figure out.
Well, you said Temple earlier, it's a little bit of experience. Sometimes sitting back in the catbird seat, watching, taking a lesson, and then putting it together and then applying it. Good part is they still have some time left, so something he may pick up could be to his advantage to make a pass happen again.
Weiss is out of frame just about the time that Kokinos starts to creep in. And Temple by no means letting Kokinos go. Medallia still in the mix, not completely out of this thing yet, but just losing touch of that two-rider duo just in front of him.
You got to think also Medallia coming off the injury. His fitness not leveled out quite back up yet, so working his way in, playing it smart, no reason to put yourself on the sidelines again. 4th place is a respectable finish, especially with the talent he has in front of him.
No doubt about it. As riders pop back on screen, your TBT Racing live drone. Head over to the FMF Extreme section. Coquinos better watch out. Tegan Temple,
right there.
Yeah, he is not settling into that number 3 spot. He wants back around the 444 of Justin Coquinos.
And Temple knows this, and I think Coquinos is aware. Coquinos has to get to that moto section before Temple because he has an opportunity, I think, to break away. If Temple can get in front of him before the moto section, he can slow the pace down, and it'll mean that much more work for Coquinos when they get back to the moto.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Coquinos, bit higher of a pace, at least on the moto side of things. Temple been able to maintain through the woods. Question is he going to be able to maintain and regain that number 2 spot before they reach the track once again?
Yeah, from watching any type of racing, but watching racing, hanging with somebody, setting the same pace is one thing. Making the pass happen is a totally different situation. And yeah, time will tell with this one as we watch what Temple can go after as he tries to stay on the rear wheel of Coquinos.
Ebb and flow right now between Coquinos and Temple as that gap builds only to shrink and then builds again.
We also have to think how a lapper's going to play in this as well as they work through, because it really depends where you come up on it. We just saw Medigley work his way through that one pretty quickly, and we'll pay attention to how that plays into the front runners. But right now, we're taking a look at Weiss out front as he does this climb, heading back towards the motocross side, and there's Coquinos. As we look here, approaching that same hill, so he looks like he may have closed it up a little bit. As we get another drone shot here, we'll be able to see how close it actually is. Weiss opting to go to the left side of that Dunlop split lane. And we see Coquinos doubling through the right-hand side.
You can see it's just a little bit too far for the camera frame to catch both Weiss and Coquinos, but they are extremely close, one exiting a section right as the other enters it. There you see, so Weiss up and over the step up, Coquinos over the table as well. So things starting to creep forward. I'm interested to see what these lap times look like the next time they check in.
Yeah, and Coquinos now is broken free to the motocross track. This is where he's going to hammer down. He's already broken free of Temple somewhat. The question is his pace on the moto track compared to Weiss, how that's going to stack up.
So there you see Weiss up and over the big gulp. Coquinos on approach. They get ready to buzz by us here at the tower.
Those of you not familiar with the Budds Creek track, where they just went over the big gulp, they're doubling the first 2 parts. The big gulp itself is all 3. That's a feat on a 125. I'm not sure the 125s can make that full gap now that they've modified it to be a little bit bigger than the past. But 250s, 4 strokes are a stretch on that jump.
Here we go. White flag is out. One more for Weiss. And one more lap for Coquinos to try to chase him down. This is when you got to start thinking big picture. How much effort are we going to see out of 444? A hot day here. And still 3 more motos for Coquinos after this.
Yeah, to chase the win is one thing, but to overexert yourself when you have to line up in a short period of time, that's where the judgment's going to come from Coquinos. But if he's flowing, if he doesn't feel overexerted, I wouldn't be surprised if he does go after it. The thing, though, is his strength is the moto right now. He's sitting back there in that second spot. We'll see what he can do when he gets back in the woods at one more shot at Weiss.
So back to work they go, exiting the moto track.
I saw Weiss just down in the woods. Coquinos has definitely closed up a bit. There's only about one section in between the two. So we see Weiss get through the woods here. I'll be interested if we get that same shot as we did earlier to do a count off of how close Coquinos is. There's Coquinos there. So still a bit of a gap. But they have a couple sections come through the FMF Extreme, and the Kurt Caselli Pro line can throw a mix into things, especially if there's lappers in the way.
Well, and that's what I was about to say. You hit the nail on the head with the lap riders. We've seen that play essentially the biggest role time and time again sometimes. It's not so much the amount of lap riders, but it's where and when you catch them, right? You catch them at the wrong spot on that rock garden or in the extreme section, and it could completely derail a section for one of these riders. And just one bad trip through could be the difference between grabbing a win and coming up short.
Especially with all these split lanes, if the lapper is in the line you've taken the full lap where you feel confident, you have to make the move. it opens up the opportunity for a mistake.
Yep.
So that's where you kind of settle in and make your best decision. What's the end goal? And in this case, because Keenis is in the spot where he's at can still net him the win with the second moto win. So
taking a look at the lap time, 6:28 for Justin Coquinos, a 33 for Weiss, and a 34 for Temple. So these guys relatively close in time, and I don't know. I think Justin may need a bit of a mistake there from Robert Weiss if he wants a chance to catch up to him, even if that's just a little hang up from a lap rider. There's Weiss and Coquinos on your screen. Austin Meads leads the way out of your B250 class. Looks like Jacob Blackburn leading the way for your B Open. And Jordan Broughton actually out front leading the way in your 200B class with Michael Kesey back out there in your B Open Electric. On screen, Fox FPV drone following along with Chris Weiss in that number 1 spot. One more trip through the FMF Extreme section. To the Kurt Caselli Pro line. Ooh, a little off balance there, but keeps it on 2 wheels, keeps his feet on the pegs. Coquino's still right there, but as they enter the closing half of the lap or so, I think short of a mistake for Weiss, he's going to be able to bring this one home. Your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. On final approach, Chris Weiss. Gotten the job done out at Loretta Lynn. He's gotten the job done at GNCC. Splitting it down the middle here. Doing some Jday off-road racing. Loretta's type of weather here. Certainly good prep for it at least. Beautiful, bright, sunny day in Mechanicsville, Maryland. Is entering the mid part of the day, round number 5. Protaper, Budds Creek Grand Prix, and the Fox FPV drone wide open with Chris Weiss into the Dunlop split lane here in just a moment. Chris has been a big fan of that outside line, it seemed like. Carry the momentum, sweep around that next corner. Scrubs up and over the mud bog table and back onto the motocross track for one final time. Solid ride from 3016 machine. 16 on the, actually number 1 on the bike. We're gonna head through this back section of the track. Buzz bias over Henry Hill one more time. Final corner into the Yamaha finish line he goes, and it will be Robert Weiss getting the job done and grabbing the win here in your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. Moto number 1, here is Justin Coquinos. Gonna cross the line in the number 2 spot. Immediately goes and gives some Props there to Weiss. And we're going to get ready to send things down to the podium where Ian Riley stands by with your winner. Ian, take it away.
Robert, heck of a ride. You've done Loretta's, GNCC, now you did Jday here at Bud's. Not a speck of dirt on you. You'd think it was an easy day, Sunday ride. How did it feel out there?
It definitely was an easy Sunday ride, but no, it was nice getting the whole shot and leading every lap. I actually got passed by Tegan on the first lap, and we swapped lines, and I got him right back, and I just tried to pull away from them dudes from there on. And the second to last lap, they closed it back in a little bit. I made a few mistakes, but I was able to open it back up on the last lap and get the win.
Yeah, race management, you've seen the manager, had an idea where they're at. The moto side of it here, how did you feel on the moto track when you were hitting those lines?
I felt pretty good. The 125 is a little slow out there compared to the 250s, but no, it's fun out there, and the lines are getting good.
Anyone you'd like to thank for helping you get this win in the first moto?
Yeah, my mom and dad, the FMF rental race team, Focus X gear, Gibson tires, FMF pipes, EPM suspension. My girlfriend and her family for bringing me this weekend. And everyone else that helped me out, thank you.
Great ride. We look forward to seeing that second moto.
So a great job from Robert Weiss, grabbing the win as the checker flag continues to fly here at the Yamaha finish line as we get ready to show you how things broke down with our race recap from race number 5, your Pro-Am 125 B250, B-Open, B200, and B-Open Electric. Well, this is how you want to get things started here today of Jday. Grab the whole shot and get out to a clean start. Talamadelia back with us here and showing what he's capable of on the 125 as well. Justin Coquinos, though, started to get warmed up and started to climb his way forward up inside the top 2 and in position to compete for that overall. But at the end of the day, the 16 ride, 16 on the jersey, 1 on the bike, and 3016 on the helmet. Robert Weiss comes out on top here in Moto number 1. Take a look at your Protaper top 10. This is how it broke down here for Moto number 5. It was Robert Weiss, Justin Coquinos, and Tegan Temple, your top 3. Talamadelia, Kyle Grinowicz, Matt Webb, and Alex Fanuth rounding out the field here in race number 5. All right, folks, we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more Jday off-road racing right here from round 5, the Protaper Butts Creek GP. We'll be right back.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Budds Creek, Mechanicsville, Maryland, and the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix Round 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road season. We just wrapped up race number 5, and now getting ready for some of our vet riders to take to the track, B Vet, Super Senior, and Masters, as well as B Senior, Women's BC, C Senior, and our vintage class as well. So going to see a range of riders as well as a range of machines.
As I get older, the term vet, although it applies, I like to consider the experienced riders.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
the wise rider.
That's the wise, yeah, with age comes experience. These are my people on the line, and I appreciate the fact that they're still getting a run and have a good time and see all different types of machinery out here. The nice part of it, the vet class, we may see some new stuff, some old stuff, some 2-strokes, some 4-strokes, and it's just good to see a good mix of riders out there. And the vet class is also another class for these Jday events where it may draw out more local talent to join the day's fun here in this week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Like we said, you get a wide range of riders. Some of them a bit more, I guess, dedicated is probably a better word. Some of these riders, have a full 9 to 5s and kind of just doing this as a weekend warrior type thing. And then others chasing the series, chasing results, maybe training for Loretta Lynn, something like that coming up later this year. And then, I always enjoy the vintage class as well because there's just as much effort put in the bike program as there is in the riders program with that. Finding parts, and there is a little bit of notoriety in the sense of I want to show off what I've built as well, right, in those vintage bikes.
Yeah, and sometimes a half an hour for a vintage bike
is
as much a challenge to keep the bike going as the rider.
No kidding.
So, it'll be interesting how those go and see what shows up in the vintage riders as they get ready to take off here shortly. But a good mix of riders. Recognize a couple people there online with like number 4. Greg Likens, former motocrosser, California Nationals back in the 80s and 90s. And so it's good to see guys like Greg Likens make the trip up here to South Carolina. Originally from Pennsylvania, but is relocated down the Club MX property. Yeah, riders. This group of riders is just, they enjoy racing. They've been doing it for years, and the opportunity, it looks like they're having a good time out there.
Riders locked in as our camera makes our way across. Thumbs up, waving everybody back at home. Let them know you'll be watching right here on Racer TV and GPTV. Always cool for the friends and family back at home to be able to check things out.
Yeah, as we take a look across the line here, just a mix of different brands across the board. We're at this point in the industry, we're at a point we're seeing more opportunities for models of motorcycles, whether it be Yamaha, Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki. You've got the Gas, the Husqvarna, Varna, of course KTM, and now we see Beta making their big jump. They've been big in the off-road, but now moto side as well. And Triumph and Ducati. And every now and then they throw a TM or something in. So the variety of machines that get shown up at an event like this, it's not the major 4 anymore. We're almost to a baker's dozen.
Yeah, it is certainly impressive to see the way the bike technology is continuing to grow. And for those companies like a Triumph, like a Ducati, to be able to come in and jump directly into the top layer. It was already considered the top time as far as bike technology goes. It's really been impressive. And it's really cool to see as well. I know we touched on it earlier, even the Kawasaki 2-stroke coming back with that 327. It really is interesting to see the companies continuing to show support, to continue to grow, and to go back to something like the 2-stroke technology that a company like Kawasaki had kind of moved away from.
Well, I think that the manufacturers are recognizing the fact that there's a love of that type of motorcycle. Yep. And there's a market for it. And you don't have to go all in with 17 different models of that bike, but if you offer 2, one for off-road, one for motocross, which is what they're going to do, I think the level of success, they'll be able to sell enough to make it go. Looks like the number 99 out there is looking forward to scooping up some of that chocolate cake.
Fired up right now as we get ready to put the 30-second card in the air, and then it will be all eyes on that Fox green flag.
That B class will see who's ready to pull the trigger out of the first turn. Those guys a little bit older in age, a little bit wiser. With that said, enthusiasm and a good start could pull the trigger to get up over that first step up.
Certainly a lot easier to start up front and work your way back than vice versa, that's for sure.
Smarter, not harder.
No doubt. Here we go. Flag drops, and we are rolling with row number 1, your B vet class.
The riders that are patient enough to stick that tight inside line have been pulling the whole shot. They're not the first ones there, usually going about third, but we saw that right there. Tight inside, out to lead, made it over that step up, and already 3 bike lengths lead. So it's not about getting to the first turn first, it's about coming out first.
Yep, no doubt. If you can funnel that inside, we've seen, I know Ryan Villapoto, always a big fan of that far inside gate, tucks it around the inside, and his record here at Budds Creek speaks for itself.
When he made that move famous at the 2007 Across the Nation,
yep.
At the bout line, given up to him by Carmichael, they opted to give him the opportunity, and Villapoto wasted no chance of that opportunity, and probably one of the most inspired rides in Motocross Nation history.
Certainly. As we get ready for row number 2, Super Senior and Masters going to be coming up next. There we go. Off and rolling.
I believe that I just saw a local rider, Darren Hall, came out for this event. Looks like he's sitting in that 5th spot right now, so it's cool to see Darren, a Maryland local here, run this event just for this one time here at Budds Creek.
Yeah, always cool to see the Super Seniors and the Master classes. You got a lot of people kind of trying things out. Maybe riders that have never done Jdays before and wanting to see what it's all about. Always a ton of fun, and some great racing that we've had in these classes as well. You know, there was a lot of concern heading into this round about a return of Dean Herron, not back with us here at this one. So Dino going to go back to work and get ready for that 2027 Jday off-road season. Ian, if you don't know, my dad raced at Lake Sugar Tree in the Masters class. It was a spectacle. We'll leave it at that. But he said he's going to go back. He's going to do his homework, and maybe he'll come out swinging in 2027.
Yeah, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Exactly.
Exactly. But the cool part about this, looking at these riders, is that a lot of these, we're looking at the women's class right now, this women's senior women BC. But in the vet classes, some of these riders have been riding together for the last 40 years.
So cool.
And so the fact that they come together at an event like this, may not see each other for months, and can come from different parts of the country and spend the day doing what they love together. Just once again, Ethan and his team put the Jday 26 full Eastern Region Series together. More opportunities for friends to come together, not just spend time, but man, go at it. Be full competitive and go racing.
Well, and that's what it's all about. I mean, we talk about the old saying, age is just a number, and sometimes your body feels like a lot bigger of a number, and your mind may feel like a lot younger of a number, but it is cool. Even at the last round, my dad had a couple of friends with him, and he's been racing and riding with them longer than I've been alive.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's so cool to have those relationships and friendships that have stood the test of time. They've got wins shared together, DNFs shared together, crashes, there's all kinds of things that you share and experience together when you spend your time at the racetrack. So,
and not just that, you get to see your kids race together.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. So cool to see, and even cool to see kind of multi-generations with us here at Jday as well, obviously. Even right at the top, Ethan and his family heavily involved, and then you've got someone like a Tyler Medallia and Talon coming in and racing with us. We've seen Ryan Sykes out here. I know we talked about getting Jack out here. There's so many different families that are involved, whether it be siblings, mothers and daughters and fathers and sons. It really is so cool to see. Pretty much everybody's got something they can do out here.
And boyfriends and girlfriends.
Yes.
I mean, they just saw that with Weiss. I think his Rosewood family for getting him here to race.
Yep.
So these vintage riders taking a task here. It looks like one of the riders out front has decided to go sleeveless. It's a hot day. So it's an interesting approach, but hey, as long as he gets through the rock section clean, he'll be all right.
No doubt about it. Got the permit for the guns. They're out. He's showing what's up. A little false neutral action there in the FMF extreme section.
Sun's out, guns out. Budds Creek today.
I love it.
Yeah, we're seeing that the hard pack. It looks like that loose stuff's gone away, and it's getting really hard pack in that extreme section. It'll be interesting to see how that shapes up during the pro race season.
Well, and it's funny. We've talked about the way these courses change throughout the day, and it does kind of seem like you've got that opening track that are micro just like I was talking about early on in the day, you've got kind of like that the Pee-wee and then the super mini group. They kind of get one track, right? And then you start to build the bike size up. You start to kind of increase the deterioration as far as what the bikes are capable of. And then things really start to change. That top layer gets scraped off. Some of the bigger rocks start to get moved around. And then I think really that C-class is where you get the big group-type mentalities. You get these one-off lines, and that's when you really start to see what the track's going to shape up like for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it plays, and we saw that rock section earlier, the front leaders, you see a line setting up, and the ones that are aggressive go right to the line, it guides them straight through. The ones come through with a little less confidence, you can see what that happens, because as we see them falling a little by side here, and that just bottlenecks everything up and raises the challenge for everyone behind to work their way through.
So continuing to see things tighten up, maybe get a little more complicated in that Kurt Caselli Foundation Pro line. Oh, one rider having their difficulties trying to get turned in the FMF Extreme section.
Yeah, you got the front wheel up on that log a little bit, just sent for a ride, back through, going to regroup here, try to get a footing. And took the option just to kind of roll it through to make sure they get through without going down right away again.
The FMF Extreme section proving difficult, and like we said, it's not always difficult in the sense of there's not a good line, but if there's somebody in that line, you got to get creative. That's when we find out how quick you can make those decisions, how well you can execute Plan B.
And these vet classes are one of the larger setup on the line, so you've got clusters of riders coming through. So you have the obstacles on the track that are stationary, then you got the moving obstacles of guys that took off the line, guys and ladies that took off the line with you.
Lots of variables, and you can see that the hesitation there at that split line. Do I take the Kurt Caselli line or do I take the go-around? And at the moment, as we've got a traffic jam here, that go-around line looking mighty pretty.
Yeah, maybe a little bit longer around, but in this case, it's definitely going to be the quicker option because it is it's like a yard sale right now in that the rock section, which is not going to get much better here in the next few minutes.
And it's one of those surprisingly difficult zones. I mean, we had people able to climb this section on an e-mountain bike yesterday. So it's not that it's like some kind of crazy extreme enduro section, but it's just when you can't keep the momentum up, when you can't really choose the lines that you want, things can get wrong in a hurry. And I mean, they're elbow to elbow right there, bumping into one another. Also very curious, as much as these guys are hard on the throttles, hard on the gas, and kicking these rocks up, it's going to look very different from what it looked like just a moto ago when our pro riders are coming up next, thinking they know what to expect in this section.
Yeah, with the sportsmen and the Pro Am 125 riders think they had dialed in. Could be totally different. So it could be, on one hand, it's a benefit to see the track. On the other hand, false confidence is not always your best friend.
It's one of those sections where if you can pick a line and stick to it, then things should go relatively smooth. But very rarely, if ever, is that the case in off-road racing. It's, the different variables, the different riders force you to try to switch things up, and that is where a lot of riders find themselves getting into trouble.
And it's what makes this type of racing so special, whether it be the GNCC or a Jday event, is it's not tracks change throughout the day on any type of racing.
Right.
But in this, you could have the track change drastically in one lap.
Oh,
we
absolutely.
saw that drone footage of the rock footage where someone must have got stuck at the top and roosted a ton of dirt down on the top of those rocks.
Yep.
So now the traction is gone. So what you thought carrying speed through, you spin up real quick and you're on the ground before you know it.
Yeah, we talk about things change, and like you said, that's pretty synonymous with any type of off-road racing, but the intensity and the level in which things can change may be at a whole nother level here at Jday Off-Road Racing as we continue to watch here with our B Vet, our Super Senior Masters, B Senior, as well as Women's B and C, our Senior and Vintage class as well.
They're working their way through the woods here, some different line options. It looks like some going left, some going to the right, but either way they're getting through it. And, this Vet class, these riders been doing it for years, a little more calculated, I would say, as compared to the aggressive level we saw earlier with that 125 Pro Am class.
And the woods section, I know you talked to Joey Crown. He said it's funny when you start to catch riders using the same word, greasy. That's been the word for the wood section, right? And we see these small sections of very, very bright sunlight, but then the rest of it relatively well covered, right? And that extra bit of moisture and the way it kind of slicks over, it doesn't dry out entirely, and it's almost just like a grease or a film of oil that you can't quite totally get off. It's deceiving because even when it looks like it's got a ton of traction, it can actually be just as slick as something soaking wet.
Yeah, it can go away real quick. And even as we see the motocross track here, earlier in the day we saw how deep it was when those little peewees were out there. We're starting to see some of it brushed off and see how the hard packed bases, sandy and loose as this track can start out, it can turn into a kind of a concrete raceway. And those areas where the sun's coming through the woods, you go from that greasy, slippery, snotty type mud on top of it to concrete. Yep. So you can spin up, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out as the track dries out and some sections do stay wet. But we look here at the FMF Extreme section, riders finding their way through. This was definitely been a bit more challenging for these vet riders as we see them find different ways to get through the challenging tires, the logs, the crisscross, and the terrain.
Back to the KC66 line.
Looks like the KC66 line has been closed. They cleared out. We saw a little bit of a convention of stalled bikes there earlier. Now it looks like it's a little more open, and these riders can attack it and work their way through with a little bit more ease. And as soon as I say that, we got a traffic jam. I'm going to stop talking about it. We're just going to watch it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think I may have jinxed that poor guy. But once again, going again. Key is what they said, just keep the momentum. The more stuck you get, the harder it's going to be to get out of it.
I believe I saw 18 photos in the house with us over there, grabbing some shots of all the action. Once again, make sure if you guys are not already, you're following along on social media, not just here on Racer TV, but at Jday Off-Road as well for up-to-date information on schedule, locations, and then, like I said, really been doing a lot of fun stats as well about those pro classes, talking to the different riders and what their accomplishments are throughout the season.
You got to give it up to the social media crew. Coming in this being like my guest appearance here at Budds Creek, I was able to pick up a little more information. They provide stuff, and not only great for the racers and the families, but for a fan to check in. So it's adding the multi-dimensional part outside the racing once again just takes it to another level.
Well, and it's really been cool to help, I think, expose who these people are under the helmet as well. I'm lucky enough to get to know the people, not just the racers, and get to see what they're like off track and at different times besides just their business time, their work shift, if you will, on the course. And it really is a ton of fun to see the different personalities come to light, the different stories told, and you can catch all of that on our social media pages as we jump back on board with the Fox FPV drone, exiting that FMF Extreme section and headed back up towards the KC66 Rock Garden.
Here's where life choices come into play. Rock Garden or easy, and this gentleman has made a decision, which we hope it works out best for him, as he takes on that KC66 challenge line. Gas came to a little halt there. He's going to try to find a spot to jump back on and make a run at it again.
I'm not going to lie, a little surprised with the decision there, but they did.
I
went
agree.
for it,
I honestly thought the left turn was going to be made, but he committed. Yeah, but he's got friends to hang out with. So, yeah.
Oh, problems for that rider right there, almost falling into the rear wheel.
Like I said, we'll see. Life's about learning from your mistakes. We'll see what they take next time when they get through. But it's also about overcoming challenges, and with this Jday series, you can test your will to succeed at whatever just get thrown in front of you.
Yeah, there's the hindsight's maybe 20/20 on the line choice there, but you've committed to it now.
There's no turning back.
Well,
maybe there is. In this case, that may be the option. So we're seeing some riders get there to the left-hand side where it doesn't look like they can get away from it if they can line it up, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays in as we see the pros come up later. If someone jumps that left and zigzags back across. The nice part about that, if you exit the top of that rock section to the far left, it angles you better to hit that little double down into that next downhill.
Well, and we had a good shot there on that drone shot last through the Caselli section of the dirt that you talked about, thrown back on top of the rocks, and the way it almost smears into the tops of the rocks. So even after the next group of riders come through, that doesn't just get thrown off and, you know, kind of blown off with the dust. It's now almost pressed into the surface of the rocks and pretty much taking any traction away.
A little icing on the cake. It's a slick there, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Looks like that rider's gone from one end to the other.
Now up to the right side.
And now, hopefully, okay.
I think that rider may be taking advantage of a little shade.
Yep.
It's a nice, cool area back there. It may not be the best line choice to leave your bike in, but. Oh. Tires claim another one.
Not the spot you want to go down in right there in that extreme section. Going to get fired back up.
It's a little deceiving how abrupt those big tractor tires are. And I think coming up on these riders don't realize how much it's going to kick them up, and next thing they know, they're on the ground looking backwards.
See a lot of the riders glancing back, probably not accustomed to the FPV drone. There is a little bit of a noise that comes with it. We've seen it before throughout the season. Riders glancing back, trying to figure out what is this world's largest mosquito that I'm hearing. It's just our Fox FPV drone.
It's such incredible footage that it's giving us. I'm going to tell you, we get to see a little bit of every angle. You can shoot back down. This rider is playing smart, going to walk it up, find a way to get through. You know, sometimes it's not worth fighting, trying to ride it up. If you can find another way to get through, put it behind you, and then move on.
Yeah, that was a pretty smooth recovery right there.
Yeah, give him credit for doing what he did there.
So Mike Jones out front leading the way on the 202. Austin Sudrith, familiar name on the number 94, sits in that number 2 spot. Spencer Saracena rounds out your top 3.
Take a look down some of these other classes here. Looks like Ava Sala in the 414 from the women's C class. C senior, John Stadler out front. Look down some of the names here, look through. Vintage. Danny Secretore out there. Is that Unk?
That's Unk. He's back with us. Yep. He's on the retro machine this time. Looking good and feeling good in that vintage class. James Jetmar leads our super senior. Rod Kavanaugh leads the B senior class.
These are stacked fields. There's a long list of riders. I don't even get to see on this list here, but good to see the ones out here out front getting it done.
Gabriella Manisi leading the way in her class as well.
Look down there, see Tyler Winstead out of Virginia on that 3050. That's one of those carbureted Honda 450s out there.
Still getting it done.
That's it. That's it. The B class. And the super seniors. James Jetmar out front. Against Robert Hall there, coming down here from out of Frederick, Maryland, making the trip down to run this event here at Butch Creek.
So watching the Suzuki machine make its way through, you see that rut starting to develop through that little switchback.
And this is the part where it hurts my ego a little bit, because I think some of those are vintage bikes, and I may have raced one or two of those back when they were new bikes.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that that's vintage, because that would mean that I'm possibly considered vintage myself.
Yeah, I did. I got a question before our last round asking if the vintage class was referring to the bike or the body.
Oh,
and
that hurts.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Unfortunately, the real problem is when both would qualify.
It could be both. I'm not. I just say I'm looking. I may have to have some aftermarket parts installed here soon. So I'll take what it takes.
Yep. I understand.
Good part is they've got good selection. Modern medicine can extend our good times for a number of years.
No doubt about it. As the Fox FPV drone back on board here at the FMF Extreme section.
That 767 looks like he's making short work of getting around this track.
Putting together some good lines, not really rushing his way through, and you can see he was ready to take that easy line if needed, but I think was wanting to see what the traffic jams were looking like.
That's Steven Spadina. Oh, it looks like the drone may have taken a hit there.
More contact with the FPV drone. As the fans all hanging out, this is definitely probably a fan favorite spot to watch.
That's it. When I was a kid, I remember back in the days of the Blackwater.
Oh yeah.
100 and the creek crossing. You have the big fans. That was a gathering spot. I think the rock section may be that part here.
Yep, we'll be at Snowshoe GNCC up next. Howard's Hole, always a fan favorite spot, at least on Saturday.
I'll tell you, the way this weather's been going this year, the chance of severe rains have have been an option, but today here at Bud's, it could not get any nicer.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful right now. Sunny skies, a couple of clouds in there, but everything looking just picture perfect. As we hang here at the Yamaha finish line, 2 laps in the book.
Yeah, Yamaha Blue Crew supporting this this series, and the Yamaha Blue Crew as a manufacturer has a Blue Crew Invitational event, so they'll have one here in a few weeks.
Yeah, excited for that. Going to be able to come back and call the action for that. I got to do some Yamaha Invitationals last year, and that we were even talking about it, the whole Blue Crew family and what it's all about. Yamaha, obviously, a huge part of this Jday Off-Road Series as well, and really a ton of fun. They do a lot of great stuff. Not just the Invitationals, a little more moto-focused. They also do the Camp Blue Crew. They've got a GNCC camp coming up in, I believe, Ohio in July as well. You guys want to check that out. That's a little more off-road focused, and no matter what your discipline is or what your desire is. And we see it all the time. You know, I've seen Matthew Simino as a rider I've seen both in the woods and at the Invitationals as well. So don't think just because it's kind of a little more tailored towards one discipline or the other, you're not welcome out there. We pretty much, if we got a Blue Crew, we want to see you out there. And that's it. Really a special thing that Yamaha is offering to their riders.
And we saw it, we talked earlier about how Kawasaki with their 327 come out 2-stroke. Yamaha committed and stuck with their 2-stroke line, the YZ65, 85, 125, and 250, and then the X line. So Yamaha as a brand continued that 2-stroke. The Austrians stepped in. Of course, KTM and them have continued to be supportive. But now we're seeing some of the Japanese interest from Kawasaki. It'll be interesting to see if the 2-stroke will continue to grow. And you got to think on the back of Yamaha and their commitment to the line. It's keeping the industry's eyes on that market.
No doubt about it. And there you see it. Judy's got the white flag in hand. 1 lap to go here in this one. Mike Jones making his way through. Austin Sudrith as well. So 1 lap of racing left here in race number 6. Before we get ready for our first moto of the day, or first pro moto of the day, I should say. It's coming up just about 12:30, maybe a little bit after that.
Rolling through the day, white flag wings come out as we, Mike Jones look at his lead. We just saw the 767. I believe that may be Steven Spagna. Just crossed through, so we'll be heading down here to the podium area to talk to the winner here shortly. But right now, it looks like it's the 202 of Mike Jones has that position locked down.
Mike Jones on the hunt towards a checkered flag.
Looks like Unk is out front in the vintage class, getting it done on the Kawasaki number 326 of Sakatori.
Yeah, Uncle Sakatori, usually a KTM guy. But it looks like on the vintage side of things, the Cowie's getting the job done.
Vintage class, it looks like it's Cowie dominated with 3 Kawasaki's and a Honda out there. So
you see Likens on the number 4 ride making his way through.
Greg seems like he's been enjoying these GPs. I know he hit the Club MX one, and I believe Lake Sugar Tree as well.
Yep.
It's a big motocross over the years, and they're enjoying the GP option here, like what Jday is doing. So it's good to give these vet riders another opportunity to continue racing with maybe not the all-in required to be dedicated to the motocross side, but still the competition and definitely put your skills to the test.
No doubt as Austin Sudrith continues to push his way towards the front, sitting in that number 2 spot on overall time. Spencer Saracena rounds out your top 3 overall. But Mike Jones trying to bring it home here on the final lap of race number 6. 1 more first moto to go. Your pro race coming up next before we get ready to get second motos kicked off. Getting ready to head towards the podium. He's going to be ready to catch a word with our winner just after that checkered flag. And for the moment, looks like Mike Jones is going to be the lucky man to tell us about his race. M rides make his way through. Top 10 at the moment, Mike Jones, Austin Sudrith, Spencer Saracena. Looks like Steven Spagina in the number 4 ride. Darren Tauffenbroff in the number 5 ride. Michael Anderson, Nick Shepard, Brian Erickson, Mark Arsenal, and Felton Goodwin Jr. rounds out the top 10 as they take the white flag. 1 lap left to go here in race number 6. Don't forget, 2-moto format here in Jday Off-Road Racing. Sudrith on that 94 ride. Currently sitting second overall, it shows. See whether or not Sudrith able to push the pace a little bit here on this final lap. It's interesting. It seemed like Sudrith was actually taking a go-around line. You know, he's one of the faster riders in the field. There you see Likens making his way through. As there is the 202 of Mike Jones, so it does look like Sudrith has made the pass physically on track. And then Spagina in that number 3 ride is 767 on the jersey. So once again, their number you're seeing on the screen is assigned to them. Does not always match what is on the bike or on the jerseys. But now it looks like Austin Sudrith should be in that number 1 spot as they approach the final little bit of racing. Jones still for the moment in that number 2 spot last time we saw, but under heavy, heavy pressure. There you see Mike Jones on the 202 ride. Secretary, meanwhile, still leading the way in that vintage class. Oh man, you can see that's one of those sections really hard to find another way through. That lap rider trying to get out of the way, but just not a good spot to do it. Won't be long now before we expect your leaders to be coming back out of the woods. And that white flag will be turning to checkers. We watch and wait. Austin Sudrith, we believe, is overtaken that number 1 spot physically. Should be bringing out that checkered flag. And there it is, right on cue. How about it? Austin Sudrith gets the job done and grabs the win. What a ride for the 94. And it shouldn't be too much longer before we expect to see Mike Jones making his way through in that number 2 ride. But for now, Austin Sudreth gets the job done and grabs the win here in race number 6. And I believe he is standing by with Ian Riley. There it is. The 202 takes that number 2 spot. Ian will send things down to you at the podium.
All right, Austin, great ride today. Get it done. How'd you feel out of the whole Butts Creek circuit?
I felt good towards the end of it. I got a bad start, got tangled with somebody before we went in the woods, went down, but I didn't know what place I was in the whole time. I just tried to keep chipping people off. There's a million lines you can take, so I mean, you just got to figure out what the best flow is and try to stick with it.
Yeah, so it's always a good sign when you come to the checkered flag. There's no one else waiting for you on this side, right?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Anybody like to thank for helping get here today?
Yeah, I got Johnson Farms, CSR Motorsports, EST Performance. Got a couple buddies that come up here with me, JR Marshall, Brendan.
Awesome. We got one to go. Look forward to seeing you here shortly. Congratulations.
Taking a look at your Redline Oils replay here for race number 6. B-Vet, Super Senior and Masters, as well as some of our women's classes. A little bit of chaos in this one. A couple of riders finding themselves on the ground at one point or another. Celebrations after making it through a couple of these sections as well. Meanwhile, Austin Sudreth looking strong. But when it all wrapped up, the 94 was the one getting the job done. Your top 10 going to look like this. The Protaper top 10. Here is still a couple people taking the checker at that Yamaha finish line. Mike Jones going to get the corrected time and grab that overall. Austin Sudreth in the number 2 spot. Spencer Saracena in 3. Steven Spagina in the number 4 ride. Darren Toffenbach in the 5 position. Michael Anderson, Nick Shepard, Brian Erickson, Mark Arsenault, and Felton Goodwin Jr. Going to round out your top 10 here from race number 6. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about time to get ready for our first pro race of the day. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we're going to grab a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we will set the stage for Pro Moto number 1. Coming up next here from the Protaper Butts Creek Grand Prix Round 5 for the Fox Jday Off-Road season. We'll be right back.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Stacked class. I can't wait to watch it. Here we go. The drag race into turn one. Look at this. 1, 2, and 3.
Oh! I don't know what I just saw. Straight to the lead. Jacob Christine. Oh! Josh Toth takes the overall.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Racing Series, the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix. And we are just in time for Pro Moto number 1, as we've got some heavy hitters in this one. Of course, your Pro Class, your A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric, but this is what everyone's been talking about coming into the weekend. Your Dunlop Motorcycle Tires top 10 points look like this. It's a tied race at the top of the field between what you could probably say is young and a little more seasoned, a little more experienced. Tyler Medaglia, T-Dags, up at the top, tied with the kid, Jigs Fustini, who made a ton of noise at our last round, getting super creative and ultimately creating a line that would determine the race. Put him on the overall box as well. Gus Reardon slots back to the number 3 spot on the overall points. Ricky Russell and Joey Crown now rounding out your top 5, but take a look at that from 5th all the way up to 1st. Only 8 points separate. Anything can happen, as we've seen. Ben Kelly, who was once leading the points, now slots just outside the top 5. Justin Coquinos, who's already had a solid day in that number 7 spot. Josh Toth, your last round's winner, continues to creep his way up, sitting in that number 8 spot. Gavin Simon and Evan Smith, who is back with us this weekend, rounds out your top 10 in points. So taking a look here, your pro riders setting on the line, trying to get as comfortable as they can. Trying to stay as cool as they can. There's Alex Vanoof, one of the fan favorites, longtime supporter of Jday Off-Road. Him and the whole crew there do an absolute ton for us. See everybody trying to stay cool, stay locked in. Speaking of staying cool, as an ice cold Red Bull getting opened up here in the announcer's tower. Big shout out to Red Bull for helping us stay fired up here. We don't quite have the adrenaline of being out there on the track. Josh Toth looks like he could use a Red Bull right now. Come on, Josh, wake up. He's getting in the zone. That's what they say, right? They're locking in, as the kids say.
Yeah, the iced edition Red Bull. I think iced on today. The sun baking down, iced is the choice to have.
Yeah, you're going to need some ice in the veins here if you want to stand up to the pressure of the rest of the field. There you see Jigs Fustini tied for the points lead. Collier Martinez been a name making a lot of noise throughout this season as well. And then there is T-Dax, Tyler Medaglia, way on that far inside. Wants to try to control the field. Headed into turn number 1.
You got a whole lot of fast lined up in that Budds Creek starting area.
No doubt about it. We see Weiss back in the mix as well, sitting on that number 16 ride. Justin Coquinos, your reigning champ, on the number 1 machine. And then Joey Crown, going to be one to watch as well, especially on that moto track. We know how strong Joey is. As now going to lay up for our opening ceremonies. ceremony's getting wrapped up. Final preparations underway for our pro riders sitting on the line.
Umbrella's trying to shield some of this heat off as we got to the mid part of the day. The sun is directly over top of us. It's baking down on this Bud Street motocross park. And we've got the cream of the crop getting ready to go at it. And with that said, the temperature is at an all-time high for the day. We're probably going to max out in the next hour. But once the things get moving, these riders will be looking forward to having a little bit of breeze as they start getting on the gas on the motocross track, first part of the Jday circuit.
Yeah, some people think they're going so fast because they want to win. They're just trying to be cooled off, guys. They just need some of that wind.
Well, man-made air conditioning.
No, you can't spell wind without wind. So trying to kill two birds with one stone there is lots of lot. We can even tell right here from the starting position. If you ask me, I think Tyler Medaglia lining up way to that inside. That's a confidence move, if you ask me. And that is somebody that he's studied. He's been there. He knows, like we talked about, that kind of Villapoto special. Knows a lot of hole shots that come far from that inside. And he knows that the guy he's tied on points with, Jiggs Bustini, going to be lined up just a couple to the outside of him.
The one thing you can pull off here with it being so tight is if you have a rider on the far outside, if they can get a good jump and hold the throttle because it's not as tight, they can come across and shut people down, but then the key is getting back inside because we've seen the inside line tightening up. So the outside line is not always a bad option if you're willing to commit full send into the corner and then knife that front end in.
Well, in position's great, but you got to get the jump. You got to be in the fight headed into that corner as well.
Yeah.
So anything possible. And that's another thing that I like about the dead engine start of Jday Off-Road. It's not a groomed, manicured start. It's not a great, and we do see a lot of that inconsistency. One rider can grab the whole shot in Moto 1 and be outside the top 10 in Moto 2.
Yeah, and honestly, as much as those greats have played a role in the National Motocross Series, I think it's taken away some of the skill level.
Yep.
It's leveled out. It's made the speeds higher. We understand why they do it, but the good part about this is it's a dirt start, throttle control, clutch control, not braking traction. It brings talent back into the mix.
Yep. A lot of variables, a lot of things you got to be on top of to execute a perfect start as the Fox Jday 30-second card goes up. Won't be long now. The goggles are on. There's last few words of affirmations you got to tell yourself as the Fox green flag gets unrolled. Here we go, folks. Tied at the top of the field. Jiggs Bustini and Tyler Medaglia trying to go at it. 8 points within the top 5 as we are pro racing. Here we go. A solid jump once again from Justin Coquinos, but it's going to be Joey Crown leading him into turn number 1. It looks like just going to edge him out for that whole shot. A Kawasaki, though, is that Collier Martinez potentially running up the inside. Oh, huge problems for Joey Crown. And it ends up catching up. Is that Medaglia and Coquinos as well? So that's a big shakeup, not just in this moto, but in the points as well.
What that does is we've had 4 rounds, 4 winners. This is round 5 with 3 of your top riders going down. It could open the door for a 5th winner in 5 rounds. But once again, this is a 2-moto format, so there is chance 30 minutes for these riders to come back. When you have the 3 fastest guys down, it does give those 3 fastest riders a chance to charge back through the pack and do an inspiring ride.
Can't quite tell because I know Collier Martinez doing a lot with that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team. Could have been Josh Toth as well. Maybe Ricky Russell. We know he's on a Cowie. Just kind of hard to see his next row coming at you. Here for row number 2. Looks like that's your A200 or maybe your A250 class. I believe that's A250, and that might be Rivers Morris grabbing the whole shot. He has been rock solid all season long. Haven't quite gotten to feature him as much on the screen as we'd like just because of the battles that we've had at the top of the pro class, but Rivers Morris really been rock solid, and we've seen him battling with some of those pro racers even in our sportsman class. So Morris doing a very solid job, as I do believe that's him leading them up and over the hill.
It looks like he's already settled in, got a nice feel to it. As you see him hit that double-double, just floating, amazing style, and we'll see how that carries into the woods. As we got our next group up getting ready to take off, I believe this will be our A200 A Open.
So here we go. Nash Pearson on that 27 KTM, lined up far to the inside. Chatted with him and his dad a little bit yesterday. Really enjoying what this Jday series is all about as he gets a solid drive up to the inside. Not quite going to grab that whole shot. As A200 and A Open off and rolling. Woohoo! One rider getting a little kick over that step up.
It's a little deceptive. It doesn't look like that much of an abrupt, but it does drop down the backside of it. The fact they were able to, that rider was able to pull back together and not end up on the ground is always a plus. So we get those riders off. I think we have one more group by the A Electric that see if there's anybody left online. If not, I'm sure we'll get back in the woods here and see where these pro riders are shaping up.
How about it? Already so many passes being made just in the opening quarter of a lap. Still on the moto track. They're going to drop back down the big hillside and then get ready to peel off into the woods here. To the front of the field we go, and it is Rough and Rowdy Ricky Russell, a familiar name at the front of the field, and the Fox FPV drone doing all it can just to try to hang on.
Russell hails from the West Coast originally, but he's making the most of this East Coast series.
Well, I tell you what, you know, when I first met Ricky Russell, he was doing the full GNCC circuit, a multi-time factory rider. He's grabbed some wins. He's been in points battles up there, but man, Ricky really has seemed to have stepped it up at the top of this Jday series, and had to miss around with us due to a prior engagement, but when he's here, he is always in the fight and in the mix. And speaking of in the fight, how about one of the riders tied on points? Jigs Fustini looks to be sitting in that number 2 spot. Collier Martinez in the number 3 ride, but how about it? Looked like Tyler Medaglia was already up inside the top 5.
And Coquina is not that far behind him as well, so these riders making, there's a little bottleneck here, so that's going to spread things out. But I also did see that Weiss was right there in the 5th or 6th spot position as well.
Not quite as good of a start for Weiss as he had in that earlier moto, but certainly going to be fun to see where he slots in to this pro field. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell doing what he does, sprinting early and trying to get away. Jigs Fustini, you can see still not attacking, but not in a full-out sprint. You can see just from the body language, still kind of piecing together how this track is shaping up. Then you saw Martinez, Medaglia, Weiss. There's Josh Toth, and now Joey Crown as well. Then you see your reigning champ, Justin Coquinos.
Russell right now is taking advantage of a clear track in front of him and just going all out. But like you said, the Toth just kind of taking his time through it on these opening laps. We'll see how that plays in, just kind of feeling it out. And then the story that will tell it all is the next lap, how hard he's charging when he hits these sections. But impressive a little bit ago as we saw Russell just full on attack that rock section. It looked like a walk in the park.
Yeah, Russell wide open through the straightaways into that Dunlop split lane. Let's see. He went to the outside. Fustini going to tuck back to the inside. And it looked like Martinez going to try that wide line as well. Relatively evenly spaced still as far as which line going to be the fastest.
So they work their way back on the motocross track and see how things shift back up here as we get
problems for Fustini there. It looked like went off the side of that tabletop.
That face hit jump is turning into concrete. It depends what tire they're running. It's going to be spinning. And as it goes, it's his uphill triple.
Oh,
we got one
a
rider down.
huge crash. Fustini just gets into some of that thick stuff right on the outside and gets pitched over. He looks okay. He jumped right back up, but that was one of those kind of stuck and tried to pivot.
Yeah, it didn't work. That was it, and that's not soft up there. So, but the fact he's back up, charging again is. Hopefully the bars aren't too tweaked out, and he'll jump back up the pace.
And that is the full big gulp that we've been talking about, is our pro riders uncorking it, catching some big air. As we take a look at this replay, watch at the top side of your screen. Jigs Fustini going to go for the big step up, going to try to get this thing turned. Oh, and just gets stuck in some of that thick mud. We saw Tyler Medaglia do that same off-track excursion, and it looked like Jigs, rather than going off-track, was going to try to slam into that berm. Didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, it looked like when he hit the berm, he did a full flip, land out in that hard pack. But the good part is I think where the bike landed was somewhat soft.
Yep.
So the bike was cushioned by that a bit. Back around these rollers is the TBT live drone shot. Gives you an overhead view of how those rollers shape up as they approach the national finish line and launch over that tabletop.
So here we go. Medaglia on the hunt now. Collier Martinez, an up-and-comer, continuing to try.
Medaglia is really putting the charge on here on Martinez, trying to get the move before they get back in the woods. Before things narrow down, Tyler trying to go to the inside, just not enough room to make the pass right now. But Medaglia sitting in that 3rd spot, trying to make the move, and looks like Martinez really charged in there. Not much room for Medaglia to make the pass.
So here we go. Going at it as they head back off into the woods. Meanwhile, look at this, almost side by side, different lines for Martinez and Medaglia. T-Dags. Oh, might have just made the pass right there. Didn't quite see it, but I think that was the pass made. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell still picking his way through at the top.
And Russell is extending a lead. Medaglia is going to have to go to work now. Now that he's clear of Martinez, we'll see if Medaglia can lay the laps down, and will definitely be advantageous once it's a moto track, because we know that Medaglia knows how to get around the moto side, make the most of it, and try to get to the front. As we look through some of the riders that are here, talking about people that are showing up to this event, just outside the top 10 is Tom Welch. That's a young Tom Welch. He's made a name for himself qualifying for some supercrosses and whatnot. His father, Tom Welch, was a District 7 pro rider that qualified for a number of nationals throughout the series. So it's cool to see the Welch name here at Butts Creek. They live only about 20 minutes from here, and always good to see it when Welch shows up in the results. But right now, it's Ricky Russell on that 212 out front, setting pace. Medaglia to try his best to claw back up. And the question is, Fustini, how much did that little get off there shake him up as he tries to work his way back towards the front? Joey Crown sitting in 7th, just with Kokinis just ahead of him. So we've got some of the points challengers in here. They're going to have to do their best to make the most out of this first moto, so their combined score will get them the best overall points.
So how about it? Martinez not laying down and giving anything to Medaglia. He is still right there and trying to peek to the inside in a couple of these sections as well. Martinez has continued to put in some solid results, especially early on. He's up in the mix. I still think trying to build that endurance and intensity for the full duration, but been an impressive ride nonetheless. But man, hard to argue. It's much more impressive than this right here.
And Russell making his way through this extreme section, just doubling through it. Made it look like it was just meant to be a cool rhythm, and soaked it all up as he charges up through the Kirk Caselli pro section here. Holds him up a little bit, but keeps the momentum rolling as he's far out in front. Medaglia sitting in 2nd, doubling out of the FMF. See if he can close up a little bit when they get to the moto side.
D-Dag headed back to it. Little bit of a bobbled hair, but able to maintain feet on the pegs, standing up. You can see those guys do everything they can to keep from sitting down and coming to a stop, right? Always try to keep the momentum rolling forward.
Watch them as they grip their knees, let that bike dance underneath them, but they have full control by weighting the pegs and body position over the top. The second they sit down, it sends the bike, offsets the bike, and can send them in a direction they don't want to go.
Fustini now starting to get pressure from Josh Toth.
Medaglia still can't shake Martinez. And we'll see here in a little bit. We get a drone shot as they enter back into the moto section of the track, just how close he can close up on. Russell right now has such control of this race. He's just out there setting his own pace. Not much Medaglia can do except for just buckle down and put some fast laps in.
Well, and this is what we talk about, being able to set that pace early on, put in some sprint time, and be able to get a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of distance between yourself and the rest of the field, to where, especially on a hot day like this, Ricky going to be able to just maintain and manage that effort for the rest of the moto. Always keep a watchful eye. Even if Medaglia is able to make that pass and start to creep up, like we talked about, all you need is a couple of seconds to keep yourself kind of a bit of breathing room between that number 1 and number 2 spot.
With that said, the gap between 1 and 2 right now is pretty monumental.
Yeah.
As we look there at, I would say, a better part of 10 to 12 seconds at this way it looks. And that would be interesting when we see some lap times come up here, but we see Medaglia hitting over the tabletop.
That's a pretty uniquely tricky section as well, where they re-enter the motocross track. That tabletop, obviously normally a jump, but the way you guys enter it, it kind of pitches you off to that left-hand side. And we even saw Fustini a little earlier on in the moto have problems there.
It off the face of it, it's a bit of almost an off camber as you kind of turn up the face of it, especially with it getting harder and the sun baking down on it. Depending what tire they're running, the traction may not even be an option.
Fustini having a little bit of issues there, not able to hit the big gulp. Toth starting to apply pressure.
Right now things are stretched out a little bit. Right, the two battles that are really going on are between Martinez and Medaglia and Fustini and Toth. We'll see how close Crown and Kokinis are here shortly as we get around. We see the Yamaha finish line coming up. Then we see Fustini just now across the line, followed closely by Toth. So look up here at the top, see if we can look over the tabletop is. I believe that is Medaglia just hit the tabletop with Martinez behind him. Now we see Fustini going to the rollers, followed by Toth. Russell nowhere in sight. He's that far out in front.
Well, Fustini a bit more of an off-road specialist, so wouldn't expect the moto side of things to really be his strongest section. Meanwhile, somebody like Medaglia, Canadian National Motocross Champion, that might be a hot section for him.
Yeah, once again with the Jday type setup, the Jday GP style, it lends to the strengths of the riders in the certain sections. It's the one that can come to the highest level of the weak points that will come away with the win.
You can see the rear end of Josh Toth dancing all over the place as he continues to try to apply pressure to Fustini. Look at that, using that outside burn, slams into it.
Yeah, Fustini, as you'll see throughout this track, those inside lines are going to get very slippery. I wouldn't be surprised as the day goes on, we'll see some people lose their front ends coming in there because what they experienced early in the day is not going to exist later on.
Medaglia still on the hunt.
He's not getting Martinez keeping us. He's keeping within sight, so not breaking away. And doesn't really gain much on Russell at this point. But we talked earlier how Kokinis was sitting in that second spot in that 125 Pro class. Medaglia, all he needs to do is, if he has second, he's putting himself in the position. He just has to go out and win the second one to get this overall. All right, these riders are firing themselves to the woods. We see Ricky Russell out there commandingly as we look back here. Medaglia, we're just waiting, and waiting for Medaglia to come through. Russell set sail early, set that pace, and the gap he was able to open up is impressive. It looks like Martinez tried to alternate line that time. We'll see if he continues to use that next time and if that opens up at all.
Well, Ricky Russell right now handling business at the front of the field, and we were able to catch up with him a little earlier this weekend about racing at such an iconic location like right here at Budds Creek.
We're at Budds Creek in Maryland, and it's pretty badass. It's kind of a childhood thing I've seen on TV for my whole life and never actually been here, so getting to ride the moto track a little bit today for some practice, and it's just really cool. So, you know, like I said, I watch on TV, there's some big jumps, and really cool to go send those. Honestly, I think it's cooler in person. TV just doesn't do it justice, and you got more elevation up and down and steep hills, and it's just, I don't know, really cool and enjoying it.
All right, back with us now, Josh Toth. Up the rock face and had a little bit of a rear end tap dance there, bouncing around. Didn't seem to bother him too much. So funny what could be the closest call of an amateur rider, an average pro rider may not even think about after the race. You ask them about it, they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's funny how it works. It just it happens. That's what makes the top level rider. They're not distracted by the slight inconsistency. They just commit to the overall program.
Wide open on that Fox FPV drone, trying to keep up with rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. He heads back down towards that Dunlop split lane.
He's opting that left-hand side. Looks like maybe a little smoother, maybe not, and also gives a little more flow as he exits.
Yeah, I was going to say, sets him up for that next corner just a little bit better, it looks like.
It'll be interesting to see if they start setting this up. These riders come in on this, go to the left, and start turning up the inside a little bit sooner. They're dedicating themselves out to the line, and that's going to start breaking down. So we'll see if they start correcting that a little bit to get a little more traction to face that tabletop.
Well, and we keep talking about this two-moto format, but it really is going to be a completely different racetrack by the time these riders get back out there. And so a lot of those top race lines could be completely different by the time they get back out for what will decide the overall.
Yeah, there'll be no bulldozers. There'll be no track maintenance. It's going to be just a continuation of deterioration, development of the track, and once again, that's what leads to the competitiveness of this Jday event.
So Ricky Russell, Tyler Medaglia, Collier Martinez, Jigs Fustini, and Josh Toth. Your top 5 is, once again, it looks like Fustini maybe held up just a little bit over that tabletop, and I'm trying to see if that's Martinez or if that's Toth in front of Fustini. Toth may have made the pass. Shout out Jigs Fustini, though, had that big crash and has still hit that step-up triple every lap since then. Unfazed and unbothered as Ricky Russell puts another lap in the books.
That's the big gulp.
Woo! Take you a sip. How about it?
That's it. Yep. Extend that front end up. Make sure taking nothing but chance and getting over that big lead. Heading up over Henry Hill. The view here, the drone gives us a full view of what these riders are attacking as they make their way around this Budge Creek circuit. Come to the Yamaha finish line, working way through. Joshua Toth working through, followed by Fustini. Looks like Toth has made his move past Fustini, and see if he can close a little bit up on Martinez as they make the round over the step-up past where the starting area is.
Well, taking their way, I touched on Jigs Fustini still launching that step-up triple after the crash. Jigs has kind of been a bit of a superstar for the Jday Off-Road Series here in the last couple of weeks. Obviously creating such a crazy line. I don't even know any other way to put it. It had me, Gary Bailey, and Johnny Gallagher's mouths on the floor. Jigs kind of getting wild out there and creating a little bit of social media fame around that. We were able to talk to him about the hype coming here into round 5. All right, so back on screen, Josh Toth looks like has made the pass on Jigs Fustini. So Jigs might have gotten some social fame out of it, but Toth did get that overall at our last round and would love to carry that momentum right here into Budds Creek as well.
Well, the combination of results, anything can happen in the second moto. It doesn't take a 1-2 or 2-1 or a 1-1 to win these things. If you get the right mix, you can actually still come away with a win, even if you finish 5th in the first moto. You just have to have math work in your advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've seen it actually. If you looked at the watching the Nationals this year, the point score for second motos in that 250 class has been up in the air. Who can get the overall, and a lot of times it's not been by the winner of the second moto.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, consistency is key, and we oftentimes joke that consistency is not what the C stands for in those C classes, but that's often what we're alluding to is you'll have 1-3-7 finishes, or you'll have 2-6-1 finishes. You know, there's a lot of trading around, or two-moto format. There's so many different ways things can break down, and we talk about a lot of riders just putting themselves in a good enough position in moto number 1 to be in the fight for moto number 2.
And that's it. The key of this is when you're spread out like this in the Jday course where you're in the woods, not knowing where the other riders are, it is all fate in your hands to charge. Finish the best you can and let the numbers fall where they may. And if it comes out that you're on top of the box, then that's the numbers.
No doubt about it as Toth continues to lead Fustini around. Meanwhile, FPV drone going to jump on board with T-Dags. Tyler Medaglia headed towards that FMF Extreme section. These guys making it look like no problem. As you can see, the fans all out and about. I believe that was actually one of our social media managers there for Jday Off-Road getting the shots.
Bagley tried to get it hung up a little bit in the rock section there, but straighten it back up. Feet off the pegs with the throttle pin to keep that thing moving.
Yep. Just a little dab of the feet, but the wrist never cracks, no doubt about it. As there is Fustini. Did Jigs get back around Toth? I don't believe so.
Toth had opened up just enough to get a little gap there. Right now, I think Fustini's trying to manage the position he's in. Crown and Kokina still suffering from that fall in that first roller section off the start, sitting in 6th and 7th. Be interested to see how close they can close it up on to Fustini by the end of this moto.
Yeah, a little surprised from the 535, but Joey Crown would have thought he would have climbed up just a little bit more, at least with us running so much of the Budds Creek Moto Track. But like we said, there's no slouches here in this pro race. Somebody like a Kokino, somebody like Fustini, Toth, Josh Toth, qualifying and I believe scoring points in a pro national within the last couple of years or so. So these are not riders that anybody can say would be easy to pass by any means, regardless whether you're in the woods or on the moto track. And Ricky Russell looking almost untouchable here at the top of the field in this one, is once again going to fade just a little bit to the left-hand side, scrubs it off, barely even catches any air, and now gets to work here on the moto track.
There's hard pack faces that they come up here. See, they got to be careful because they can break traction. But right now, Ricky Russell has it all under control as he cuts across top here. And we break back to see Toth in full control ahead of Fustini as he goes through that Dunlop split section.
You see Toth had a stick stuck there in the back of the bike for just a moment, ends up that tearing away. Ooh, Ricky Russell styling and profiling over the big gulp.
Made it look easy.
Man, that looks like a fun jump. I'm sure it is when you're going to clear it.
Right,
not a fun jump to come up short on.
No,
kind of like Henry Hill and going long. Doesn't look like a lot of fun.
No, the gravity and the incline do not play to your advantage sometimes.
Here we go through the Yamaha finish line once again. T-Dag's headed back towards the line as well.
Looks like T-Dags is broken clear of Martinez now, and may have closed the gap just ever so slightly with Russell, but I have to think at this point that Russell is managing this race, settling into a pace. There's no reason for to overcharge it. Maybe looking lines for next moto so he can set himself up to make sure it does the double one.
Yeah, got to think both Russell and Medallia maybe doing a little bit of a management effort here in this one with the gap built up for what it is. Not to mention just as hot as things are at this point. We are really, up into the 90s now. And you get down into the bowl of the track itself, it almost adds a couple of degrees with the humidity and the wind not quite able to reach down in there. So things getting brutal as ever.
This area of Maryland, known for its heat and humidity, and the way this track is situated in the valley, it basically holds that pocket of moist air. And where these riders are, they're sitting in dead snack in the middle of it. So fierce warriors to begin with, and then you add the environmental aspect of it, and the temperature brings this racing to a whole other level.
Back to the woods we go as this race continues to chip away. Moto number 1 of our pro races. Don't forget, their second moto will be closing out the racing action for the day here in just a couple of hours.
Right here, Ricky Russell. He has another moto to go, so he's going to pair this up, but he would be your first two-time winner if he can double down the second moto and pull a win off for the day.
Yeah, it'd be a big opportunity for him, and I think it's pretty impressive, Ricky, having to miss a round due to a prior engagement, but after round 1, he said, man, I want to be a part of this. I want to be involved with this as much as we can. And so Ricky kind of racing his way back into the points championship, and certainly even if he doesn't walk away with that title, shows he was one of the top guys at each and every round.
He's put an exclamation on what he's capable of right now, because he has ridden a flawless race. He has got this Budds Creek circuit dialed in, whether it be the motocross track or the woods. The Caselli section, the split lane, the FMF Extreme section, he is managed and dialed in every single section.
Continuing to watch Jday maneuver his way around as well. A couple of these spots that seems like he's dropped the intensity down, I mean, from 95 to 90, like barely any, but these guys, it's almost incredible the way you can see them flip a switch on and off, attack mode and then management mode. They really are so aware and so capable of adjusting at a moment's notice.
And as you said, that Russell had to adjust his line because he had that live lapper. He'd been going left the whole time and making that rhythm. You saw how that angled log section definitely kicked him a little bit different than we've seen before. So managing that just shows the level locked in he is mentally. And here we see T-Dags come around, topping his way through that extreme section and doubling down before they get to the Kirk Caselli Pro rock section.
You see T-Dags, a little different approach there, kind of early embankment off the outside berm, get a bit more of a direct shot at the entrance to that section.
We're seeing this loose powder come up a little bit as well.
Yep.
Seeing some dust kick up. We got one rider down. Looks like a back marker.
So the 822 having his problems as here comes Fustini. And that's a tough moment right there.
It is.
Down to down again.
Insult to injury.
Yep.
Yep. Right now it's in Russell, Medaglia, Martinez, top 3 spots in this pro class here for the first moto, this Jday event.
Yeah, Fustini, things were looking good for him as we take a look at your Luxon lap times, a 6:10 for Russell. Meanwhile, both Martinez and Medaglia a 6:09, so they are on the pipe. Toth a 6:11. Look at how close, even Fustini and Coquinos, we've got 6:09, 10, 11, 13, and 14 all right there. Jake Abbott just a bit off the pace there with a 6:29, but just goes to show these riders all incredibly close on speed, but the rider out front is about a second slower than Medaglia and Martinez, second and third on that last lap. He's got some time to play with, but that could be something to watch here in the closing stages of this first moto.
And although he's got a second lead, or a little second slower than Medaglia, Medaglia is more than a second behind.
Yep.
With a handful of laps left. But with that said, Medaglia turning a fast time, Russell's going to have to go back and realize if he doesn't break away quickly, Medaglia may have something for him for the second moto.
No doubt about it as Medaglia dives back to the inside and up and over the step up as he's going to head along the far end of the track, get ready to drop back down. And once again on approach here for the big gulp. And he's going to tuck back to the inside there. White flag out, white flag waving for Ricky Russell as he makes his way through. And Medaglia now on approach as well to what is a white flag waiting. So one more lap for Russell and Medaglia. As let's see, Ricky Russell. And you can see even little things right there, just the way he's not attacking all the way quite up that hillside. It is, I think Ricky is on approach here. We'd like to welcome a very special guest here into the announcer's booth, none other than Mr. Jonathan Beasley here with Budds Creek. Jonathan, first of all, I've grown up coming in here. This was my favorite pro national to go to. It's so great to be able to bring Jday off-road racing right here to Budds Creek.
It's something I never thought I'd see. We used to do a ECEA race years ago, and I will tell you, now that we got these quality woods riders here, one of the funniest stories that ever happened. as a racetrack owner, before the computers were invented, the biggest liability was actually having somebody on the racetrack who doesn't have an AMA card. I don't care how hard I'd work. Prop me up in front of sign up, bring me a pot of coffee, and I'll be Bernie. Prop me up. And I'm sitting there looking at AMA cards, making sure they're all official and signed on the back. And you're not the Mike Lafferty, are you?
Oh, yeah.
He says, oh, I am the Mike Lafferty. I said to him, well, Hare Scramble's sign up doesn't start for another 2 hours, and it's at the other building. He lit up. He didn't even know we had a Hare Scrambles that day. They were getting ready to start GNCC.
Yep.
And he was here to learn how to ride moto because a lot of the GNCC tracks were. So I set it up where he had his 2 motos. Then the Hare Scrambles started as soon as he came off. And as soon as he came off the Hare Scrambles, he had his final 2 motos.
Woo!
And that was my introduction to Mike Lafferty.
Yeah, I tell you what, we just had Ryder Lafferty, who I believe is the nephew, if I'm not mistaken, of Mike, and just finished in the top 5 at our last GNCC. And we talk about what Jday's about. It's kind of that perfect blend, right? You have the 30-minute moto format, 2 moto format as well, but it's that perfect mix of the off-road side of things. It's so technical. There's some sections where the riders aren't going that fast, but it's those slower, more technical sections that oftentimes can cost you the most.
That's true. It gets some amazing trails back through here. I remember cutting trails when we were literally, cutting through dense forest.
Yeah, it's really been impressive. I know Ethan all week leading up this has said he thinks this has been one of the best blends of courses between moto and off-road that they've had all season long. And then, of course, can't forget about the FMF Extreme section as well. And, you talk about the quality of these riders. Ricky Russell, who we're seeing on screen, he's not just a woods guy. He's jumping the big gulp. He's got the moto skills to pay the bills as well.
I saw that. I want to tell one more Lafferty story. It's at an ECEA race, and I'm doing a final inspection right before the start of the race, and I'm walking down the lanes. Sir, you need to wear gloves. This is Mr. Lafferty Sr. He's probably 70 years old, and it's 30 degrees. Son, I've never worn gloves in my life. I said, Mr. Lafferty, don't let me be the first to enforce an AMA rule on you.
That's funny. I couldn't imagine that, not wearing gloves out there.
Oh, my God. He was not. They were the nicest people, too. That's cool to hear the offspring is involved.
Yeah, no, it really has. It's been impressive to watch, and a great showing for Ryder at our last round. And then you kind of got the new generation. Perfect example, Jigs Fustini on your screen. He's tied for the points lead coming into this round. A young kid, I believe only maybe 16 or 17 years old, but already competing against some of the best, and not just here, but at GNCC as well. And then kind of talking about, we just heard from a bit earlier, improving those moto skills as well to become a bit more of a well-rounded rider.
That's true. And, I mean, it is. Boy, it's a heck of a different beast holding on for a half an hour compared to 3 hours. They actually ran a 6-hour Hare Scrambles in Maryland one time, and I didn't sit down for a moment.
Whew, I couldn't imagine. Yep, I'd be.
Oh my God, I was hurt.
Yeah, that's a lot to announce, let alone race. So.
Oh, it was just one bike, one rider, an SL 100. My sister has one of those. Keeps on going by. I can stay with him from 20 feet.
Well, it's been incredible. Ian and myself have been talking a lot about the history of Budds Creek. Obviously, Motocross of Nations back in 2007, the pro national stop for almost my entire life. But it really is cool to continue to add new chapters even here in 2026 now with Jday. I wasn't aware that Jday had never been here to Budds Creek before, so this is cool to kind of be at the inaugural start of the relationship.
This is. It's a beautiful track, beautiful layout. I have not seen the back portions till I sat here in front of the monitors, but pretty amazing, everything included.
No doubt about it. This is it's still on my bucket list. I didn't get here early enough yesterday to get to spin some laps, so I'll have to come back up real soon. I'm a moto guy, so they can keep the wood stuff. We'll just keep it on the track. But right now, Ricky Russell keeping it about 2 turns away from a checkered flag. He's going to buzz by us here up and over Henry Hill. And first moto looking like it's going to go to rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. One more corner. And the Kawasaki going to get the job done. Ricky Russell going to grab that first moto win out of your pro class. I'm going to get ready to chat it up down on the podium. How about it? T-Dags was not far behind the Canadian, keeping him honest all the way down to the checkers and crossing the line in that number 2 spot. And then, man, big shout out to Collier Martinez. Going to cross that line in the number 3 position and round out the podium. Looks like Josh Toth crossing the line in 4th, and I believe Fustini maybe going to round out the top 5 here for Moto number 1, as there is Jigs Fustini going to round out your top 5, and we get ready to send things down to the podium. Standing by with your winner.
Ricky Russell put an absolutely flawless ride in. First photo, how to feel after getting done?
I felt really good. I got a quick. Second one,
You set sail the first lap, worked away, set the position to maintain the race. Was there such an attractive challenge in that process, trying to keep that gap?
There's just a lot of lines out there, so you really got to put them all together. One spot's lost in the beginning, so lots of issues. So just putting it all together, it's an awesome track. It's really good. It's nothing to say about it.
Awesome. What do you like thinking to hear today so far?
First I gotta thank my wife for letting me come do this. Yeah, it's a while over here. Take the weekend off and get it done over here. And then with Motoplex, gotta thank them a lot for this year. TPG suspension, we got a pretty shot on this weekend. It made a difference this year. So, reaching down, there's such success in regards to the skid plates. FXR, 92, 60, just all my own suspension stability, and keeping in that daily group.
Great makes some dream work, and you're living the dream out front. Look forward to seeing you out there in Moto 2.
All right, so great stuff there from Ricky Russell after wrapping up that first moto win. What a way to kick off the day. As we take a look now at your red line replay here from Pro Moto number 1. Some of the heavy hitters up front early, but Collier Martinez getting racy right from the jump, making some moves. But oh, look at this. Joey Crown, after such a good start, lays it down and makes things incredibly difficult for him. Ricky Russell, though, making some quick moves, quick passes, and getting into that number 1 ride within about a half a lap or so. From there, he hit the go, go, go button and started to run away from it. Meanwhile, Tyler Medaglia, after getting caught up in that early crash, able to pick his way around. Josh Toth also climbing his way forward. But at the end of the day, it would be Ricky Russell keeping the pace up and the pressure off as he would bring out the first checkered flag of the day. Tyler Medaglia would work back to the number 2 spot, and it would be Collier Martinez rounding out your pro podium here for race number 1. For your pro class, don't forget, second moto for the pros, going to close out the program here in just a couple of hours. But your Protaper top 10 looks like this. Ricky Russell, Tyler Medaglia, and Collier Martinez, your top 3, with Josh Toth and Jigs Fustini rounding out your top 5. Justin Coquinos, Jake Abbott, Kyle Grinwicks, Dominic Griffith, and Matt Webb going to round out your top 10 here for the opening Pro Moto. All right, well, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will officially be kicking off second motos, starting right back with our friends in the Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls class. Coming up next, second motos here for round 5, the Protaper Butts Creek Grand Prix.
We've been there since the very beginning. Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win,
Formulated to win.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil. Formulated to win. Proven by me.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
All right, well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Racing season. This is the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix, and joining me in the booth is the man, the myth, the legend, none other than Mr. Jonathan Beasley, kind of the head guy here at Budds Creek. Obviously, Ezra, your son, has taken over operations here on a daily basis, but you were the guy I wanted to talk to about the cannons that we just saw coming back from commercial. I know a huge American history buff, a Civil War buff as well. Why don't you give us the true story as to what those cannons are about and kind of the story behind them?
Well, the one by the tower is the best one. And I could say this publicly because it used to have a British seal on it that the ice broke off. So it was a British-made cannon. which would have not have been on any American warships. And when I was a kid, they were legal to take. Now they're not. And the one right here was a ballast cannon.
Wow.
It was found 20 feet deeper than the wreck after a hurricane.
No kidding. Wow.
Yes.
So this whole area got a pretty significant history as far as
well,
US Civil
these
War
were North Carolina. There are I would love it if we had clear North Carolina water. There's 3 submarines sunk in St. Mary's County, and all weapons testing.
Wow.
And but you can't see anything past 60 feet in the rivers.
Gotcha. So always a cool bit of story around here as far as the history, not only just the racing history, but even just the history of the area.
Well, I'll tell you the best history is how it all started. My father went in the Navy. He graduated in 1945, and so by the time he got to the Pacific Ocean, the war was over. But he stayed in the Navy. His best friend retires at Indian Head, which is a naval base 20 miles north of here. And I'm driving by with Dad. I'm 6 years old. There's a for sale sign. He's a big hunter. He's a big fisherman, and he loves to golf. I'm sorry, there's not enough horsepower in any of them. But he stops and buys it right then and there to hunt. Has a massive heart attack 2 years later. Died July 4th of 1968.
Wow.
My first stepfather got us into racing. At one time, there were 26 racetracks, or over the course of the years, 26 different tracks in the state of Maryland that we figured out. And so the naval officers ran a track in Hollywood. It got closed down. The Japanese got in the sport, and it went from 50 at a motocross race to 500 overnight, and they had no parking at all. So they got closed down. They came out here. The original track was laid out between the trees where we could not, the trees that the bulldozer they hired could knock down was basically where the racetrack went.
Wow, how
and
about that?
There were a couple great riders. Bruce Triplett was the one I remember the most. He and his son Al, or Al and Bruce, father and son. But so anyway, it all just went from there.
Yeah, just kind of naturally snowballed from there, right?
I wouldn't say naturally snowballed. It was a tough fight.
Hey,
Ian will tell you he was a racer. There was a racetrack 30 miles away, Fredericksburg, and 30 miles away in Aquasco, Maryland, that would have twice as many riders as I would. We were the only racetrack on the East Coast not paying experts. 1 trophy for 4 riders at every other racetrack, and we're 3 trophies for 40 riders. The day I graduated from the University of Maryland, Mom's going to buy me any car I want. Porsches are not off the table. I basically had paid for my own education. And I looked at her and I said, Mom, what I really want, it won't cost you a penny. Never set foot on the property again. And it took me 4 years to get a national.
How about that? And, well, and that's what we talked about is just the growth of this, not just the property itself and the track, but the facilities behind it. There's so much more behind the scenes that people don't see as far as what it takes to create a location like this to be able to bring racing to. And then you guys do a lot to be able to bring that back to the races as well. I know you guys used to do the Cannon Award, if I'm not mistaken, right, for the fastest lap?
Yep.
That was a pretty cool kind of unique thing.
The Kevin Crime Privateer Memorial was the best. I mean, that helped out the guys who are struggling race to race.
And that's, I feel like, kind of always been a staple point for you guys here at Buzz Creek, is to find a way to give back, find a way to continue to support local racing. I know Ezra doing the Capital Cup there, bringing a lot of local motocross groups together. You guys have had Loretta's qualifiers. The racing has continued to grow, not just on a national pro side, but continuing to foster the next generation of racers as well.
That's true. I was surprised. I was happy to see the kids out here today.
Absolutely, and these kids know what they're doing as well.
I
mean, they make it look pretty easy going up and over some of these tires, some of these log jumps where I look at it and I don't even know where to start at. They get over it, no hesitation.
If they had only had toys like that when I was a kid.
I'm telling you what, right? Yeah, the Stasic generation. That's what we're calling these kids now.
You know what? Exactly.
Yeah,
balance.
They were on balance bikes by 1.5, 2 years old, and then by the time they even get on 50, like motorized 50 machines,
we were talking about that the other day.
Got plenty of style, and the confidence is absolutely through the roof as well.
Oh, I know. And the balance is the key thing.
No doubt, as we're watching, I believe this is Steele Henderson on your screen right now, making his way back through here for another lap. Second set of motos underway here for your super mini senior, mini junior, and girls class. So you're going to start to figure out some overalls here in this one. As things getting exciting. So what do we think about that first pro moto? That was all we were hoping for. We got some fireworks.
Let me tell you, you're right. There were some fireworks. That was a great moto. That was a great moto.
No doubt about it. And you can talk probably better than any of us as far as how much we expect to see this change between that first pro moto and that second pro moto. Things going to continue to dry out. Even Ian was talking about some areas dig out, others pack up.
That's basically the dirt we have. Turns into concrete if you don't water it and plow it. But I'm a shameless racetrack promoter. We have the biggest motocross race in the country here, August 22nd. So please put that on your schedule if you're watching it at home.
Locked Logan and circled it on the calendar, right?
Got it.
No doubt about it as we continue to watch our field make their way through the FMF Extreme section once again. As the riders making their way through. Well, I think Jonathan Beasley going to go find him a spot on track to watch some of the action up close and personal. Big thank you for joining us here in the booth, and a big thank you for having us out here at Budds Creek. So excited to get this relationship kicked off between Jday and Budds Creek. Hopefully going to be sticking around for a long time to come, but meanwhile, the kids doing just fine as they make their way through the extreme section here once again. Always a ton of fun, and you want to talk about a very different course. This track looks very, very different than what they saw first thing this morning. The leaders headed back to that Dunlop split lane, what was the fast line. Who knows, could be not even close anymore. You can certainly see how much rougher things have got. As back down they go. And going to be jumping back on track here in just a minute. Make that hard turn back up over the tabletop. Up and over that step up as things are getting hot now. Starting to see some of those shiny spots develop as well where things have really packed in.
Now back here, it's always great to hear John's take on things.
Yeah.
I can't thank him enough for what he's done for local racers in this area. He always gave back to the riders, respected the fact that he had said at one point we were the show. So once I got my pro license, I didn't have to pay to get into the races with my dad, and he did that for a lot of riders to make it possible, and gave me the opportunity to put my bike on the starting line with the top 40 in the country a couple times. And John has done an amazing amount for the sport of motocross in general, but especially for this area with racing.
Yeah, no doubt. And you want to talk about somebody where you can hear the passion literally in their voice when they talk about it. There is no doubt how much this sport means to them, and not just the sport as in how it has helped him, but to give back, like you said, to truly support that next generation, to find ways to continue to pump up and improve the conditions for our next generation of riders. That's what the sport's all about. And he's got the next generation of his family doing the same thing with his son Ezra, like I said, taking over pretty much all of the day-to-day operations. It's so cool to see that Beasley family tradition continue.
And John did a phenomenal part getting this facility built up. Ezra's taking the next level to bring other forms of racing as well. Of course, the national is the go-to.
Yep.
But the level of you have ATV nationals here. You have the AFT. Just had their first time ever here with that, and of course the Jday event here this year. So Ezra really stretching it out and bringing more types of racing to this facility and letting more people enjoy it. Just absolutely phenomenal. And, we were just talking a little bit ago that there's an announcer that does the announcing for some of the ATV stuff. Kevin Bailey.
Yep.
Kevin Bailey got his start in announcing here at Budds Creek when he broke his leg. John hired him to be the announcer, and that was back in the 70s. And yeah, he's made a voice for himself in the racing industry ever since.
Yep, there's actually videos of me from 2010, little old Zach running around, just got in a Ryan Sipes jersey, and Kevin Bailey actually invited me up to the tower and called a little bit of the amateur qualifying racing as well, or C group qualifying, I should say, at the Pro National. So, like I said, a lot of history here at Budds Creek for sure, not just on the bikes, but on the mics.
That's it. It's a facility that it's contagious. We love doing what we do. We see that, like I said, it starts with these little guys. They're back in the woods, finding their way around. And just jumping back in here, how's our little PW hero doing? Seem to be getting around a little bit easier?
So far, I didn't see anybody stuck on the step up, so I'd say that's an improvement.
Well, the dry ground and the depth of the dirt has kind of gone away, so I'd like to think that's probably a little more conducive for the success of the PW. But right now, rock section getting the best of. Oh, you know what? And I apologize. That was a Pee Wee class. Pee Wee runs one moto, so we're done. Yep. So we're back to the Super Minis, and they're back. I saw the pro line. Like, wait a second. That's different. So now, our
that would be very different. So the PW go up that, yeah.
That would be borderline abuse.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun at all.
But Brandon Stoll out here looks like he's picking up where he left off, and out front getting it done. But looks like the 513 there is struggling a little bit. That rock section is not getting any easier.
No, and I completely agree. I would say that is one of the sections, probably more than most, that is truly getting more chewed up, starting to break away and break down a bit more as the day wears on.
We're seeing Crew Hopkins.
Yeah, saw him flash through there for a moment.
So we'll see as he's shaping up here as we go through. Got the Fox FPV drone getting through the FMF Extreme section. And I think that may be...
I think that's Stoll, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Braden Stoll. Yep.
So the 113 doing his thing.
And this is his third time out on this track, so you got to figure out if he's finding some different lines. And going to work, takes a look over his shoulder to see how much room he has as he works through the drone, drops in behind, and he makes short work of this Kurt Caselli pro section. It looked like it didn't even phase him.
Yeah, Stoll right now, I mean, you want to talk about energy efficient. Just doing exactly what he needs to, nothing more, nothing less, and really just trying to bring things home at this point.
You know, that's the good part about this series and what we're seeing here is I can only imagine how he'll progress by the time we're here next year.
Yep.
Or in this series at this point. Just from we see him develop throughout the day, the progression. It's he's got that first spot locked down, and I think that's a spot we're going to see the number 113 Stoll for a long time.
No doubt as Crew Hopkins leads the way out of your mini junior class. Looks like Marley Anderson actually out front leading the way for the moment in the girls class.
Stoll leaving Bradshaw and Shea in that super mini class. So they're working through the woods. Looks like we're seeing fewer and fewer wet spots out there. The puddles starting to splash out and dry through. A little bit of ruts, but we're seeing the deep powder as they come into sections like this where that soil is just breaking down. We heard John speak earlier how parts of it get extreme concrete, but then we'll also see some deep, sandy, loose stuff. Working away through the extreme section here. These big tires are attached to these little wheels, but not slowing this rider down. As we take a look from the TBT live drone, as they drop in and it gets ready to approach that Kurt Caselli rider.
So Steele Henderson. Not the man of steel, it's just my man Steele. Steele getting up on the podium at our last GNCC as well. And there you see Crew Hopkins not far behind at all.
It looked like Steele was rock solid in that section.
Yeah. Rock solid, I see what you did there.
That young rider came with some heat, trying to with 14 there.
Yeah, we saw him lighten the rear end up there in that first moto as well. No fear at all.
Full send.
Might be Mickey Fluhart, if I'm not mistaken, on the Cobra, a name I'm familiar with on the moto side of things.
His dad's pretty quick too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Had some success down there at Loretta's, I believe.
If I'm not mistaken, yep.
We got the 4 laps complete, probably getting close to having a white flag here, I imagine. Curious how their lap times stack up against the last moto.
Yep.
Crew Hopkins getting it done out there.
Yeah, because I really could see it going either way. I could see it being as well.
Yeah, it's with the track getting harder packed and slippery, not getting the track, not getting the drive. But I'd also like to think that most with the depth of the dirt going away for these smaller bikes, this class may be a bit faster. Maybe a bit faster with the without having to drag on the motors from the deep till they do. All right, I believe that is
test.
All right, Braden Stahl out here. I believe that's who we have the overhead view of. Working his way around. He drops down in the little pit here before he goes over the tunnel and back up that big hill up to the top section of the motor track. Looks like Stahl has things under control with no challenge anywhere near.
Yeah, at this point, it's man versus himself, right? Just try not to make any simple little mistakes. Don't do anything any more than you have to. It seems like a couple of these sections, he's just got a nice little line flow figured out. You see him setting the lines up in advance, so Stoll for the moment.
Yeah, first moto, second moto, he is getting over some of these obstacles a bit smoother, making a little flow, and I have to believe that's because the depth of the till has gone away, and breaking through and just get a non-resistance as he goes through. Now we're back in the woods, and no different on the moto track. He is attacking every portion of this Budge Creek surface here at the Jday event.
Back at it once again here at the top of the Super Mini field. Braden Stoll trying to make quick work of it as he approaches what I would assume would be a white flag, maybe. I did not see one. Is that Stoll? That may actually be Henderson right there.
That's Henderson, yeah. That's, I think Stoll's still back, or Southpaw still back. Man, little bike getting up over that big step up. It's impressive.
Up over it, no problem.
You heard John talking about the amount of clearing that was done. And that whole hillside here with the Bayside banner with nothing but trees all the way through, cleared out for viewing. Even along where you can see the road there next to pit road, tree line ran all the way up almost to the gate.
Yep.
So the depth has kind of cleared out, but it's made room for parking, for pitting, as well as spectators. So we'll send for that little guy there as he gets around. Heads down the hill. Imagine we should be checking back here. Stahl should be around, if not to the pro section yet. He'll be approaching that if we get back to him here momentarily. But he should be working through that section onto the motocross track again before we know it.
We'll try to see if we can catch a glimpse of your leader here, Braden Stoll. There you see Steele Henderson back in the 7th overall spot.
That wood section setting up. You're seeing the grooves going on. They're getting some berms together. And, yeah, really starting to rip around. Hopkins out there getting it done in the 85 class.
Trying to see, taking a look on your screen. So maybe Stoll just not on the screen for the moment. I see him there top of the Super Mini class, but I do believe he was up above Crew Hopkins on that overall, so we'll continue to watch that as there is Braden Stoll making his way through the FMF Extreme section. Oh, having some problems there. Gonna have to get the bike fired back up. That's a tough spot.
You think if he's with the lead he has, you got to think he's going to be conserve himself because he has to go right back out the next moto. He'll be out there once again. So he's going to make to manage his energy as he approaches and blows through this Kirk-Caselli rock section. Little guy, man, he had the flow going there. So for the little error he had back in the FMF Extreme section, he made up for it through the rock section.
So here we go. Getting ready to make his way back towards the moto track and close in on another lap in the books.
So back here, someone's hiding up in there in the woods. May have stalled it for a second. Get a number here to go through.
is the 113 making his way through.
He's on rails. You know, he's got it going on.
Oh, problems for that rider once again, 383.
It's getting hot. It's been a long day. They started out early. And you got to imagine fatigue is setting in at this point.
Yeah, definitely going to be feeling the conditions in this one.
And there's still some wet spots back there where the sun has not gotten to. You can just see a little bit of a mud, a little slime there. So I got loose. So this stall come down here. Looks like he's going to be approaching the uphill climb here and over into that Dunlop split section. This view from the drone doesn't quite make it as obvious, but as he approaches the section here, that's a vertical climb.
Yep.
That's not straight. That is a vertical climb up a hill. They get to the top and cut across the plateau, back down over to that Dunlop dual split lane that saw wreak havoc a little bit ago in that women's class first photo. Still probably one of the hardest falls of the day.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If you haven't already, you can go to Jday Off-Road social media or Jocelyn Barnes' personal Instagram. She's reposted it as well. And see that big hit that she took to get back up and grab the first moto win, I should say as well. So we'll see Barnes once again, as well as the rest of that women's pro class coming up here in just a little bit. Meanwhile, Hopkins now having his problems here in that KC66 Pro line.
You got to give the young man credit for not panicking. He just settled himself in, re-gripped, re-clutched it, picked it back up, and that could have been disastrous, but his confidence in knowing what to do in the situation made the most of it.
No doubt about it. So should be expecting a white flag at the very least here on this one.
Working back to the wood section here, we got a little different view than I think we've seen before as they come down this hill. Grooved out. Hopkins making his way around as they work through. And this the section leads right up and out, and they'll come out into that lower, what would be the Potomac area, lower pits. And out front, as we come around getting closer to the Yamaha finish area, I do believe that is Stowell with a white flag coming out. So we got one lap left to go. This young man has one more lap in this class, and then he lines back up for another half-hour moto afterwards. Right now, he is maintaining it out in this sweltering heat of the Budds Creek Mid-Atlantic environment.
And you can see Stoll kind of just cruising down some of those hillsides, saying, ooh, a whole nother lap and then a whole nother moto. I'm going to just do what I need to do on this one.
Yeah, I think he realizes how much of a gap he has, and right now he's, if anything, this may give him an opportunity to take some time, slowly look at the lines at a little slower pace without having the pressure behind him, and then he can put that to work here in a few moments when he gets back out on the track again on the larger bike.
Getting ready to climb back up the hillside as the white flag is out.
As you see Stowell heading down back into the wood section once again. This will be his last time around on this Super Mini. So he's going to go one for the day, get the overall. He disappears back in the woods. Some of these sections already existed on the property. There were new sections also were cut in by the Jday crew to make the most of what's available on this property. And it's shaped out to be a phenomenal race course for the day. The Jday crew bringing another form of racing and an elevated level of challenges here to the Budds Creek, Maryland race facility. And this one section has optional lines. We'll see if we can get our eyes on Stowell here in a second, see which way he goes. He's taking it to the far left and dropping in. That lap right and dropping it behind. Can't thank y'all enough for joining us home on Racing TV. Follow along with the action. It's been heating up all day, and we've got a lot of racing left to go. As we just started the second moto rounds here. And, it has been close racing all day. Some thrills, some spills, some close action, some runaways. But with that said, as we reset for these second motos, anything can happen. see Crew Hopkins be successful earlier on in the day on the PB class, and then also in the 85cc 6-12 class. I believe he's leading his class right now. And then sitting in that leading in the super mini class, we have Braden Stowell out front on number 113, getting it done. Checkered flag will be flying here shortly. We've got about a half a track left to go. And this is, I believe, we look at the Steele leading his class.
Steele Henderson looking solid still.
Drone footage gives it just a phenomenal view of this, how they get to approach the track. You can see that loose hard pack on the inside, loose dusty cushion on the outside as they slide in. It'll be interesting as we get the bigger bikes in here, how they're going to skate a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if that corner causes any problems as we get further on in the day.
Well, especially as these riders start to get closer and closer in a battle as well, having to push it. Trying to hold off the brakes as Henderson not under any immediate pressure at the moment.
We've seen some bar banging earlier this year at different rounds in those pro classes as they get more aggressive, and sections like that could be monumental to make moves where you have wide entries and then tight exits to really shut the door on the other racers. So we'll see how that plays in the racing as the day goes on.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and it's impressive to see the way these riders have kind of adapted at different rounds depending on the situations that they're in. And it kind of seems like, as we see with a race, we also see it during the season, people have settled in a little bit as well, kind of knowing where they're at, knowing what opportunities that they're going to be able to make the most of. So this guy right now, though, talk about making the most of an opportunity. Creeping up on what will be a checkered flag and a second moto win here at the top of Super Mini.
I believe we're going to see this young man for years to come.
No doubt.
Out front getting it done. With that said, I'm going to head down.
Absolutely, yeah. Get ready to get the scoop from him here in just a minute or two. So Braden Stoll going to keep up the good work after an impressive way to start the day out. Continuing to put in a solid run here in this one, Moto number 2. It's going to be our first overall winner of the day. Like we said, 2 moto formats here at Jday Off-Road. We check back in here at the FMF Extreme section. And one of the favorite spots of the series, if you will, each time and every round, obviously very, very little different. Maybe a little more rock focus, maybe a little more log and telephone pole focus. Got a couple different lines, a couple different ways through it throughout the season. Certainly always entertaining, though, no question about that. As you see, this is, I believe, the go-around line. So if you do not go through the rock garden, this is that line that you'll be taking. Yes, maybe just a bit slower, but not slower if you were going to crash in the rocks. So kind of depends on, you got to know what you are capable of. As we watch and wait, your leader on approach towards a checker flag. Here comes Steele Henderson through the extreme section as well. That Hopkins following in just behind. Man, Hopkins does such a great job. Keeps his feet on the pegs right up until he's got no other choice. Back onto the moto track we go. And down Henry Hill passes by us. Whoa, threading the needle with the left rider. Close call with 1 corner left to go, but he sneaks by and slides it into the final corner. There it is, checker flag waves. The KTM machine gonna get the job done and grab the win here in your Super Mini class. Shout out to our sweep riders, checker flag or not, they're right back to it. Could not do it without them. But how about it? Braden going to be the man to beat here in this one. And looks like he is standing by down at our podium. We send things down with our Super Mini winner.
All right, Braden, another time out on the track, another time in the winner's circle. 1-1 for the day. You made that one look easy, but I'm going to tell you, it looks like it took a little bit out of you.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Track got pretty rough, but I made it through, kept pushing. Needed to get done, so I did it.
You got to get out there again. You got another 30 to go, right? And so you get a little breather. The good part about this is getting done early. You got a little time to rest, not a whole lot. How did the track change up a little bit? Were there some sections that got significantly more difficult?
Yeah, some straightaways. In the beginning, you could really fly through it, but first lap I came a little fast, and I almost crashed, but I saved it.
Awesome. Well, you seemed like you had it in control. If there were some mistakes being made, we didn't see them. 1-1 for the day. Congratulations, and good luck on the next one out.
Thank you.
So how about it? A dominant performance here in Moto number 2 as we take a look at your race recap. Spent a lot of time looking at the KTM boys. Steele Henderson having some solid moments on camera as well, but man, you talk about it. Braden on that number 113 ride, 1-1 on the day, and what a place to do it as well. Of course, shout out Crew Hopkins, another solid run for him as well. But at the end of the day, even coming down to the final few corners, having to stay on his toes, we'll put it like that. Keeps it clean, keeps it on 2 wheels, and grabs the win here in the first of our second motos. Braden Stoll gets the job done. Crew Hopkins, Landon Gow for 2 and 3, Brantley Callahan, Mickey Fluhart, Sawyer Bradshaw, Calvin Bradshaw, Connor Shea, Steele Henderson, and Harrison Hooper round out your Protaper top 10. All right, well, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with more second moto racing action right here from the Protaper Butts Creek Grand Prix Round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer. built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory. We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Mechanicsville, Maryland, as we continue with round 5 of the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Racing season. This is the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix, and we are sitting on the line with the second of our second motos, race number 9, our C250 C Open, C200 C Vet, and Open BC Electric. Got our Protaper top 10 overall. As our riders sit on the line. The 523 Dolnick looking solid after a good first moto performance. And Kelly fired up for another solid moto as well. There you see the 420 machine. The C250 class getting on the line. Certainly going to be a fun one to watch. everybody turns their attention deep in turn number 1. That fox green flag. Ready? Ryder throws debris out of the way. Hard to get traction on a water bottle. That's that sportsmanship we were talking about. Look, guys racing against held the bike up for him. Once again, make sure you guys are following us on social media so you can stay up to date on all things Jday Off-Road. At Jday Off-Road on Instagram. And probably the Facebook and other socials as well. That's what I would say is probably the best spot as far as getting all of your series information on. Things getting serious now. Mechanics, family members stepping away, and there you see inside of turn number 1, flag is up, and we are, wait for it, off and rolling. There it is. Flag drops. And we are rocking and rolling. 16 looks like goes just a little wide. Kelly cuts underneath, but it looks like maybe a Yamaha rider up the inside, going to lead them in, but doesn't hit the step up. So now Evan Kelly going to take over the number 1 ride. After a tough first moto, not as far up as kind of expected to see him. He has turned things around here at the start of moto number 2. So back to the top side of the hill. See Open taking off, and it looks like that was the 84. Your first moto winner, cutting back underneath and taking over the number 1 spot.
C-Class are getting right after it, right off the gate.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of intensity almost immediately. And, man, the C-Class, the variance as far as speed goes, even within one class, is there. We see the Iron Man himself, the 113 ride. Talk about a quick turnaround. That's a splash of water, not even a splash of gas, just switch bikes and get down to the start.
I kind of understood why he was so far out in front. He wanted as much time in between as possible. And that young man, got to give him credit because he put in a heck of a ride. And back out there again. Look forward to seeing him out towards the front of this C200 class.
And a solid start way from the outside. A little glance over. Let's see. Not quite going to have the drive to be able to slam the door shut, but
does a good job cutting back in. Got to work his way through mid-pack as he switches over to the left-hand side. He's up into the 4th spot. That one rider out front was not ready to try to jump that. He moved to the right and left open door, which puts Stahl up into 3rd, now into 2nd. So, yeah, Braden picking up where he left off in the first moto.
Yeah, same story with what we had from row number 1, I should say, is things were, the start was great. One rider clearly had the whole shot, but when you got to that step up, he was not ready to do what needed to be done in order to maintain that number 1 spot. So just goes to show you can get the start, but you got to be able to at least run the first opening straightaway or 2 at that same level if you want an opportunity to hold on to the number 1 ride as we get ready for our C-Vet class to take off. Flags up, and we are off and rolling. There it is. Big class there for that C-Vet. We will have our BC Open Electric coming up after that. Not quite as many warriors in that one. You can see the vets backing her down just a little bit on the step up.
I can appreciate that. It's getting later in the day and it's getting warmer, and they're your leader though, not wasting any time, taking a page out of Ricky Russell's book and trying to sprint as far away as possible before they get back to that win section. a look here as they head up that the climb up there, what was originally the National Finish Line Hill up by the sign-up tower and the viewing spectator area. The whole hillside's filled during the National. I'd like to see this event grow, Jday, get the spectators out next year because there's so much to take in. If you look back here as the riders start to negotiate through this FMF Extreme section, it is side-by-side battle with a different line choice as things are getting really loose on the downside of those logs, telephone poles that are spinning up.
Well, and that's what we often see, even in something like this KC66 rock section. Even the bigger rocks, we're starting to see teeter a little bit, right? They're moving away. They've got a little dirt on top. They've had a lot of riders beating them all over the place, kind of moving them around, and so things going to start to get a little more unsettled here late in the day as sections like our FMF Extreme section and even that KC66 line are going to start to break down.
And the drone shot here, you can see where the dirt was packed up level with the front side of the tires early on. Now it's broken away and you're getting a good front edge. So the riders got to really focus getting their wheels in the right place because it's going to be the point where they can start ending off the front of them. Drop back in the woods here. The Jday crew made the most of this property, winding back and forth in and out. We see one rider bail out, says no rocks for me, takes the easy path around. It's going to be a little longer, but at the end of the day, he may have a little less bruise there because that 233 is going for a ride.
So take a look at this. Oh, big kick for the 714, and at that point, you're just along for the ride.
And you know, it's hard enough falling off when you fall into a series of rocks.
Yeah.
There's no soft spot for them to land in.
And it looks like they may be pulling that machine out of the way. I believe that was the rider that we saw ultimately taking that helmet off and probably just going to need a moment. Looked like he landed in a somewhat decent spot, but man, when you're in a rock section like that, it is just so brutal. Like you said, catches the hand, catches the knee, and yeah, looks like the 714 going to call her a day. Could be something to do with the bike. Not saying that he was hurt by any means. It looks to be okay physically, but
you know, the way it fell, it may have levers sticking out like that. If you didn't have bend away levers, could have snapped a lever. Trying to ride this with a clutch is difficult. Without's almost impossible. Working through that Dunlop split lane. Rider on the drone shot, making it look easy. You know, this is the C class out here. Up against that orange mesh. Work back through this. That section is getting pretty slippery across the face. You see that back end breaking loose. We're going to see more and more of that in the next hour or so. The concrete face of these jumps are going to start spinning, and the rider's going to be careful not to get a high side off the top end of these jumps.
yeah, it's very, very easy to do that as well. And oftentimes at the bottom of those faces, you see it right as the suspension compresses at the most. And so, like you said, sometimes those wheels do end up breaking traction just a little bit. Be curious to see if that plays a part.
And as we look at it, you can see where the darker colored dirt's still loose a little bit, but as you look up the face of the jump where it's almost white or very light, that might as well be a sidewalk concrete material because it is just packed in. There's no looseness left to it. And your best goal with that is to have momentum coming through so you go through it. You don't have to accelerate off that hard packed area.
So back to the Dunlop split lane we go, jumping on board with the Fox FPV drone. Watching our riders go to work.
A little different viewpoint for the drone that time over that deer stand tabletop up over Henry Hill. It's amazing how the angle of the footage just gives you a whole different viewpoint. Now we're rotating around over to the Yamaha finish line. Looks like your leaders cross around. That'll be the, I believe, first time through?
I believe so, yeah. First full lap in the books here. Try to get an idea on timing and scoring here soon. That would be Mechanics Row for your Pro National. Oh, going to come up just a little short on that step up. It could have gone for a ride there.
Yeah, and once again, like I said, angles are hard to see from the viewpoint, but when you can't come up short like that, the downside drops away so much. If you're not far enough over and that front end starts dropping, you're along for the ride, just hoping the wheels touch down before your body crosses over the front side.
Yeah, that is not a lesson you want to learn there for sure.
Yep. Yeah, there was an uphill triple down at NCMP that spun off the face and didn't quite get over. Yeah, I think the last time I went over the bars a few years back, and I decided I never want to do that again.
Yep, I know the triple you're talking about. Big shout out to Mark Ches and everybody out at NCMP.
Such a fun track to go down the winter, and I thought I had it. It was a little muddy, and stopped by the fence, talked to my buddy Jason. I said, I think I can get it. He said, I think you can get it too. And we were both wrong.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are the worst kinds of buddies, right? We need to talk to Mark, see if we can get a Jday down to NCMP. I know they've got some woods as well. It'd be an awesome location for it. But right now, soaking in the Maryland sun and making the most of a historic location for a multitude of reasons as well. Meanwhile, up at the top of the field, see Evan Kelly back in a solid position as well. Waiting to get timing and scoring updated here. I believe should be our 523 rider up at the top of the field. Possibly the 84. That was who we saw grabbing the overall win, or the corrected time win, I should say, there for the first moto, actually making the pass physically on track as well.
That was after Dolnick took a heck of a ride after that tabletop, which we thought was a hard crash to begin with.
Woo.
And then
Jocelyn Barnes had to show him what's up.
She had to step it up one notch.
How about it?
Glad both of them were up, and they'll be back in. We'll see number 84 out here, Dolnick out here doing it again, rebounding from that. And we'll see Jocelyn a little bit. So both riders do a little soil sample, but it takes a lot more than that to keep a good rider down.
Not a problem at all for him. Maybe a little sore, but certainly not enough to stop him from taking that checkered flag.
Always a good story to talk about years from now.
Exactly.
And video to back it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little added proof there.
What's that saying? If there's not a picture, not a video, it didn't happen.
Didn't happen, exactly. It's always nice, too. You're sore the next day, or you're bruised up, and you tell people, oh, it was such a big crash. I wish you could have seen it. Then you just pull the phone out. Look, I told you.
The problem is sometimes it feels way bigger than it looks.
Yes, yes.
The video does not
doesn't quite do the impact justice.
No,
yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes the bruise hurts more than the video looks like it did. So these riders continue to navigate through this wood section. Looks like, actually, to be honest with you, Brayton said it was breaking down the back a bit, but overall, from the video footage we're seeing, it looks like it's holding up pretty well. Not a whole lot of roots jumping out. Now, we may not be seeing the most difficult parts, but from our view, it looks like this wood section that they put in is just holding up phenomenal for the beating it's taken from the riders. Move around, looks like we're going to the FMF Extreme section.
Yep. Going to line up for that. A couple different ways you can approach that entrance to the extreme section as well.
Oh, we saw a little loose there. He held that front wheel. The front wheel started skating. Really good job keeping it in line, not going down. Jumping into the rock section. That was a confident approach that actually played out and worked out well for him.
I've seen a couple of riders do the little switch over there as well.
Looks like there's a little groove
right
there that they can kind of cut back forth on. But that's our first moto winner right there on the number 84. And No Fear Gear. He's a bit back from Dolnick this time. Dolnick had a pretty good lead in the first moto, and that crash set him back a little bit, gave an opportunity to open up to drop back to second. But with that said, a 2-1 for the day. We'll put Dolnick out front still.
We'll see what Dolnick's able to do. Hopefully this time keeping it on two wheels for the whole race, and may take that fight for the top spot all the way down to the wire. I'm watching the 16 of Sears on your screen right now, headed towards that KC66 line as well.
It's interesting to see the approach. We've seen some riders, how hard they charge into it, which sometimes been beneficial. Sometimes it's bucked them pretty hard. Sears took a little more conservative approach, and a little engine that could right through there.
Well, and it's, some much more methodical than others. Momentum, kind of the underlying similarity between both of them. Very rarely do you see any of those top guys stop for a second and then go. They're trying to make it one fell swoop all the way through the section. But, yeah, completely agree. We saw a couple of riders really charging into it as hard as they could, and then others really being picky about where they place that front wheel, especially for the first entrance into that section.
It looks like we're back out on our leader out here as we work our way around. Should be crossing down this lower section, up the uphill, and then they'll be coming up on the Dunlop dual split lane here momentarily.
So Lanaball, excuse me, on the
84.
Yeah, number 84, 7:13. Is that right? That was a huge.
That's a 20-second
that's
faster than the leader.
Massive faster lap.
If that's the case,
Yeah,
you may see
race
him
is
close
on
in here.
at this point. Yeah, that's quite impressive. As James Lanaball looking solid. Michael Dolnick, in that number 2 ride. On your overall, Evan Kelly in the number 3 spot. Big improvement for him. Aiden Bennett, and then how about it, Braden Stoll? After an hour and a half of battle, still running up inside the top 5 overall.
Second in his class. That's gotta give it to that young man for sticking out there.
Something to be said there.
Looks like Unk sitting in 7th place there on the 326.
Secretary doing it.
People's champion.
Yes, sir. Certainly having fun.
I'll tell you what, you gotta give credit to Lanaball. He's making it look easy in this C class out here, just kind of putting his laps and putting the charge in it. Nice line there. The motocross section of the course is definitely setting up very racy. The berms are settling in and putting together opportunities for good racing as we get through this day.
Continuing to watch the 184 creep closer and closer. That is Evan Kelly just in front of him, even though Kelly is 2 positions behind on the running order based off of the elapsed time. So that should give you an idea. He's getting ready to lap 3rd place overall.
They're approaching the Yamaha finish line area here, so we'll see they work their way around, doubling up over.
Or maybe not. I take that back because I think Evan is in the 250 class, so maybe just getting ready to pass him still here on the lead lap. Certainly, even no question about it. He is the fastest guy on the track. Lanaball.
Yeah, no, he's laying down the laps. He's staying consistent, making a smooth leap over that step up. It'll be interesting to see if he can close the gap on Dolnick, who's showing the lead overall out front. See, Lanaball's just floating around. He's not doing anything overly aggressive. Did come a little strong. That got a little huck-a-buck off the end.
Little bounce. It's all right. Nothing to it. Crosses back underneath. 7:16 on that last lap, so regularly maintaining sub-720s.
And this track will put a beat into the rider, not just for the extended lap time and the distance of the track, but those uphills get pretty beat up. And he definitely will have to work through. Look like he may have had some arm pump earlier. He's shaking his arms out as he trying to make it ready for this moto.
No doubt about it. Lanaball doing everything he could to be as ready for this moto as possible. Staying dealing with some arm tightness, shaking the arms out just a little bit. That's a tough thing to deal with, especially once the race is already started. You feel that tightness starting to creep in, and man, it can oftentimes completely unravel a rider because they start thinking about it more and more. They know it's coming. They start to freak out over not being able to control it, and they wind up making a mistake that may not have even had anything to do with the arm pump itself.
Yeah, and once it happens, there's no reversing arm pump in the situation. It doesn't get easier. You just have to, hopefully it doesn't progress. Relax your grip a little bit. In some cases, though, it does get your hands. You're not going to be as proficient with your clutch or brake use. And like you said, it all can come winding down. The key with that is, with these longer laps, if that happens to you, it's best just to kind of back off, settle in, relax, let your body become less tense, and then ride it out as long as you can.
Well, and you talk about the C class, the divisions that we've got on our screen here. It's kind of a unique spot in the sport because we do see, I know this is a big talking point in the moto side of things. You've got kind of a national C level. I say the C plus and the C minus class, right? You've got your Lorettas, your Mini O quality C riders that oftentimes are running paces that are B level on a local level, sometimes even local A level lap times, but then they go to a national caliber race and you find them outside the top 10. They're battling for top 15s, top 20s. And so this C class, we talk about that wide range of different skill levels. It's not just speed, but it's fitness, it's intensity on the bike, it's racecraft and understanding, it's overall professionalism as far as the way they approach the craft of racing itself. So, very, very, very wide range in this class division, arguably wider than I would think almost in any other.
Yeah, with this C class, it's your variety from first to last it could be 2 different spectrums. And I used to joke that there's some C riders that should list cherry picking as a profession.
I understand.
When they go to work for a regular job. But with it said, that's kind of the nature of that sport. With this case, you're seeing some skilled C rider levels, but the fitness, the time frame a lot of these riders have been doing. These are C riders. These riders have not been doing it for 20, 30 years. This may be their third or fourth ride out. I'd have to think that their lead riders are a little more experienced with riding, but they may not be competitors. They may not have raced before. So at this level, when they sign up, it's how to balance things out. We'll see where they advance as they run more of these events.
So continuing to watch here on your screen, Racer TV and GPTV bringing you the coverage of round number 5, the 2026 Fox Jday Off-Road Racing season. Catching a glimpse once again of the 113 ride. Changed bikes, but kind of just keeping that even keel riding style, you know what I mean? Not really over the top about anything, but continue to just circulate around and do the laps.
Yeah, the young man, Braden Stull, hitting his marks, not overextended too hard, and just looking good there. Sitting third overall in this one, leading his class. And, you know, like I said, it's impressive to do that on its own, but to come off a 30-minute moto prior to this is impressive. It looks like Lonnebaugh has actually moved into the actual overall lead in this one.
Whoa, wait a second.
But he may be having an issue because he was slowing down earlier, and I was looking down. I don't know if he has a flat tire or possibly something's going on, but he was looking left and right when he came through that extreme section earlier.
Yeah, tire looked good right there in the brief little section. I saw it, but yeah, Lonnebaugh definitely feels something he doesn't like about the Blue Crew machine, so we'll see. Yeah, maybe possibly rear brake, kind of looking down at the swing arm, so especially in some of these off-road races with more rocky sections, very easy to damage those brakes, and that could be a big factor as far as the amount that he's able to push. Now, it did look like he was able to close up almost right to the back of this gentleman right here, Michael Dolnick. And there is the 184. So
looks like he's figured out not charging quite as hard, but a consistency. And he's been putting down his lap times. If the lap times are holding true, he's about 20 seconds a lap faster. So he's got room to work with.
Yeah, that would make sense as well. Not seeing him charge into those corners if it is potentially a brake problem. So
well, he was looking down as he was coming out of the FMF extreme section and cutting through some of the stuff. If he would have hooked a brake pedal on one of those tires and it bent back a little bit hooked underneath that case where it's dragging some, it may have been where he had to step off, pull the pedal out, and then just have to readjust it.
Well, I know I'm very picky about the pedal placement, and so even something just getting bent and moved out of the way, I'd probably be stopping and checking it out, making sure everything's okay. So,
well, and it looks like he's been charging all day long. It's hard to confidently go in the corner and not know where that feel is. So as he settles in, make sure he gets used to it. As we all know, if you fall and bend the bars, it's uncomfortable for the first half a lap. As you get further in, you get used to it, and that may be what he's experiencing right now.
Certainly not giving up or letting in as he continues to close in on Michael Dolnick.
He has closed the gap, and at the way things are going, we'll get to ask him firsthand what happened a little bit later if he continues moving forward.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's really, I mean, there once again you see the hand off the bars. That is a crystal clear sign of arm pump and general arm fatigue.
Shakes it off, but then goes back and sends it. So, yep.
Yeah, he is, and you know, it's funny because he's not in the attack position. You see, it looks like he's just out for a Sunday cruise, but he's still making time up on the rider in front of him, who is the rider he would want to physically pass to take over the physical lead. Just goes to show sometimes efficiency can lead to a bit more speed as he continues to push the pace. There you see Lonnebaugh, a 7:16 to a 7:45, and there is the pass now physically in that number 1 spot.
You got to think you may consider the fact that he is running so much faster pace that he may have overdone it these first 2 laps, pushed harder than he had to. Now that he has passed Dolnick, because I'm pretty sure he probably had sights on who he needs to go after. Now you'll see if he settles in and kind of maintains. He does not need to run the 7:16. He can run a 7:30 and still be a good 10 seconds faster than the next person back.
Oh, and how about that? So the checkered flag is out. We missed the white flag. So looks like the 84 going to grab that win and going to break things down with Dolnick there. You can hear me. Lonnebaugh just hang out. Grab a word with you here in just a moment. There you have it. The boys all breaking it down up there inside the top 3 once again. Bottom line, if you can hear me, just hang tight. We're going to grab an interview with you here in just a second. That is what it's all about. Checker flag coming out there for race number 9. Second moto for our C classes. Continuing to watch here on the TBT Racing Live drone. A couple more riders making their way up and over Henry Hill. And it looks like we have our winner standing by down at the podium.
Well, we were just talking here. That race was so intense. You were coming at it, and it looks like a white flag may not come out. You got the checkered, but you got the win. So the end result is perfect. Quick question for you. Back in the back section, we saw you kind of look down a little bit and then step off. Did you have a bike issue, or?
I thought I had a flat. Yeah, I thought I had a flat. I guess I have too much tire pressure. I just kind of sliding around, but I stopped and checked it on the rock section, but.
We saw you look down as you came through the extreme section, and then we got the rocks, you stopped, so we weren't sure what was happening, but you got back on, you charged back, you made the pass, and you're here with us again. So you did what you had to do. You knew the assignment, and you executed it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just having fun. I just do this for fun, so not my fault they can't hang.
Well, I will tell you what, you go back and look at lap times, you were running about 30 seconds faster than the next best rider. So whatever you were doing, it was working.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just having fun, and just I got to go to work tomorrow, so got to drive back to Jersey now.
Well, you'll sleep well, that's for sure, and have a good, it's easier to go to work when you know you won on Sunday. So congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
So how about it? A great ride there from the 84 machine. And we're going to bring home a win for the collection. Always nice to tell the buddies at work that you handled business over the weekend. As we take a look now at your MX Trophies race recap. Breaks down like this. Battles there in the first turn. Evan Kelly with a much stronger second moto up in the fight as well. But the 184 started to creep his way forward almost, I want to say even on lap 1, had the overall on adjusted time. There you see that quick little glance over, trying to make sure no problems for the Yamaha machine. But all was good. He got right back to business. And then there you see up the inside, quick little slip move for that number 1 spot. And would physically take the overall win here out of your C Open class. We take a look at your Protaper top 10. It breaks down like this. James Lonnebaugh, Michael Dolnick, and Braden Stoll, 1, 2, and 3. Evan Kelly and Aiden Bennett round out your top 5 with Camden Hole, David Ilusi, Xavier Allers, Giancarlo Orlandi, and Nicholas Sears rounding out your top 10. All right, folks, well, the party continues with more racing after this. Going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Protaper Butts Creek Grand Prix racing here from round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be right back.
been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Protaper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, a big hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Budds Creek in Mechanicsville, Maryland, as we just passed the halfway point in the day for round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road season. This is the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix, and sitting on the line right now, race number 10, our Women's Pro, our A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and our Sportsman class as well. So some of the heavy hitters in this one had a great battle at our first moto. We'll take a look at how things broke down in race number 1. A lot of familiar faces joining us here at this one. Jocelyn Barnes, Carly Lee, Kayla O'Neill, Lily Sheets, and they were going at it into turn number 1. Lee had the early lead, but then Jocelyn Barnes took command of it, and she did not seem like she wanted to give it back. Some problems through that Kurt Caselli rock section, and then talk about a problem in a big way. End over end for Jocelyn Barnes. Would hop right back up, would not lose the lead, and would continue on. Meanwhile, the rest of the field had their share of issues. Carly Lee was caught in a battle with Lily Sheets. Kayla O'Neill found herself on the ground a couple of times, but at the end of the day, front flip and all, Jocelyn Barnes able to get the job done and grab that first moto win. Kayla O'Neill looking to try to shake off that first moto. A couple of small little mistakes, nothing big as far as like a firework crash like what we saw from Barnes. Carly Lee, a solid performance in that first moto as well. She's looking to try to step up a spot or two on the podium, maybe even steal that center spot away. And then Jocelyn Barnes, of course, didn't see her on there, but I do believe she is lining back up for that second moto. Talked to her post-race, said a little banged up. I'm sure probably going to be a little bit sore, but overall certainly ready to do some battle. I believe that was her we just saw at the top of your screen, headed back down towards the start. We welcome Ruby Fustini back to the Racer TV booth. Ruby, we've had some great racing action. I know since the last time we saw you, we saw little brother out there, Jigs? Little brother out there. What did he think about the track, and what did you think about what you saw from your time out of the booth?
I love this. This is awesome, and it's amazing how much coverage Racer TV gets from the little screen in front of us. It's awesome. I know Jigs really liked the track. It's pretty fast, and he's on a 250 still. He's only 17, but he loved it, actually.
And I was going to say, I knew Jigs wanted the younger riders out there as well. Loves getting in with the big boys, though. Not scared to mix it up, for sure.
No, he's not. I'm actually, he's doing really well. You know, I think this is only his second or third year in the AA class, and he's definitely showing him what he's got.
Well, if I'm not, I may be incorrect, but was it your brother that had the little get off on the uphill triple?
I believe so. Not the big golf.
No, the uphill triple around the corner. Tucked it, did a little somersault over, was jumped back in and got right back in it. So he rebounded it. It's good to be 17 and ready to bounce back at it.
Yes, it definitely is. And I know, too, that stretching is, you think it's silly. It's one of the most important parts, really.
Got to stay limber. That's for sure. They don't break when they hit the ground. They bend, right?
Bending's better than breaking.
No doubt about it. That's for sure.
There used to be a company called Bent Racing's Clothing Gear.
Okay.
And Doug Henry had a post that said "Bent, not broken."
Yep.
Yeah. So New England hunter.
Yeah. That's what my dad loves to say. When he hits the ground, he doesn't bounce anymore. He shatters. So.
At my age, I am positive. I think there's a scientific study that the ground is harder now than it was 20 years ago. I think the molecules are tighter because when I fall on it didn't used to be that hard.
Yeah, it didn't quite feel like that.
So, got the riders lined up here. We're getting ready to see some umbrellas going to be dropping by the side here momentarily. And we'll be back on track racing before we know it. That's good to have you here at the track, Hall of Racing with us. I know it's being a racer, sometimes it's hard to be a spectator because you want to be out there so bad. In your situation, the good part is you're strapped to you really can't.
No,
but it's just hard to watch it.
It's a lot more stressful being a spectator. I can't control everything, obviously, but when I'm racing, it feels a lot calmer on my nerves.
That's it. So you want to be out there, but also you know everything that can happen left or right, and you're along for the ride as a spectator.
Pretty much, but I still enjoy being here and watching. It's rather be here than at home.
Day of the racetrack is better than a day anywhere
Beats a day on the couch, that's for sure. As we see, look like some of the umbrellas getting put up, riders goggles on and starting to get focused in on what will be a Fox green flag waving here in just a moment. So you can see hydration and keeping your riders cool of the utmost priority here. Saw Kayla O'Neal's dad dump a little bit of water down the jersey, trying to keep everybody as cool as possible. Just about 2:50 or so in the afternoon. It's a nice cool 90 degrees or so.
A little bit of breeze. We'll take what we can get, that's for sure.
No doubt about it.
Goggles are starting to go on. That's always a good sign. See the board down there in the first turn, so I imagine we're getting ready to go green here in a moment. Talked about jumping jacks earlier. See that? You mentioned that keeping loose and
yep,
relaxing.
It helps. I swear.
So we're going to check that one off. Now we got to look for the fist bumps. And then, double fist bumps.
It's part of the routine.
Now, Ruby, we talked a lot about how different things we're going to look for our women's pro and everybody from Moto 1 to Moto 2. As a rider yourself, you're sitting there on the starting line. I'm sure you've been watching throughout the day, but what are going to be the big things you'd be focusing for on this opening lap that you think would have changed from Moto number 1?
Definitely line choices. Once those AA guys get out there, they change the track almost completely. It's actually unbelievable. Lines you didn't think were possible that are now possible, and even the hot lines now.
Just ask your brother about that, right?
Exactly.
No doubt, without a doubt. And that's such a good point because we've seen more than a couple sections, even in those FMF Extreme sections and that rock section as well, even just the way you approach, right? Some of them a little bit further over to the right, a direct approach. Others starting way over on the left side and then almost kind of snaking their way up the section as well. What could be perfect in Moto 1 may be atrocious in Moto 2.
It could also go the other way, honestly. Like that Caselli section, some rocks could have been there, and now they're just cleared out, and you don't know it until you hit them.
No doubt about it as the Fox flag goes up in the air. And here we go. Laser focus. And a lightning jump there from Jocelyn Barnes, picking up right where she left off, controlling the inside and controlling the lead headed in and out of turn number 1.
As this track changed a little bit, what What's the possibility of changing tires or setup? How much do you change as you watch and see how the track develops? You go back and get that deep into it?
Really, we don't change too much. I have a tire that I definitely like. Sometimes sag is worth checking, but honestly, more times than not, unless something was wrong, leave it. Don't fix it.
I was going to say, you see sometimes where in motocross, things like that, first, second motor, as the track gets rougher, you may soften up the compression a little bit or stiffen it up to how the track sets up. I imagine there's a little bit of that, but you don't want to change a winning situation. The track layout itself is going to play into what you're doing. So looks like we're getting to the second wave, getting ready to drop here.
A vet and a senior sitting on the line, the 54 ride. Laser focus. Good jump. Husky as well. Going to control things once again from the inside. Looking like a whole shot. Going to go along with it.
That whole batch, front batch of riders all took a leap, and one rider down as they approach the rollers.
And I think, kind of like we talked about earlier, that one rider just getting a little bounce off of the top and sent them a bit deeper than expected after that. You can also see the sun has been beating down on this course all day long. Something unique to Jday that maybe folks at home didn't know. No track names. There's no touching up, no tractors, no water, no nothing really touching the course throughout the day. What you see is what you get, and where we had standing water in some spots earlier today, now starting to see a little bit of clouds of dust pop up as things get dried out.
We saw that the last round at Lake Sugar Tree, where the dust played into the competition level, because you had either, if you're right on the rear wheel, you could see clear, but if you were back 4 or 5 feet, it was a smoke show, and you were left to kind of guess, commit, or drop back further so you could see what you're doing.
Taking a look at your schoolboy 12 to 17 class, bumping and banging inside of turn number 1. One rider going to grab control of the lead.
This is 12 to 17. 12 to 17. We have one of the younger riders out there. Bertie Hoff is, I think he's 12. He just moved up off the 85s, and I hadn't seen him since last fall. I'm pretty sure he grew a full foot. I can't imagine him on the 85 that he started out the season on.
Yeah, Brody's really starting to look comfortable on the bigger machine as you see our schoolboy spreading out just a little bit as they head towards the top side of the hill. Rounding out the field, your sportsman class, there you see over on the left-hand side of the screen, Collier Martinez, Ricky Russell right next to him. That's 1 and 3 from your pro first moto. You see a vastly different number of riders from race 1 to race 2 in this sportsman class. Who really wants to get a look? You can sometimes see some of these riders logging off after a lap or two, saying, hey, I saw what I needed, now I'm going to go get cooled off and get rested for the pro moto.
Looks like Russell's out front, I believe, and he had it together in that first pro moto. Looks like he's going to charge this one out, see if the track's going to hold together, and we'll see how much he conserves before he has to go back out the next time.
Yeah, Ricky Russell getting a very good jump and going to work early on this one. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, battles on. Jocelyn Barnes and Carly Lee going at it through the FMF Extreme section.
Carly is not leaving any room there. She is putting the pressure on early, possibly trying to force a mistake out of Jocelyn.
Well, let's see. This will be the tail of the tape. This KC66 Pro Line. Start section for Barnes. Lee follows right in tow, and O'Neill right in the mix as well. So your top 3 all still very close at the top of Women's Pro.
Those top 2 riders took 2 different approaches, one left and one to the right, and then crisscrossed back, and they came out almost even. So it was pretty cool to see how the different sections kept things pretty much even between the 2 of them.
No doubt. Now, Ruby, as a rider yourself, some like to be the hunter, some like to be the hunted. If you were to be Barnes or Lee in this position, where would you like to be at? Would you like to be watching what the competition's doing, seeing the lines, or would you like to be managing from the front?
I actually would rather be in front. I find myself more comfortable because I'm the one in control. It's kind of like that spectator versus racer.
Yep.
I want to control me and not worry about anyone else. Definitely makes it a little easier. Hopefully, besides lappers, you don't have to worry about anyone going down in front of you, or especially dust more than anything, especially on a day like today.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up, especially as the track starts to get dustier and drier. Maybe a little more motivation to be leading from the front. Even if you do like watching some different lines, it's hard to watch anything when there's just much dust in your face.
Especially your own where you're going.
and thrown in obstacles like the FNF Extreme section or the Kirk Pro section, you really want to clear view. And although the rocks aren't dusty leading up to it, that puff of dust could change your lineup just the slightest bit, and that could be cause extreme error.
Well, and we've talked about the little bit of breeze that's blowing through parts of this course as well, but in some of those thicker wood sections, it doesn't move quite as much as it does out in the field, so that dust kind of lingering around as you see Jocelyn Barnes meeting her good friend, the Dunlop split lane once again, going to back it down over that second double, but moves back to the inside line, and it seems like that's starting to maybe become a little bit more of the preferred line.
And Jocelyn broke away after we saw her go through the rock section. She has found something and put some time between her and second place, Lee, and she is trying to break away and get a little bit of a gap so she does not have to attract it.
And meanwhile, the battle's on for second place between Kayla O'Neill and Carly Lee. Now, these two not just fierce competitors on the track, they are BFFs, is I believe how they would say it, off the track. And we were able to catch up with Carly Lee and talk a little bit about the friendship that she has with one of her main competitors.
It's awesome just being out there with somebody I'm so close with. And when we were younger, we actually didn't get along. And then there was actually one race, I came out of the camper in the same thing she was wearing. And then I think from there on, I think we just had to become best friends. So she's my best friend, and it's so fun to just be able to race and have such a similar interest, and it makes us so much closer. Both of us are just ready to send it and ready to just get after it. I mean, helmets go on, and it's serious, and it's game on, but you take them off, and it's back to normal. You know, you don't hold it against anybody. It's racing, so it is what it is, right?
So basically what I'm hearing is all it took was some good style, right? They realized their game recognized game, and then there was like, okay, we can be best friends. Now, we were able to catch up with Kayla a little bit earlier this weekend as well and talk to her about the unique friendship that she has with her competitors and how cool that is.
Me and Carly have been inseparable since we were the age of probably 11, and it's been probably 2 years since we raced together. She's kept sticking with the GNCCs. I took a year off and then actually turned to moto and Jdays more so than I thought I would. So we kind of went separate paths, but she's showed up to a couple of them. She showed up this week, and she's been out there telling me how to hit all the jumps. She's been here a couple of times, and today was my first day. So she said, just don't let off the gas. And that's essentially what we do out there, too, as well. We usually, we usually end up getting a little too close together sometimes, and we pedal the track the same way. We're friends, but we're both going for the win.
Those girls have known each other since they were little kids, and that bond, one, it's comfortable going somewhere and having someone like that that you're friends for so long together. When you're racing on the track, though, your level of confidence knowing who you're racing with is someone's not going to clean you out.
Yes.
So you have that level to run at the best at your peak performance, knowing that you're not going to have a cheap shot by your best friend. And that segment, just with that famous line from the movie, "Did we just become best friends?"
Yeah, literally.
It's the Will Ferrell and Riley moment. But seeing those girls, you can see it in their face when they talk about each other, the appreciation for one another.
Well, and it's really cool. And, I mean, Ruby, you can even touch on this. Maybe not BFS status all the way across the gate, but there's a really cool camaraderie in that women's pro class and divisions where even kind of as certain riders phase out, they're welcoming in the next generation of pro ladies. And we talked about just the overall presence of female racing in off-road motorsports. It has really, I think, continued to grow, not only in the participation, but in the skill level and how impressive the female riders have truly gotten, and the amount of work that it takes to be successful for them as well.
It definitely does, and I think as a group more than anything, we've tried to grow the sport really, and that's where, like, maybe not the BFF, but we're all pretty friendly with each other, and that's where we really excel in.
Any drama? Anybody you can tell us?
Oh, never.
Okay.
No.
I would never think so. I'm sure the guys would say the same thing. No drama.
Oh no, definitely.
Yeah, some of my best friends growing up with, we had choice moments where I thought I had enough room. Apparently not. And the front wheel, there was a conflict between rear wheel and front wheel, and there was a pause in friendship for a short period of time.
I've been told you wouldn't go for that pass if you didn't know me. They may have been right. So
I thought you were going to let off.
Yeah, thought wrong. Taking a look right now, looks like Ethan Ficklin out front on timing and scoring. Matt Ottenthaler, I believe is how you say that last name, in that number 2 spot. Will Hopkins in the number 3 ride. Jocelyn Barnes, though, sitting comfy up inside that top 5 overall. Will Hopkins rounds out the top 5 now as Barnes moves back to the 6th place spot. Lee back in the 8th place ride with O'Neal, rounding out your top 10 and your top 3 in women's pro, still within eye shot of each other in a couple of these sections. It seems to be Barnes' thing, though, Ruby, just little by little, just chipping off here and there. Not really anything flashy, any crazy section where we're able to say that's Jocelyn's strong section. Just kind of sticking to her marks and slowly creeping away.
Honestly, consistency is key. I think that like being better in one section can have its downfalls,
right,
versus she is really smooth and does really well in all of them, and that's where she inches away.
Well, and you bring up a good point, having a one section that you almost put all the pressure on yourself in, right, where you're like, this is my strong section. If I make one mistake, it's going to ruin me for the next lap. That can be a lot to kind of stress over, if you will.
It definitely can, and stress, you know, sometimes you just crash from all the stress, and then that fast section becomes your slowest.
And we talked about, you know, kind of the duality between these ladies, the different disciplines that they've run, and we were able to catch up with your leader, who's under heavy pressure right now about moto versus off-road. She's skilled in both. What does she prefer and arguably like the best?
Now, as I'm getting older, I like to ride moto more. As a child, I hated it. I mean, the classic, like, sit back as far as you can on the bike, hunch your shoulders over, don't hit any jumps. That was me. Like, I was terrified. I've learned that it brings a lot of speed to the table now, so I enjoy riding more of it. I'm definitely at home in the woods. That's kind of where I grew up. I grew up on the enduro side of things, but nah, I won't complain. I love to have some fast stuff out there. I love to hit some jumps.
How about it, from a moto hater to leading the way and launching the big jumps out here? Jocelyn Barnes certainly has figured it out.
It's interesting to see how tight the battle was close up, because Barnes had broken away a bit, and then looked like Lee tightened it back up, as we saw before. So we'll see when they come back around to this moto section exactly where they're at. Looking at the lap times, Ricky Russell dropping the hammer with the 6.26, 6 seconds faster than Martinez. We'll see how that crosses over when we see him later today in that pro class.
Well, and that's interesting to hear in that interview between Lee and O'Neal that Kayla's getting some pointers out there from Carly Lee. As man, take a look at the lap times. Jocelyn Barnes is 7:02. Will Hopkins running a 7:02. She's up in the mix with some of our top vet and senior riders as well. So no slouch as far as the lap times go from Barnes. And like you said, Carly Lee right there as well. Seems like as soon as Barnes starts to stretches it out, Lee starts to reel it back in.
Yeah, I think there's maybe one or two sections where Barnes is being a little more conservative and Lee sends a little bit more. So we'll see how this develops through, because this definitely is a tighter race than it was one lap ago.
Back onto the moto track they go as he makes that hard right-hander.
Working way through up to this uphill double-triple section here, playing it safe, getting it through. But you see how that bike's breaking loose a little bit, so I imagine traction may be coming into play as far as how they're able to pace their lap. After that first lap, they may have found some slick spots and are going to have to back it down a little bit to maintain their forward momentum.
Well, just like we talked about this morning, some of those slick, shiny spots, got to roll the throttle on a little bit. And the same thing here in the afternoon as things get more hard-packed and beat in, especially if you are running something like one of those scoop tires. You got to know the throttle control. You got to be patient with it and roll it on rather than just try to snap the throttle to wide open.
And we've seen where the scoop tire will do here. A couple years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, when Tomac showed up when the scoop tire first came out, he ran the scoop here. Early in the day, he was setting times. Second motor, he came out with the scoop, and that thing just kept spinning up. You could see him not driving forward. So the scoop is good in the morning here, maybe not so well in the afternoon, so that could play into what we're seeing from these motorcycles at this time.
And here at the Yamaha finish line, another lap in the books. Barnes checks in and checks out with Lee still right behind her.
Big Run takes a leap up and over that double. Nice and smooth. Working through the rollers. Looks like she's making her way around with it. Moto may not have been her first choice. She has found a way to get it done efficiently.
She definitely does, and she jumps really good. I actually remember racing against Jocelyn 2 years ago, maybe, at Unadilla, and there wasn't quite as many girls there, but she was the only one to hit the big old sky shot, and she hit it clean every single time.
That sky shot is a leap. That's a full commit. Yeah. when I raced Unadilla, there was no sky shot, so I can't talk on the sky shot. I was back in the 1900s, and it was grass, and we had the screw you and all that stuff. But Josh, you know something about the sky shot?
I've gotten to hit it. Yeah, it was many years ago back at Verbadilla. This was before we were covering Jday action, but yeah, I got to do what was supposed to be a sight lap, if you will, kind of showing everybody what the course was going to look like. Sky shot, no problems. FMF section down the hill, one little tiny log about 100 feet later, big problems, hospital, knee surgery. That's why I don't take the FMF extreme section. But sky shot was a lot of fun. I will say that. So, yeah, it's always like that. What I thought was going to be the big, dangerous, sketchy thing really wasn't that big of a deal. It was, you had to commit to it. But then the little 5-foot log double, that's where it all. I didn't respect it enough. So that's where it all went wrong.
It's all about respect. Yeah, it's all about respect.
Yeah, well, hear the respect I'm putting on your name, FMF. All right.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the vet riders earlier in the day that I've known. I've raced motocross forever, and he was commenting how the extreme section is way more extreme than it looks on the video footage. He's like, it's borderline not fun.
Yeah.
So, at least for a vet rider.
Yeah, I feel like that's one of those sections where we talk about making it look easy. That's one of those ones where it can be completely deceiving how challenging it truly is, especially when some of these top riders go through it where you're like, well, it really didn't look difficult at all.
Now all you have to do is then hit it one time and see where the edges, feel the edges, and yeah, that's the downside to watching professional racers. They make it look too easy. Yeah, it's a lot harder than they make it look like. Yeah, if you watch Jet Lawrence, you'd think anybody go out and do it. It's simple. How hard can it be?
Right.
Cameras really never do justice of what it actually is. Even on the motocross, we look and it seems a little dusty, and then you look at it and it is really dusty.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure both of you as well, as kids, whatever, the comment, will you just turn the throttle and go?
Yeah.
Like, and like
easy,
a little more than
right?
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's always fun to listen to the kids and listen to the way that, I hit my marks and just tried to focus on my own race. And that's what's happening right now at the front of this field. I just saw, it looked like Jocelyn Barnes shaking the arms out a little bit. And that is a universal sign of blood in the water, right? That means things are tightening up, maybe a little bit harder to hang on. This could be a big moment for somebody like Carly Lee, Ruby. If you see that from a rider in front of you, I would got to think that's like a, hey, go, 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 time to attack.
Absolutely, and it kind of gives you a little bit of motivation. She just did it again, and I wonder what's happening there.
Oh, got to think. I mean, you think back to that first moto, Barnes was not under really any pressure, even after the big crash. She takes a glance back right there, and I'm sure got a sight of Carly Lee. So, little different story this time. Hopefully this one not going to have any crashes involved with it, but doesn't quite have that gap that she had built up in Moto 1 either. Now, having to continue to hit her marks, can't afford a mistake because she knows Lee's right there.
You got to wonder if there's a little bit of effects of the crash from the first moto. If she's feeling a little sore. Like I said, when it happens in the situation, your adrenaline goes. After you sat for a number of hours, the Charlie horses or the whatever may have been affected by it can play into it. And that could be to Lee's advantage.
There you see Lee right there. Now, it looked like she had opened it back up. Barnes did just a little bit, as Lee has a couple of bobbles through that section as well, but it is far from the gap that we saw in Moto number 1.
Yeah, she closed it up and then extends it back out again. And we take a look here. O'Neill, find a way to just toss.
They're like tossing goggles.
Tossing goggles there. Something got tossed outside that. Yeah, maybe a goggle. So, yeah, it's interesting because there's not much. She may have found some mud somewhere.
Well, and that could be hard as well because just like you said, Ruby, it's deceivingly dusty as this dust kind of lingers right over top of the track. So maybe even not under any roost. O'Neill's still going to have to be kind of gritting the eyes out and trying to keep the dust from getting into her eyes.
We're going to take a look again. It looks like she closed it back up. So it's deceiving where that on the track.
Yep.
Definitely, and it could be a game changer not having any goggles. You know, you always have to worry about sticks and leaves, but never mind dust and rocks that can get shot at you from roost.
Well, then you had it's a little hot, so you start sweating, getting that sweat down in your eyes, and we may have seen that a little bit if the foam starts accumulating it. You got to get that out to hopefully clear it off.
Oh, man, talk about a kick there from Barnes. That's not going to help the arms relax at all as, man, she was at a high-speed section right there.
And this part of the facility, we're not far from that Dunlop split lane. I think she's going to be happy not to be on that side of the property much longer.
Yeah, I was about to say this would not be the place she would want to have anything like that happen, is there's a lot of speed being carried through here.
Once is enough for the day for Miss Barnes.
Sounds like Barnes, one of those, right? You go and shake her hand, and she tries to break your hand. I mean, she kind of puts it in there and really sets the tone right off the rip. She's very tough. You hear in her interviews, and whether it's physical pain, whether it's opposition from other competitors, she just always kind of seems gritty and up for the challenge.
She's definitely gritty. I know she's had her fair share of injuries, and every single time she comes back, GNCC or Jday, she is strong when she does.
That's it, as a racer, keeping your competition guessing a little bit too, and having that little edge, even if it's in the pitch, walking up. And it's one of those things where you're friends with people, but everybody else you can kind of get that look. And yeah, you don't want to show all your cards up front, and having a little bit of a poker face, never a bad thing.
No doubt about it. As Barnes skies up and over the deer stand table, headed back to us by by Henry Hill. Wrong double H show. That's next round. Yeah.
We'll take a look back now. Now we see the gap that has opened up over between Barnes and Carly Lee. Carly's, wonder if she settled into a pace, or maybe she broke traction somewhere.
Oh, wait a second.
Something's going on there.
Whoa, problems for Carly Lee as she pulls off to the side of the track.
Sounds like it won't start.
Yeah, and you can hear it. She is literally right outside of the announcer's booth. We are watching Carly Lee.
I think she's cranking over. We can hear the starter cranking. It's not firing. And that's unfortunate, because she was putting
she was doing really well.
Yeah, inspired ride there to close in on the leader of Barnes. We can hear it where she's close enough to it. We can hear her hit the start button, and that thing just turning over. Something's not sparking. I don't know if it was out of fuel or if it's out of spark. One of the two.
She looks like she's maybe taking the gas cap off, looking off the side of the machine.
That was weird. It was almost when she landed. You know, it's an uphill. You can kind of coast, but that's not normal.
No, so got a little bit of a climb for her to get off the track there. That does not look steep, but it's a bit of an incline. She's got to push up to get to that possible blue gate here. I hate to see that. We'll know here in a moment we get through.
Looks like maybe some help headed her way.
We look like in the sportsman's class, some of the top riders have started to back off, and so we see Russell work around the white flag. He looks like he may just call from Moto, as well as Martinez. That moves Jocelyn Barnes up into the 4th overall spot in this group. Russell and Martinez saw what they needed to see, and now they go back and get hydrated, take some notes, maybe make some slight changes to the bikes, and we'll see them again here in the pro class. The white flag is out. And with that said, it looks like I may be heading down to speak to Jocelyn Barnes again.
Sounds good. Yeah, Barnes going to try to bring things home. Meanwhile, we continue to watch just outside the announcer's booth here as Carly Lee looks like going to be out of this one after a solid start to the day. It's a tough break there for the 482. And that's a mental one as well, Ruby. You can talk about this. It's so hard when you do everything right. You put in the work. You're in a good position, and something just totally out of your control takes you out of it.
It really is, and especially in, a 30-minute moto, actually, you'd like to think that, you've prepped properly and some things just happen, but that sucks.
So Lee right now looks like going to have to call it a moto. Meanwhile, back on your screen, white flag is waving. Final lap underway for Jocelyn Barnes and the rest of the field here in race number 10. So Kayla O'Neill going to pick up another spot. How about it, Barnes? I mean, she was already in the number 1 spot, so it's not like she was handed anything, but got to think kind of earned this one. After that big get off there in moto number 1, really showing a ton of grit, putting herself in a good position again. As I say that, she comes together with a tree, it looked like.
That was a little get off, but I think she's still kind of in the clear, and hopefully she doesn't crash again, and I think she's got this pretty good.
So Barnes trying to bring it on home. Talking about it's never necessarily fun showing the video of your crash, but it's it is a little bit nicer when you can say, well, I still won after that. So
It definitely is, and it shows how gritty she is, really. Not everyone can get back up after that, and especially do what she did.
no doubt about it. Into the extreme section one more time. Again, you can see very decisive about where she wants to put that machine. And it pays off in a big way. Picture perfect trip through the extreme section. As now on approach for that Kurt Caselli 66 Pro line. This is, I would almost argue that this has been the extreme line of the course this weekend. The FMF section having its problems, but
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
And you got to get through that clean. It's a it's an uphill, sorry. And if you do crash, it's harder to go uphill.
yeah, once you lose that momentum going, getting started back from a stop is so difficult to do.
Momentum is really key, and it has a little jump. Oh, there's Carly.
Yeah, there you see Carly Lee hanging out just outside the Racer TV studios, in a heartbreak for what was such a solid run in this one. Meanwhile, the Husqvarna 777. Inching ever closer to what will be a checkered flag, waiting in the hands of our finish line flagger. So we wait and watch here on the TVT Racing live drone. So while we wait, Ruby, what's the rest of our recovery looking like? How long till we get to see another Fustini back out doing battle with us?
Definitely not until next year, unfortunately. And I feel like it's been a while, actually, since I have raced, just really trying to originally heal it and then deciding surgery was the way to go and get it all fixed.
Well, I think it's one of those long-sighted decisions, right? Maybe take a little more time here on the short side, but I think there is an element of the big picture that has to be looked at as well, not just racing, but overall life.
There definitely is. You know, I struggle doing like everyday taps without pain, actually. So I'm definitely, it's been a while that the shoulder's been an issue for me. So I think when I do get back to racing, it'll feel incredible.
Yeah, it'll be a whole new world at that point.
I know.
Well, we certainly can't wait to see that, and really appreciate you hanging out here in the Racer TV booth. It is always nice to have some real insight from people that have been out there and done that.
It's awesome to be here, Zach. Thank you.
Not a problem at all. As Barnes now back onto the moto track, just a couple of sections away from a checkered flag, and a 1-1 on the day. Didn't come without its own fireworks, but she can decide if she wants to mention that at all or not. You know what I mean? You can tell people, oh, it was a boring 1-1 weekend, or you can say I did a couple front flips. It still went 1-1.
Either way, front flips are cool. Not in the moment.
Sounds really impressive.
Moment.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Does.
When you say I did a front flip and went 1-1, it almost sounded like you meant to do it. You know what I mean?
It does. It's absolutely purposeful.
One more time, buzzing by us here at the tower. Barnes probably even going to catch a glance of Carly Lee off the side of the track there. Back down to the bottom of Henry Hill. One turn left to go. And ladies and gentlemen, it will be the 77 of Jocelyn Barnes going 1-1 on the day and getting the job done here from Budds Creek. And certainly had to earn that one, as it is hot, it is brutal.
They definitely had some close battles, maybe I'd like to say, at the beginning of that too.
Yeah, can't help but wonder what could have been if Lee's machine would have been able to hang on there. Got to wonder if she wasn't going to be able to continue the charge forward, but
certainly a bummer. You know, it sucks for anyone, and it's really awesome to see the battles.
Kind of wonder. We saw Barnes go through the finish line, immediately take a look back and give a thumbs up, almost as though she thought Lee was still there. So who knows? I know that's easy to do as well as a racer. You get the blinders, as we like to call it, on, where you only focus forward. You're not looking around. You're not thinking at all. And sometimes the whole race can change behind you and you have no idea.
There's really two sides of the story. You know, sometimes you want to almost slow down essentially a little bit and play it safe, especially off the tracks, you know, getting beat up like it is now. But also you got to still keep going. Otherwise, Kayla's coming.
Yeah, you got to push the pace. Can't lay down and give it a rest until it's all said and done. That's for sure. Kayla O'Neill now sitting in that number 2 ride. On approach to Henry Hill herself. Meanwhile, they got a group there looking at Lee's machine, trying to get that thing fired back up. Obviously, the race itself kind of lost at this point, but nothing else. It's a long walk back to the pits. So.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't want to be. Yeah.
No doubt about it. There you see, checkered flag is out. Kayla O'Neill going to take the number 2 spot, crossing the line. And I believe we have got our Women's Pro winner standing by down at the podium. There is Carly Lee's machine. They got it hooked up to the ATV and towed back to the pits, so at least she's not having to push it. But we're going to send things down to the podium, do some celebrating with Jocelyn Barnes.
Jocelyn out front again, had control of that motor, had some pressure from Lee, and then she had a mechanical halfway through, and that lets you kind of send it through. Yeah. But you were putting your time in out there and kept on 2 wheels this time, but definitely looked the track was getting a little more challenging.
Track was challenging, but man, my body is sore and hot, so I just wanted to cruise it to the end. There's Carly going by. Hey, Carly. Hopefully she's okay. It looks like it's just a bike, so I love riding with these girls. I love this track. I love these people, so I'm so blessed to be here.
Taking a win today with a bunch of good people around you, and looks solid all day long. Probably be a little sore tomorrow, but with the win, makes it a little bit easier to deal with.
A win's always good.
Anybody you'd like to thank for getting you out here in the front?
Same. Parts Unlimited, Moose Racing, HBD, Steve and Denise Hatch. I didn't say them the last time, but they've been a big part of the years in the past and future. So I'm grateful for them. My mom, my dad, my boyfriend, my best friend actually came with me too. I forgot to mention her. And God keeping us all safe out here.
Any chance of seeing you back here for the WMX round later this year?
Maybe not here, but maybe Dilla.
All right, it's always good to see you out racing. Congratulations on a great day, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you.
So how about that? Jocelyn Barnes gets the job done. No doubt about it. Going to be feeling this one for a day or two afterwards, but just like Ian said, a 1-1 makes it a little bit easier to take the pain. Well, Ruby, let's break it down as we take a look at our MX Trophies race recap. A lot of hype coming into this second moto, and the ladies certainly delivered.
They definitely did. It was a really good battle, and unfortunately for Carly, but still good job to Jocelyn, especially after that first moto tumble.
No doubt about it. We know she didn't want to have to deal with any fighting any more than she had to. At least got that good start, got out front early, but Carly Lee looked fired up here in this second moto. Close call for Barnes there as back end drifted out a little sideways and almost took her for a ride. And then meanwhile, this is where the moto ended for Carly Lee. We thought she was trying to shape up a late race charge, but unfortunately going to have to call this one early due to a mechanical. Barnes had her fair share of close calls even without the immediate pressure behind them, but none of it was enough to take her down as she goes 1-1 on the day and gets the job done. Kayla O'Neill would cross the line in that number 2 spot for your women's pro class. We take a look at your Protaper top 10. It breaks down like this. It will be Ethan Ficklin, Matt Hogenthaler, and Will Hopkins 1, 2, and 3. Jason Sipe and Jocelyn Barnes round out your top 5. Noah Geyer, Riker Siteman, Isaac Tucker, Josh Brockwell, and David Callahan round out your Protaper top 10. Well, Ruby, thank you once again for joining us here in the booth, and feel free to stop by anytime.
Thank you very much. It was awesome to be here.
Absolutely. Best of luck on the recovery. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have more racing after this, including that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 second moto coming up here in just a few short minutes. This is round number 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Series. We'll be back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the Blood the Beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, Formulated to win?
Formulated to win?
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Budds Creek here in Mechanicsville, Maryland. Just wrapped up our second of the Women's Pro Motos. Now getting the sights set on race number 11. Of course, featuring that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, B250, B-Open, B200, and B-Open Electric. All going to be coming at you. As one rider showing up at the last second here. Fox green flag getting unrolled, and we are just about ready to go Pro 125 racing. Quick little two-step start there. Tokinos and Natalia wheel to wheel, but how about it? Talon takes the inside and takes the whole shot along with it. Cal and Medallia going to lead him up and over the step up. Looks like Tokino's right there in the number 2 spot. So a bit better start for the 444. They are high flying up and over the pro finish line. You can see the lines really starting. At this point, they're developed. Now they're starting to de-develop. They're starting to go away in certain parts of the track. What worked in Moto 1 may not work for you here in Moto number 2. Flag falls on B250. Drag race heading into turn number 1. Quite tell who it was that grabbed the whole shot. Looked like maybe Meads potentially making a pass up the inside, headed to the step up. B-Open and B200 coming up next. Row number 3.
As we get further in the day, we thought we may see the hottest part coming out, but it seems like it just keeps cranking the heat up outside.
Yeah, it is definitely not cooling off at all. The riders can feel it. We can feel it here in the booth, and you can almost start to see it in the fatigue late in the race as well.
The riders, you can see the fitness level of a lot of these riders out there coming in at the podium to interview. You can see it. The heat is pushing to their limits.
Yeah, starting to take its toll.
Good to see Jocelyn up there with that win, going 1-1 after that hard get off. Definitely going to be a long ride home. It'll be a little sore tomorrow, but yeah, all for the glory.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, by no means do you want to pick sides or anything like that, but after a crash like that, it is always nice to see somebody be able to pick it back up, finish the moto strong, and then to be able to go 1-1 on the day after a big get-off like that, certainly impressive to see.
Yeah, racing's life. You learn how to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep going at it, whether it's at the racetrack or at work, wherever you're facing. To be able to overcome when things get rough, that builds character.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, we're really seeing some of these downsides, these jumps. The hard pack, I keep using the word concrete, but it is getting slick. So as we get close to the end of the day here, traction is going to be more and more challenging as these racers attack this course.
Well, I tell you what, speaking of challenging right now, the number 1 spot is what everyone's challenging for at the top of Pro-Am 125. As looks like Coquinos has taken over the number 1 spot, but looks like that was Weiss in the number 2 ride, trying to bring the fight to him and trying to steal that number 1 spot away.
And this is it for the winner. Whoever comes away with the win between the two takes the overall, gets points. And we saw Coquinos closing in a little bit. Weiss had good control over that first moto, but Coquinos knew what he had to do. Being out front now, see if he can break free and get a little gap. But it's early on. Right now, he's where he wants to be, and that's out front with a clear view. And he's got to make Weiss is the one that's got to go to work this time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with this one. I'm expecting a full sprint from Coquinos at least for this first lap and a half or so, trying to get away from Weiss, but I'm not sure if it's going to work like he wants. I think the 16 may be able to hold that pace, at least early on in this moto. We've seen the success that he's had in motocross racing, obviously success in off-road as well. So this guy's got a mix of the speed and the endurance. He's going to be a hard one to rattle from the front.
Well, with that said, too, you can try to sit still and crank out a pace, really send that first lap, but the track is so different. You got to be careful of that because you could overcook a section, you could break traction and find yourself on the ground and make it more work for yourself than you really need to be. So it's that balance between the desire to just run away from everybody and then self-control and just maintain. He's in the cap. He's in the spot right now where he can clear track and he can control it at this point.
Watching at the moment, Medaglia in that number 3 spot. Still close battling between the 4 and 5 positions as well.
So you get back out in these areas where there's no shade, the sun, you can see it baking down there. It's going to be a little loose coming out. And then we'll watch the rear wheels, see how sideways they get in this section. They're riding the edge of the track where the dirt is still kind of packed up and they have something to grab hold of. The section they're coming through now is actually roadways that they use to get the campers in and out for the National. So that is extremely hard packed. That might as well be a roadway through the track. Although it's not paved, it is extremely hard packed. And we can see Weiss right within eye shot of Coquinos. So these two riders are breaking away from the rest of the pack, and it will be a showdown to the last lap.
How about it now? The pressure has moved just a little bit as Weiss trying to keep off of fighting Medaglia. Sweet sounds of 2 strokes ripping their way around this Budds Creek course. How about it? Weiss launching the triple there.
Yeah, I mean, that small displacement, 125 2-stroke, giving it everything he has to get through it. We're not going to see him get all the way over the Gulf, but the fact they're attacking the majority of the obstacles on this track is pretty phenomenal.
Watching the 125s go to work is Talon just ever so slightly falling off the trail of that top 2.
It's good to see Talon up there at least threatening for that top 3 spot. Coming back off injury, coming back out here again. Any progression, any improvement from one motor to the next has to be welcome.
No doubt.
Number of lines in these corners, taking that overhead shot. These 3 different ruts coming out of that corner to send up before we get back to Yamaha finish line.
So stamp it, a lap in the books.
Go around, get the Merullo step up. Shot of the leaders here momentarily as we get the top spot. There's almost evenly spaced out. 3rd and 4th are probably the closest on the track as we look through this field of Pro-Am 125s. just a constant puff of dust. And that's as a character of the Jday courses. Like we mentioned earlier, track does not get touched, does not get groomed, and water does not get put on it. So dust becomes another variable in the racing here.
Yeah, well, and I think that's something that I've really, in the last couple of years, becoming more involved with the off-road specific community, getting to work with the GNCCs, and here at Jday is that I really appreciate about the off-road community is, and my moto folks, forgive me, they don't whine as much, okay? They don't complain. I swear I complain more about the rain and the dust than any of these off-road riders do, because they just have learned to accept it, take it as it comes, and like you said, used it as an opportunity, use it as an obstacle. Looks on lap times. Take a look right now. Kokinos in control of this with a 6:21. Talon Medallia a little bit faster with a 6:27 than Austin Meads, who's at a 28. Meanwhile, Weiss, there we go. That makes a little more sense there. 6:26 for Robert Weiss.
Medaglia is only 1 second off of Weiss. I mean, that's still 1 second, but the fact the young man stepped back up and at least in there with a set comparable lap times is to be commended. And he is attacking through the woods, just bobbing and weaving through the trees. Right now it sits Kokinos, Weiss, Medaglia, and Temple. Temple was solid in that first moto, running in that second spot for a bit. And we saw Kokinos break free and get through. In this one, though, Kokinos is out front, controlling this race, has a bit of a lead over Weiss. And that's what's going to take it the overall. If this stands as it does, that would be Kokinos with the overall win.
Temple right now kind of in full defense mode. He can't even focus on Charger 4. Grinowick's in that number 6 spot, is right behind him. And that is not a guy that you want breathing down your neck. He is very creative, very comfortable at taking some different lines. He won the 150A class out of GNCC, and so this is the kind of guy that can jump up and steal a spot away when you least expect it. So Temple going to try to break a little time between himself and Grinowick, see if he can refocus on bringing the fight to Talon Medallia. Meanwhile, things not getting any less tight here at the top of the field. The Fox FPV drone, want to know what it's like to eat roost off the back of Robert Weiss's machine. This is it. Catching some spray as we head into the FMF Extreme section.
Kokinos doing what Kokinos does. Last 3 rounds he has won, coming away with the points. He's in the points lead, putting it together with a 2-1. We'll get him another 4 out of 5 mark. And his worst finish so far in the series, this class has been a second.
Yeah, Weiss, you can tell at this point, this is Kokinos' managing class. And by no means, you heard it in the interview, he's not rolling over, he's not rolling around in this class. He truly is competing. He wants to win not only each race, but the title as well. But he is playing a management role in the sense of focusing on that pro motos. Looks like, who was that went down? Oh, problems there for Grinowick at the top end of the KC66 section. So even some of our best riders getting caught off guard by that section, of course. Meanwhile, Robert Weiss seems like he is throwing it all at the wall and is all laying it down to try to catch up to Kokinos. Justin, for the moment, being able to put up a solid defense, but
as far as title goes, Kokinos does not need to win this. He's got some pretty solid points lead. And with another race coming up, if Weiss gets close, you got to wonder if he'll just kind of let it happen in the effort to conserve energy, because it's getting hot. It's continually, I want to say it's increasing in heat. It may not be that case, but the humidity is definitely making it feel that much more hot as these racers circulate around this demanding Budge Creek racetrack.
Weiss is, this is his priority class. I believe Weiss also racing in the pro class on a different bike, but this is what he really wanted to show up for and compete for a win in. And so maybe almost a tale of two completely opposite stories between Kokinos and Weiss, both in the same classes, but maybe a little different focus for both riders. So one going to be willing to risk it just a little bit more. Two different stories, two different lines through the Dunlop split lane, and two great riders going to battle at the top of the field here for the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class.
We can talk strategy, we can talk dedication, we can talk what people want, but a racer is a racer is a racer, and it's hard not just to want that win. And you got to think, if Kokinos feels like he can run a pace, you got to wonder where he's managing. If he's running 80%, if he can do that and take the win, of course, the win is always desired result.
Yeah.
So, but with that said, these riders are at the top level of fitness. So this also gets their bodies warmed up as well. So when they get out there in that pro class, I know for a fact that you sit for 2 hours in between motos, things tighten up that much more. This is a little warm-up round. If he can run it at a manageable pace, it could benefit him as well in that pro class later on today.
Watching up and over Henry Hill. Sweet sounds of 125 battles here in this Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Coquinos, another lap complete.
Got the battle cam up here for those top two riders, Justin Coquinos and Robert Weiss, doing it for the battle cam, Stoke battle cam, battle for the lead.
Keeping all eyes on the front of the pack as Coquinos has opened it up, I would say, just a little bit in those last few sections of track. Seems like Weiss maybe a little more solid in the woods. We were able to catch up with Robert Weiss a bit earlier this weekend and talk to him about strong sections of the track and racing right here at Budds Creek.
It's a really fun track. The national track is awesome. I really love coming here for the national weekend and riding amateur day. The track's always super deep and prep's really cool, so that's fun. And the woods here is pretty awesome when it's good and there's moisture in the ground. Even when it's dry, there's still some low-lying areas down by the creek, and it ends up being pretty fun. So overall, I really have enjoyed this place over the years.
There you have it from the number 16 machine. Now, Justin Coquinos, who's currently out front, gives his thoughts on racing right here at Budds Creek as well.
This place is obviously sick. It's, there's always the national that comes around. I've done it once before. I made it to Loretta's for the first time in 09 here, so I love this place. It's a sick track. Obviously, the elevation's sick, the ruts, everything about it. The big triple step-up's fun. So yeah, this place is cool.
Love to hear it there from Coquinos. This is one, like I said, I've heard people talking about all season long. Oh, well, if you can only go to one, man, I don't know. Budds Creek might be the one to check out. And so certainly cool to see the excitement, not only on a rider side. We were obviously able to talk with Jonathan Beasley a bit earlier, and it just seems like everyone from Ethan, staff at Jday, Ezra and staff here at Budds Creek, the riders, the fans, everyone knew this was going to be a good one.
Yeah, with that, the storied history here at Budds Creek, it's almost a folklore, and so the chance to come race it in your own genre is monumental. And it looks like Weiss has taken over the lead over
Coquinos. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, and I was watching this battle as Talon Medallia now has his hands full as well, so the battle for third is on. Switch for the lead up at the top of the field as now Weiss has taken the spot away. Coquinos going to chase, and this is when we get into priorities versus, kind of thinking about that next moto. How hard is Coquinos going to push? He's in the points lead. Weiss has not run a race with us so far this season, so he is essentially out of contention for the title in this class. And Coquinos not going to be a sucker for pride. He's not going to let that take away from the big picture.
The grand scheme of things, you want to win the title, you're out front, you have another moto to run. But man, look at making the charge, putting it back up, and makes the pass. Woo! Drops, blocks it down low, but they almost come together. Weiss has to check up, and as soon as we say Sutherland for pride, he makes the charge to go back out front.
Yeah, let me crumple those words up and eat them myself. As Coquinos says, I think not. I'm not done quite yet.
I think we saw there when Weiss spun up a little bit in rocks, and Coquinos made a run at it, and he just took advantage of the situation.
Saw the opportunity, struck, and made it happen. We take a look at this replay. Watch Justin Coquinos. You see Weiss just a little bit further up ahead in that KC66 section. Momentum gets stalled a little bit, just gets hung up on a rock. you could almost see just from the way the feet were dangling, he just didn't quite have the same intensity. Coquinos power on around the outside, snatches that spot back.
You saw where Coquinos had to be a little further out, and that's what we're talking about. Traction broke loose, the back came around. That was disastrous for both of them.
Yep.
Yeah, if you want to be out front, but you definitely want to be on the ground. So we'll see how it shapes up. It looks like, is that Temple's got?
Yeah, Temple and Medallia. So Temple on the climb forward as well. Don't forget, Medallia still on the recovery from an injury, so got to wonder late into this moto. Let's see, heading into the Dunlop split lane. 2 different line choices for the riders that last lap.
I'm starting to think the left-hand lane for the split lane may be better because he sets you up more for that next turn. So we'll see if that plays out. We see that Medallia goes to the outside, see if that sets him make a turn to cut underneath. A little bit different run. The lapper is going to play on this one a little bit, though. They have the zigzag to make it through.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about on that outside line, though. We saw Ricky Russell doing that in the first pro moto as well, really focusing more on how it shapes them up for that next corner. But, man, Weiss, you can see how hard he's riding and starting to flirt with almost overriding this bike as well. Back in, dancing around, hard on the throttle. Got to try to almost slow down to go faster.
Yeah, throttle control. He didn't jump uphill triple that time. So you have to think he's probably feeling that back end spin up a little bit more. We are seeing traction breaking through the process. You have to wonder if Coquinos really knew he was that close, or if it was a mistake that made the help the pass happen. Because right now he has put the hammer back down, and I'd say opened up about 2-second lead over Weiss, who's sitting in second.
Yeah, pretty solid response there for Coquinos after a brief taking of the lead.
We see Temple is not that far back, and looks like he has broken away from Talon. Talon setting the pace, and there's a gap now between the 3rd and 4th place riders. They kind of manage this race, working around. We got maybe a lap and a half, 2 laps left to go, I believe.
Well, watch and wait. Here comes your leader through the Yamaha finish line. No white flag yet.
See if Weiss can buckle down and make a charge as they get around here. I imagine that we're going to see something happen. Weiss seems to be approaching that first half of the woods a little more aggressive than Coquinos.
I know, it does kind of seem like Coquinos has found an extra gear.
Lit a fire under him when Weiss got by him, and I think he decided at that point that he wanted this win more than he wanted to conserve energy.
Yeah, I saw Coquinos coming through that section. Almost looked like he was looking back across the track up at the Yamaha finish line. Almost wondering maybe if thought he missed that white flag, but did not see it waving out there. So
yeah, it's not wishful thinking, is
yeah.
Really,
there's no way. It certainly feels like 30 minutes.
I've been there. I swear I've come around numbers of times and seen, thought the white flag was going to be out 3 laps in a row, and it finally came out. It was like the early Christmas gift. Coquinos out there with a 6:16 lap time. Weiss with a 6:12. So they play around here. Weiss making a charge through the woods. I'm telling you, this first section of woods is where Weiss seems to make his time up. So we'll see when they get around to that FMF Extreme section if the gap is closed up some.
Here we go. All eyes at the front of the field. The Luxon lap times set the tail as Weiss has got the pace, but Coquinos has the position. Hard on the throttle.
So we the way around here, and lappers actually may become more and more an issue as we see the speed difference between the leaders and what they're coming up on in the tightest section of the track. So that is going to play to Weiss's advantage, because if Coquinos has to check up even the slightest bit, Weiss will be there.
Well, and there's no question about it. I mean, you can see the 2 different, the paces essentially night and day difference. So Coquinos, unfortunately, going to have to be the first one to break that barrier down and get away through them. Meanwhile, Weiss can kind of just slip in behind.
We're seeing just how far back. Did we miss Temple? Or?
No, I don't believe we did. So maybe something happening to Temple is now it is Talon Medallia in that number 3 spot. So a huge shakeup inside the top 3 is now it seems like Temple has had problems.
Weiss taking an alternate line around there, trying to find maybe a little bit smoother momentum. Sits into second.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of not following. He's been like that all day long.
It's going to be, as they come around, see if he repays the favor when they get to that next time to the Kurt Caselli Pro section. You got to think that was a fumble on his part, getting a little momentum off and letting that happen. There's still time left in this race, so we'll see how it plays out here as we continue on with this Pro-Am 125 class.
All right, cutting back through here on the well, now we flip over to the Fox FPV drone. Nice little move there from Weiss, kind of hopping up over top of that log. Saves maybe a tenth here, a tenth there. Ooh, kick from Coquinos. Things starting to break down in that extreme section.
Here we come up on the Kirk Caselli Pro section, charging up through this rock section, see if Weiss can manage a little better. He has definitely found a line this time and carried momentum all the way through. So didn't give up anything, but it looks like Coquinos had a solid line through there as well.
Take a look back to watch. Yeah, Talon Medallia all by his lonesome in that number 3 spot.
Temple's also run later today as well, so he may have decided just to back it down and conserve.
So this kid is ready to fight. I got to battle his dad here in a little bit. Oh, big hit from that rider.
That could have been unfortunate for Medallia, but made it through clean. Looking back at the front here, Coquinos, 444 weaving in and out as Weiss chased him down to try to steal back this win and the overall for the day.
Yeah, Justin's done well. I mean, even in lap traffic, really he's done a good job of maintaining that gap. Not pulled it out at all, but I really feel like he's lost a ton. And somebody like a Coquinos, he's that kind of guy where you can, as long as he's just got enough room to be in front of you, that's all he needs. He doesn't need to have a ton of breathing room. He's so hard to force into a mistake.
Whether you win by a minute or the width of a knobby, a win's still a win. So he'll do what he has to do. But we see the overhead shot here, seeing the momentum of Weiss coming up, trying to reel it back in as they work their way back around. We'll be approaching that Dunlop split section. We got a lapper in front, so we got multiple lappers. So Weiss could use this to advantage. Goes back to the outside. He's going to try to sweep around.
Yeah, Coquinos actually switched the outside this time. Yeah, so going to switch lines there for the 444.
This is not the place you want to come on with lappers. Up this off camber, there's not a whole lot of room to go. But Coquinos is managing like a pro. Worked his way through, got a little loose there, but maintained his gap over Weiss.
Cuts to the inside and going to slam the door on that lap rider as well. Still able to get the step up, and that actually may be big for Coquinos in the sense of putting breathing room between himself. That inside line, obviously a bit less distance, but so, oh, that was a cool line there from Weiss cutting back across, but man, it kills the momentum headed towards that big step up. Coquinos doing everything he could just to get over it.
And all these smaller displacement two strokes, momentum is such a key part of success. Really keeping the flow going, keeping that thing up in the RPMs. The second you lose that momentum, it's like starting all over again, and no one wants that.
So, coming by the tower once again. Let's see. Coquinos this time goes way over to the left-hand side of the track, going to sweep around that outside. Sure, going to start to see more of that. As white flag is out. 1 lap left to go. Here in this Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class.
It looks like Coquinos has settled into a pretty constant pace here. Something takes a look back, sees he's got enough room. We'll see if he settles in. I'm not sure how willing Weiss is going to be to put the charge in on this last lap.
Yeah, I don't want to say Coquinos is broken, but at this point he's in position to. It's really going to take a mistake or something out of the ordinary for Justin, I feel like, to fall that far back. Not sure that Weiss has got the ability to make that much time up.
As we see Coquinos take one more charge down that hill, entering in the first wood section once again. This Jday off-road GP track has been a test of skill, determination, physical fitness, and Coquinos has knew the assignment, stepped up, and is getting it done in this Pro-Am 125 class.
Back on your screen, Justin Coquinos continuing to march his way forward.
Lapper gets out of the way, lets Weiss through, but at this point, Coquinos' momentum has pulled himself out where he's out of sight of Weiss. Weiss doesn't even have eyes on him at this point. So,
and we talk about this all the time, even in GNCC. Once you're out of sight it's so hard to be able to find that pace. And so for somebody like Weiss right now, doing everything he can, but without knowing if you're making up any time or anything like that, it's really going to be difficult.
Stepping into this race for one round, come away with the second, still a good feeling.
Yes.
You always want to win, but a 1-2, nothing to be disappointed in. So with that said, white flag is out. I'm going to make my way over here, and we'll talk to Justin Kokinas and get his take and see what he's looking forward to the pro race.
There we go. All right, so going to be getting ready to chat it up with Justin Kokinas here in just about 3/4 of a lap or so. He's able to hang on for a overall victory. So going to continue to weave their way through the woods of Mechanicsville, Maryland. There's many of them. The racing action continues here at Budds Creek on the moto track in the woods. Potomac Speedway fired up as well. Sounds like they got some action going on. Maybe it's a dragway. I don't know. There's all kinds of racing going on here on property. This is the spot to be. If you have not already, make sure you guys follow us on Jday Off-Road social media. All things Jday up to date. That's where you need to go. Points, pro riding breakdown, event breakdown, how to sign up, where to watch, all the information you can need right there on social media. Get down to just about half a lap or so in this one. Race number 11. Fox FPV drone. Weiss continuing to use every inch of the track, starting to piece together some of those edges as well. Kokinas not out of the woods yet. Weiss has still got him in sight. I take that back. He can see Kokinas at the top of that Kurt Caselli zone, and if Kokinas lays off too much, he may be in for a surprise there in the final few sections of racetrack. Ruts that have developed in parts of this track as well. The soil, strong as it may be, can't help but break down after having this many Jday off-road rippers make their way through. Waiting, and there is Kokinas on the Fox FPV drone, opening that 125 up. Fastest part of the whole course. Through the Dunlop split lane for the final time now, as well as he's on approach to jumping right back onto the national course. Tucks back to the inside. And now just a couple of corners away from a checker flag and an overall win here this weekend in our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Meanwhile, Weiss not giving up anything possible, even in the final few sections of racetrack. Kokinas buzzes us here at the tower and just about a corner away. 2-1 is enough to get the job done, and it will be the 4:44 of Justin Kokinas grabbing your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 win here from Budds Creek in round number 5. Big shout out to Robert Weiss there in the number 2 spot. Crossing the line not far behind Kokinos. And as you can see, both Weiss and Kokinos absolutely exhausted after that one. Gave it all they had. That's what it takes to get the job done here at Jday, as we get ready to send things down to the podium to do some celebrating with our winner, Justin Kokinos.
All right, down here with Justin Kokinos, putting the work in this one, got out front early, had a bit of a challenge mid-race where you had to get back to work, made a charge to that rock section back to lead, and then it got aggressive dropping down. How'd it feel that whole race? You had to let it hang out for a moment.
Yeah, for sure. He was on it. Definitely was hoping for easier race leading into this Pro Moto, but man, he was on it. It was a sick battle the whole way to the finish. I couldn't let up one bit. So, like you said, he messed up in the rock. He got by me, and then he messed up in the rocks. And like you said, it was a little bit aggressive, but I was on the outside, so it was good. It was good racing.
You had momentum on your side. You saw the opportunity, took it, and then when you got back to the moto section, it looked like you opened it back out again. Looks like you're feeling this moto section today. How are you loving this Budge Creek circuit?
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I mean, these hills on the 125, this thing's screaming, and Gardner built me a sick motor, so this thing's ripping up those hills. So, yeah, moto track was sick. I had a blast.
Cool. Looking in for the Pro Moto. Anything you find out there to put to work?
A little bit. I mean, the section that he passed me was definitely my worst section all day. And he passed me in it, which is awesome because I found out where he was going. So cleaned that up, and that was really about it for line search. So, yeah, I felt pretty good. So let's see if we can do one more.
Yeah, 4 in a row in this 125 class, leading the points. Great day, Budge Creek. Congratulations. We'll see you out there shortly.
So how about it? Another incredible ride there for Justin Kokinos, getting the job done in your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. So we get ready to take a look at your race recap. Show you how it all went down. Kokinos staying calm. Start absolutely crucial here in this second moto, a very different track from what they saw earlier today. Of course, lap rider is going to play their part in things as well, but at the front of the field, Justin Kokinos and Robert Weiss went to battle, as Weiss was able to make a quick move early on, get around Kokinos, but the 444 would keep the pressure up, and there it is, snatches that lead, I should say, right back. And that was going to be enough to take it all the way down to the checkered flag. Lap riders in a deteriorating course gave him some difficulties, but all in all, the 444 knew how to get the job done and did just that as he walks away. Your overall winner here from round number 5, your Protaper top 10 breaks down like this. It's Justin Kokinos, Robert Weiss, Talon Medalia 1, 2, and 3, Austin Meads, and Tegan Temple round out your top 5. Matt Webb, Joshua Bonds, Bobby Betancourt, Kyle Bates, and Jacob Blackburn round out your top 10 here from this one. Well, folks, don't go anywhere. We're getting down to the final few races of the day. You don't want to miss it. We'll have it all right here on Racer TV and GPTV. The Protaper Budge Creek Grand Prix Round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road season. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, Engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. Jday Off-Road is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Budds Creek Motorsports Park. If you haven't been out here, just a little over an outside out of Washington, D.C. Plenty of festivities going on out there this weekend as well, but this is the place to be. One of the most iconic motocross tracks in the country. And we're taking it a step beyond that as we bring Jday Off-Road Racing right here to Budds Creek for the first time, the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix.
Down the line, we got those vet riders giving a little love for people at home. It's always good to see them enjoying themselves on this hot summer day here. We're knocking on the door of summer. It's not officially summer yet. We're still early in June, but it is a preview as far as the temperatures, the humidity here in this Southern Maryland Raceway. We see the card getting ready to come out here momentarily as the B vet riders will be the first ones to take off, and then we'll have a couple other waves of the other vet classes. Giving a signal for these guys to get ready, and we're going to go racing. We've got this vet class, vet waiver riders to head out, and then we'll be wrapping it up with the pro class and the heavy hitters going at it once again for the glory, prestige, and big payday here at the Jday Budds Creek round. as we've been talking to the riders, seeing the riders come off the track, the temperature, the environment is definitely taking its toll. They're going to sleep well tonight as we wrap this program up. Only 2 rounds ago. We'd like to thank everybody for joining us at home on Racer TV here at Budds Creek. Comes here again, make sure you get out here. And like Jonathan Beasley said earlier, this is one of the largest nationals. So come August, make your way down here also for the national event. But today we are at Jday Off-Road GP here at Budds Creek. And green flag's getting ready to fly as we do our first wave of B-Vet riders.
The Fox flag drops and B-Vet heads into turn number 1.
Make a run to the step up. Looks like the first 3 go for it. The rest kind of settle in there. Going to remember most of them have to go to work tomorrow.
Yes.
So vet riders navigating their way around here. Those first 3 riders are sending it. That third place rider just jumped his way into second over that national tabletop finish line jump.
Yeah, it is one of those things, kind of risk versus reward, especially on the opening lap. There's certainly an element of risk to it, but if you're willing to go for it, you can pick up a number of spots on that opening lap by really having some solid intensity, and that rider showing an example of just that.
And you can see the advantage of being out front as the riders further back in the pack are just really navigating the dust that's thrown down in front of them. So we got our next wave of riders coming to the Super Senior Masters class as they jump off the line here. Like the Darren Hall on that YZ back there had to kick charge 3 times, so he's going to start the back. He's going to have to work his way through his time and work up and in. He's a local, knows this track, did pretty well the first meadow, but we see the Super Senior Masters group work their way through.
Watching some Masters at work here. Carve their way around the top side of this Budds Creek course by where the pro national pits usually are.
Inside table. We've seen him before. Greg Likens in there on that Super Senior class on the 04. Working his way, kind of didn't get the best start he wanted, but it looks like he's going to try to work his way through as he zigs and zags.
Likens are kind of try to line squaring across those lines, headed back up towards the hillside.
With it getting harder in that dirt packing in, it gets really rough up that main line. If you can work inside out, that's advantage to these riders, vet riders being here for so long. You can cut back at the edge. You've got a nice smooth run, and you can conserve some energy, especially early in the moto. Senior B, Women B, and Women C now are off. That's your last wave on this one. As we have one more wave, I believe, vintage class. But we got the B Senior, Women B, and Women C working their way around over that step up and through the rollers for the last moto of the day. It's been a great day calling the race here with you, Josh. Zach, it's been absolutely amazing.
I wish I was that fast.
Yeah. Like I said, my downside probably be a road race fan. It's bring old habits. But now, Zach, it's been great calling the action with you. Being here at Budds Creek, it's like coming home, and a very familiar place to be.
No, you as well, absolutely. Like we said, it's so nice to be able to have a little bit of local knowledge, not only just of a rider that's been here, raced the Pro National here, but to just kind of grow up around here. Like I said, a lot of nostalgia around Budds Creek for myself growing up, and it sounds like you echo that kind of same sentiment. And so this is, for a lot of us, it's more than track, and it may not be this track for you, but it seems like everybody's got their home track or that one location where they had a good race or they had just something that kind of helped cement the love for this sport and this lifestyle for them. And, so I could not agree anymore. It's been great racing all day long. Still got our final pro moto coming up after this, and been a ton of fun to call the action with.
Yeah, you come to a place like this when you have your local track. It's not cheers, but everybody knows your name when you walk in. It's a good place to come back to. Feel comfortable, and lifetime friends doing it. Look at these senior classes. Like I said, we said earlier today, you said your dad ran the last round.
Yep.
Were there other guys that racing that he'd raced with in the past?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he had friends that he'd been racing with longer than I've been alive. That same thing. They hadn't raced. My dad hadn't raced in 20 years, and started doing Jday this season. He said, you know what, that actually looks pretty fun. Lake Sugar Tree's not far from us in the Carolinas, and said, I'm going to give it a shot. So he might have hit the ground a couple times, might have embarrassed me a couple of times, but you know what, I probably did the same thing to him when I was out there racing.
The fact you got up and kept going, you got to feel proud about that, though.
No, all kidding aside.
That's it. Yep.
It is really cool. I mean, all joking aside, I give a lot of crap to my dad, but it's cool. 63 years old, still out there getting to ride, getting to race, and getting to do it with buddies that he's had since his mid-20s. That is the most impressive part of that whole thing. You know, being able to keep those relationships up. And my dad, the Parts Unlimited rep in my area of North Carolina, so very heavily involved in the industry, and that's what it's all about. He talks about being able to share the love of the sport. It's something that it's not just been a passion of mine, but it's how my family's eating. You know, put meals on our table, and it's really cool to see a like-minded group of individuals that get to share that same level of passion for the sport.
The woods, back to the woods section, have developed into really some good lines. It's not too torn up. Now it's dried out. They've got some berms set up, and it's a raceable course. Which, to be honest with you, we saw dust on the motocross track, but when they're in the back of the woods, the level of racing we're going to see from those pro riders in a little bit because of the way it's set up, I think it'll be next level for the day.
Yeah, it really almost seems like as the moto track is broken down, the woods have continued to get better and better, maybe getting some more lines beat into them, but that moisture just kind of hanging in there.
Yeah, the line choice they're able to do with the different line choices, there are some fresh soil to dig into.
Hero dirt, as they like to call it, right? Makes everybody look like a hero out there.
I would need a little more than the dirt at this point, but I'll give it to the guys that are doing it now.
S on my chest and a cape on me. I still don't think I quite look like a hero, but
it's good. I tell you what, looking at how this, once we continue mentioning it, breaking down these vet riders are going to have to zigzag through to find a way through without hitting the ground. This extreme section has only gotten more extreme as the day has gone on.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of holding up kind of to the wear and tear of all of these riders. Not really seeing anything move around, but it's almost it's the dirt that's kind of continued to move away. The lips on some of these not as built up as they were earlier today. So see one rider losing a couple of spots there.
Yeah, so just curiosity, I know that with some of the motor supercross, they bring their some of the stuff to the track, not the dirt,
right?
But the logs, are those sourced here? They take them with them.
That would be an easy question. I don't know if we have if it's BYOL or what.
That's it. Bring your own logs.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be honest with you, if they are, they're holding up really well. So where are they getting the logs from? Because those things are not torn up too bad.
I've seen the semis when they come pulling into the property. I didn't see the log truck.
They're loggers.
But, certainly possible.
So working way through the woods here as we see our rider number 625. Look at, and I thought we would see more ruts coming out, but the ground is holding up. We got some good lines there. The roots are staying in place. They're not getting up, grabbing foot pegs or feet like we sometimes see.
Yeah, even in this section right here where they've kind of gone up onto the wall or the bank, if you will, it's carved away, but it hasn't gotten to the point where it's shoot up, nothing but braking and acceleration bumps. The riders can still kind of power slide their way around it, so things really have shaped up phenomenally in the woods.
The rain we got a couple days ago did its part to get the moisture back here. You can see at some of these spots, the low levels, if we got much more rain, it would have been much deeper, and it would change the whole dynamic of the day. I believe we got the perfect amount to make this raceable, and like we said earlier, the hero dirt is coming to the top.
No doubt about it. As riders starting to make their way back out onto the moto track, buzzing by us here in the tower. You can see dust continuing to kick up now at this point as the sun bakes down.
These are the Masters, Super Senior guys coming through here. They're staying pretty close together. Seeing, I'm recognizing the group that came together off the line, wheel to wheel to wheel. So we'll see some good racing throughout this moto as they work their way around.
Yeah, these classes kind of been like that all season long, where you get some new faces, some new names, but the skill level really consistent, and it's really fun to see. This is where you see something like one willingness to do a jump or one willingness to try a certain line, and it can pay off in a big way because so often those groups are still bunched together even 3 or 4 laps into the race.
A nice shot there of the woods we go through. Let's see, wait for another rider to come down. We got the Yamaha finish line now as they're circulating their way around. And that's a pretty deep. I was walking over to do the last podium interview. That rut is much deeper than it looks from this angle. We saw one rider get tangled up and kind of fall down in it. So lap times, Darren talking about out front with the 7:28 with Mike Jones at 7:38.
How about it? Talking ball stepping up in a big way here in this one. Jones in that number 2 spot on the OA. As Matthew Bonds, Michael Anderson, and looks like Spencer Saraceno round out your top 5. There is Austin Sudrith. Trying to remember, I was like, wait, who ended up grabbing this win?
I was just thinking the same thing. Who looking out at this? It was Sudrith that had gotten out there, and he's got some work cut out for him. He wants to get back up towards the front because talking about setting lap times, they're definitely in a position to pull away from the rest of the group.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not Austin can pick things up, kind of usually working his way towards the front. And he's got a couple of riders just in front of him to be able to do just that.
And we saw in the first moto, we're thinking back to it, Sudrith made a charge towards the end. He was sitting behind Jones to go on the last lap and ended up coming away with the win, making that charge. So this race is far from over, 1 lap in, and we can see if he can lay it down and close the gap and put himself back up for the overall position.
Taking a look, looks like Gabriella Venisi leads the way in your women's B class. Jamie Fury leads your women's C class. Todd Gales out front of your C senior. And Danny Secretore out there on the vintage Cali.
Doing it for the people. It's good to see after taking what was a pretty decent fall yesterday.
Nice little spill yesterday.
Yep, and a little spill, and then he caught himself in the wheel and fell back on the bike. That could be almost as painful as the fall itself. But he's back out here doing it. Did earlier, and now he's on the vintage bike and looking solid out here in this Budge Creek circuit.
Yep, looked like nothing was hurt but the pride. It's all right.
Yeah, pride heals faster than most other things.
Absolutely. So continuing to watch as Sudrith now starting to try to cut his way through traffic just in front of him.
Looks like that move was on Saraceno, so he has maybe moved himself up into the 5th spot as we watch our way through. I want to grab some numbers. I do believe that was Saraceno that made the move on. The 43, I'm almost positive. I'll have to double check it, but if that's the case, he's 1 step closer to the top. With a lot of time left.
Oh yeah, still plenty of time. 1 lap in the books here for race number 12. If you're watching on Racer TV or GPTV, our pro finale going to be coming up after this. Don't go anywhere.
Talking about is making that leap over those first double tires. That has probably helping him extend a little bit. Takes a look over his shoulder. I'd have to think no one is too close to him to put on the pressure at this point.
Well, and that's another one of those risk versus reward things where it's not technically that difficult to do, but there's an element of risk to it. And so being able to do something just simple like that, if you can execute it, can add a lot of time to your lead and can certainly help get some cushion as far as how hard you have to push that pace.
And the commitment just to do it the first time is really the biggest challenge, because as with most things we've done, there's all those things where you don't do it, and then you do it, and you're like, why didn't I do that earlier?
Why have I waited this long? Yep.
And so he took the advantage to jump out. I think he must have done it the first lap to see gaps are pretty good. With that said, it put him in position to break out and command this race from this point forward.
So watching on board the Fox FPV drone.
As the day goes on and it gets a little hotter and the riders get more tired, we're seeing more people make that left turn at the bottom of this to avoid getting stuck in the rock section. This rider, though, powered through it and took advantage of the time gap. They were side by side coming in. Now we look back and see what difference it made by taking the rock section compared to the bypass.
So the FPV drone trying to hang on. One rider looked like he launched and the bike stalled in the air or something.
That's Spagna, who's been running pretty solid, but yeah, just got caught a little momentum and stalled it. Now he's got to start from scratch and chug his way up the hill.
And yeah, who knows? Could be something arm pump, general fatigue from a long day of riding and racing.
So one big Gabriella Menisi out front still in the women's B class. In the women's C, Haley Wood on the 401 Husqvarna holding down the lead in that class. Work our way through these results so far in the mid-race. John Stadler in the C Senior, the Gas Gals out front leading the class. Evan Kelly on the 221, the vintage Kawasaki, with the commanding lead over the rest of the field. And then we see the B Veteran, which is the premier class in this one, which is Darren Tagenbaugh out front on 117, Mike Jones second, and it looks like Matthew Bones on sitting in third spot to 238. Come around to getting back towards the moto section. So they go through the Dunlop split lane. We'll work back the motocross section and to the Yamaha finish line. We'll get an updated lineup here to see if Austin Sudworth has made any further moves towards the front of this class.
So we'll see how things have changed at the front of the overall here in just a moment. Once again, this is race number 12, your B Vet Super Senior and Masters, as well as B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior, and your Vintage class.
Good shot here in the woods. The shade and the shade and the sun not being down there. It's got to feel a little bit of a reprieve for some of these riders as they are baking when they're out on the motocross section of this track.
Yeah, you think there's got to be a little bit of relief.
Put it back through here. Yeah, come up on camera here so we get it spotted out. Possible 23, we'll see it. Identify that here momentarily.
Peering into the woods.
That's it. This class, you can see where the fatigue may have set in. The charge for the majority of the field is kind of balanced out. At this point, there's a handful of laps left to go, and they're just going to try to fight it through, make the most of this Jday event here at Budds Creek. First time here. I have to think, all in all, no matter how tired, how hot, a lot of these riders have to go feeling good about what they were able to experience today.
Yeah, certainly a good time going to be had for a lot of these riders here this weekend. Is like we said, so excited to be able to bring the action of Jday here to Budds Creek.
And Sudworth has moved to that fifth position, so 4 spots out. I have to think, though, it's a tall order if he's going to want to try to reel in that 117 that Darren talking about.
So watching, I believe that's Bonds, if I'm not mistaken, on the 238. There is the 202 of Jones making his way by.
I believe we just saw 117 of Toggenball that was in between them. I may have. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to double check that because if that's the case, and here comes Sudworth. So I did not see the.
Well, don't forget, a lot of this depending on the start row as well for somebody like Sudworth. That could be how we saw him jump so far up in the overall a little later in that race. May have just taken him a moment to be able to catch up to those riders that physically started in front of him.
From what I can tell, and I'm going off a bit of memory here, I believe talking about Bonds, Jones, and Sudworth are on the same class. Not pretty sure about Anderson, but as we roll down here, we see the class list. I believe those are all your Vet B riders. So that's they're grouped up pretty tight as we saw them come through. We get another view when they come on the motocross track. They'll be a little easier to see them. There's your 117, 202, 117. If that holds true, I'm not sure if that's the same 117.
Yeah, it's a good point as well. Could be completely different from what the helmet number looks like. Is Toggenball, Bonds, and Jones, as well as Sudworth, all looks to be in that same class.
And all within one section of another we're seeing right now. So Toggenball having a pretty solid lead jump through that section. We'll have to see when they get if we get a good overhead, maybe the drone will help us out, and we can put eyes on how this is actually shaping up. And we may see a replay of Moto 1 where Sudworth just buckled down the last lap and put a charge in.
So the race is on here in race number 12.
Something happened. His Toggenball was a good 20 seconds faster. This time around, 7.53, 7.4, and 7.46. So he may have found his way to the ground. Same with Anderson. Anderson dropped back. And Sudworth with a 7.47 is still up in the mix. So I believe something may have happened to our leader, Darren Toggenball, because he is now definitely not charging like he was earlier and sitting in second spot between, I think, after Bonas in that spot. And Sudworth's not that far off.
Well, and it's one thing to lose, even 5 to 10 seconds, maybe a small bobble or something, but yeah, 20 seconds, you're looking at definitely some kind of relatively major mistake.
And here comes Sudworth putting on the charge to try to get past Toggenbaugh. He is carrying way more momentum, and that 94 is on a charge, trying to make its way to the front.
So here we go. Just like in Moto number 1, late in the race, the 94 Sudworth starts to creep forward.
The riders taking the time through. Here we go through. Working the way through this extreme section. That's the 202 of Mike Jones. You've got the 117 and the 94, all within the same section. As we come around to get around to the Kurt Caselli Pro line, this could be where Sudworth makes a charge, because you can see right in front of him.
Yep.
That looks like that may be the, it looks like maybe that was 117. We'll have to check if there's a lapper that may have made a left turn. If Toggenbaugh is hurting a bit, if he decides to bow out and take that longer line, that may have just opened up the door for Sudworth to jump up a few spots.
We'll have to wait till the next time through the stripe.
Then we'll be looking for the 202 of Mike Jones. Anticipation here as we wait for the riders to approach. Our eyes can be deceiving at times, but as far as I think the 202 will be the next rider we'll see as far as this lead pack goes.
So just watching and waiting at this point. There is the 94 Sudworth.
And I have not seen the 202, so let's see if the 202 drops back in here in a moment. There's 143. 202 Jones. 117 of Toggenbaugh. So Sudworth has done it once again. Sudworth has found his way through the pack into the lead.
Just like that, the 94 waits till the time is right and then gets to work.
You'll pay attention. They'll be coming out of this wood section momentarily, getting back into the open area as they head towards the Dunlop split lane shortly. And I'm thinking the pace has slowed down a bit with this group. I'm not sure how many laps they'll be able to get, but it'll be interesting to see when they come around if this is actually a white flag lap.
Entirely possible. You can definitely see that the intensity not quite what they had in Moto 1, and be pretty shocking if it was the same. So many things have changed the way this, and I almost feel like that level of intensity maybe not the smartest way to race a course like this late in the day.
Yeah, I said the way the course is breaking down, breaking traction, and we may have seen that, may have what happened to Toggenbaugh. If he was pushing a little hard, we saw him double through the section. It may have taken its toll and caught up with him eventually. Take another look back here. As the FPV drone swings around, we take a look back over that dual split lane section, Dunlop split lane. And we'll get a shot here of the Yamaha finish line. Back markers working their way through. Looks like possibly so their back class is a few corners away. We should see the leader, which I believe at this point is going to be Austin Sudworth.
It does look like that white flag is tucked and ready to be thrown the next time through.
It's all going to be a matter of timing. As we look through here, we'll see the number 94 working its way through, I imagine, within the next probably 30 seconds. White flag is out.
So there we go, one lap to go.
Get some of the women's class coming through. There's your 94 right there, taking the white flag. He's well on his way to a 1-1 day here at the Jday Off-Road GP event, Protaper, Budge Creek round of the series.
Round number 5. One more moto after this, our second pro finale.
amazing day. We have some good guests sitting in. Good to hear Ruby come in. Give her a
absolutely.
call.
Yeah, so great to be able to have a firsthand kind of talk there, and good to hear from Ruby as well. I know, like she talked about, been down with that injury for quite a while. Tried to let it heal on its own. Ultimately, didn't get where she needed. And man, that's a tough decision. Ruby obviously still very young, got a lot of years ahead of her in her career, and it's hard to sacrifice those years for the hope that this is going to be the right move moving forward. But really grateful to have her come join us, and yeah, look forward to seeing her back in the booth and back on the track as well as we take a look at your Luxon lap times. Bonus a 7:45 on that last lap, so continues to have a just bit more pace.
We'll have to look. Maybe Bonus may still be ahead of Sutherland.
I was going to say, it might have been that Yamaha that we saw right as the white flag came out, almost right after. Like, I think he caught him off guard a little bit.
Yeah, he looked back for a second. So he's been a sleeper in this one. Just kind of did what he did when Jones and Toggenball started dropping back. Bonus was right there to jump in on that 238 and get the lead. But Sudworth is moving along. Although he's a little bit slower that last lap, we got to wonder what's going to see when we work our way around. With one lap left to go, as I go start heading up here for the podium, I'm going to have to listen in and see how you call the rest of this race.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled. I believe this is Bonus right here on the 238. I see a 366 sticker on there.
I wonder if he's winning two classes.
It's definitely possible. You got to wonder, but I am almost positive that was him. So we will see. Keep watching and waiting, and yeah, maybe start heading that way in case he catches us off guard, because it is certainly possible. Matthew Bonnet still showing out front, leading the way. Austin Sudrith trying to steal things away here on the final lap with Spencer Saracena now in that number 3 ride. Mike Jones and Michael Anderson rounding out your top 5. Here in race number 12, B-Vet Super Senior Masters, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior, and Vintage. Won't be long. We will see our riders head back out onto the motocross track. Scanning our way through. I believe that was Sudrith we just caught a glimpse of. Meanwhile, Fox FPV drone jumps on board with the 238 ride. Going way over to the left-hand side to set up for that extreme section. Probably the widest approach for that section that we've seen so far today. Hey, no judgment here, though. Got through it better than I could, that's for sure. Now going to set up for that Kurt Caselli Foundation Rock Garden here in this one. Sudrith should be coming through this extreme section here in any second now as well. And after that, quick trip back to link up with the moto track, and we're wrapping things up. Let's see here, the 948 ride coming through. And shout out to Evan Kelly leading the vintage class right now. There is Sudrith on the 94, pops into screen. still on the charge. You can see up on the pegs in the attack position. Question is, will it be enough? James Chetmar out front in your super senior class. Rob Kavanaugh leads B senior. And Rachel Watts out front in that women's B class on the 521 ride. To see who that was jumping back across. There is the 117, and that is the 202 right behind. Going down through the final few sections of woods before they get ready to head back onto the motocross track. Having to dab the feet there just a little bit, no big deal. Ooh, little dab there from the 767. Good save. And how about it? There it is. Checker flag comes out. It looks like Matthew Bond is going to get the job done on the 238. There we go. So Bond is making his way down towards the podium, and looks like he is standing by to tell us about his moto. We'll send things down to the podium.
All right, we're down here at the podium. We've got someone that is becoming quickly addicted to the Jday events. Came across, didn't realize he had pulled the win, but you just stuck with it, dug down as other riders dropped out of the way. You kept pushing forward.
Yes, sir. Started out real rough. Moto 1 first lap. I decided to ping pong off of 4 different trees and twisted my bike up, smashed my radiator. Charged back into 9th, and then got a decent start this moto. Just kept pushing, and got up first.
That's what it's about, and I tell you what, determination, learning from the first time out, and these Jday events are just a blast to run, are they not?
I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Anybody that does anything on 2 wheels to come check one of these out. It is literally the funnest thing I've ever done on my motorcycle. Challenges, good people, great times, just, it makes you feel like a superstar. It honestly does.
Awesome. It takes a lot of people to get you here. Anybody like to thank for making this happen?
Man, I couldn't do it without my brother. Mom, dad, brother, my daughter. We're a small family team, but we get it done.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Man, congratulations, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
How about it? Even there with the handshake just to make it official. A huge congratulations and a certainly well-deserved win on that one. As we take a look how it all went down with your race recap here for race number 12. That is race 12 of 13. There it is, MX Trophies race recap. The ever so important start. And some quick shuffling around. Some of our heavy hitters didn't quite get the start they were hoping for here in this second moto, but didn't stop them from marching their way forward. Had more than a few riders pop up top of the charts throughout the day. The 94 was hard on the charge, but at the end of the day, the 238 keeping the power down, keeping the pace up, and even catching himself a little off guard. Going to grab the win. Bonds gets the job done on the 238 ride here in race number 12. Take a look at your Protaper top 10, how it all shook out. Matthew Bonds, Austin Sudrith, and Spencer Saracena Your top three, Michael Anderson, Nick Shepard, Darren Talkenball, Mike Jones, Felton Goodwin, Steven Spagina, and Brian Erickson. Going to round out your top 10 here in this one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've made it this far. No sense in turning off now. One race left to go. Your final moto, the second pro race coming up right after a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be back with more Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix racing here from round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Racing Series. We'll be right back.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement. All to cement our name in history.
Jday Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses, Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Protaper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to just about an hour outside of Washington, D.C., here in Mechanicsville, Maryland, for the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix Round 5 of the Fox Jday Off-Road Racing Series. Excited to have you all here with us and excited to get set for our final moto of the day, our second pro race. Quite an action-packed first moto we had. And let's show you. If you missed out, first of all, what were you doing? Come on, I told you to set the alarms. But fear not, my friends. We've got our MX Trophies race recap from moto number 1. Now, it was Joey Crown looking to make some big moves early, headed up towards that step up with Ricky Russell. But look at this. All right, as Crown tries to move over to the inside, ends up sliding out on some of that dry soil. And then it was the battle between Collier Martinez and Ricky Russell, 3-1-3 versus 2-1-2. And it would be Russell that ultimately makes the pass. Shout out to Martinez for staying in the fight for the entire duration of the race. Meanwhile, it was the number 5 of Tyler Medaglia who had his problems getting caught up behind Joey Crown and had to work his way from the back, making some passes up inside the top 5, into the top 3, and then ultimately into that number 2 spot. Martinez would hold on to the final spot for your top 3, but Ricky Russell, they don't call him Rough and Rowdy for nothing, as he was looking good, looking fast, and looking at a first moto win here for your pro class. I'm going to try to do it again here today. See him center of the shot. Justin Coquino is going to line that far, far inside. Looks like that is T-Dags right next to him. Collier Martinez, Jigs Fustini, all there on those inside couple of spots. And Russell Toth right next to him. See Crown going to line up just a little bit further to the outside on this one. Talk about the family effort. Man, how cool was that? You've got his wife or girlfriend, I'm not sure exactly with Justin, and I believe that's Haley Wood, his girlfriend, and then father and son. I believe that's mother and son. And then Ricky, he's flying solo.
That's it.
You know, Ricky's the man. He's his own umbrella guy. He's going to hold the umbrella for Josh, actually. That's what it's all about.
That's taking friendly competition to another level.
Teamwork makes the dream work. There you see Joey Crown. Tough first moto for him, looking to shake it all off and make up for that here on this one. The 525 getting fired up. He's got a good crew around him as well. This is what it all comes down to. Been a great day of racing, a great weekend of riding and racing out here at Budds Creek, but it all comes down to this. This is what everyone's been waiting for, and there's still a lot left to be decided here at the top of this pro class.
This is a 30-minute moto, but I'd have to think the first 30 seconds is going to set the tone. They're going to have to jump out, and really, if they want a shot at Ricky, they're going to have to shut him down early and try to break away, because we saw what he was able to do in the first moto, and I imagine as we see things shape up going to the wood section, it's going to tell a tale for a 30-minute moto.
Yeah, we're going to find out who's been putting in the work, who's been putting in the extra time in the sauna, as well as things maybe a degree or two cooler than they were at the absolute peak conditions, but it is still hot. It is still rough as it's been all day long. And like you said, the intensity, I don't care what temperature it is, they get things fired up, get going, and you are going to break a sweat. As things getting real now, goggles getting put on, final words of encouragement, final preparations underway for the final moto of the day.
Now we've had 4 races prior to this, 4 different winners. This is round 5, and as things mix it up here, Jigs being one of the younger riders out here, but Jigs Fustini has his shot position-wise. If he can put it in place and shuffle things back, he could come away with a win, make a 5th winner. And the other person that still has not gotten a win this season, but has been really putting in some solid rides, is Justin Coquino. We saw how successful he was earlier.
Yeah, Coquino's, he's talked about the level up in competition here at the top of the pro classes, and said, man, I've got to raise my game, all right? I love to see it. I love to see the spreading and the excitement that Jday's bringing across the entire East Coast now, but that means I've got my work cut out for me. He is certainly up to the challenge. We saw him riding at 450 early on in the season, ended up jumping down to the 252 stroke for a couple of rounds, and then I believe planning on bringing the 450 back out at least Southwick, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Unadilla. So we'll wait and see how Coquino continues to play his role as reigning champ on this one. You see him running the number 1, and this is the kind of guy that gets what the series is all about. Not always running the same machine. Knows, hey, a 4-stroke may work better here, a 2-stroke there, but certainly been impressive to watch. And he's got a little momentum on his side, fresh off of a 125 Pro-Am win.
You have to think going to a track like Southwick, which is next up, being the deep sand, having the horsepower, the 450 is going to be monumental. And the effort and physical demand it would take to run a two-stroke at this level of competition is one thing. Has to run the 125 and the 125 Pro-Am. But when you got hired guns like this out here at the highest level, you need to make it happen.
I'm telling you what, we'll see which camera angle we go with, but if we stay up front, watch Justin Kokinos. He's all the way on the inside. He's got a pretty unique 1-2 kick starting rhythm where it's immediately kick with one leg and then kick into gear with the other. There you saw it, that quick down and then the other one. And look at that, he may actually lead them into turn one, just misses out as Ricky Russell going to lead them around. But look at that, up inside the top three on the two-stroke from the inside.
Ricky Russell, that's problematic for the paddock when you get out front like that. So now we're going to see if Kokinos can drop in, but Russell already trying to break away. He's got about a bike length over it, but the rest of the pack is going to charge after him. This time around, no one hit the ground, so it's going to be a little more even keel as they exit up this hill and start to approach the off-road section.
Well, and I was just about to say, this is going to be a shakeup because that is Joey Crown that just made a pass for the number one spot, and he is absolutely playing the dark horse in this. Not up for grabs as far as the overall goes after a tough Moto number one, but a lot to prove. Still unshown so far here in Budds Creek, and Crown thought he was going to lead him into the woods, but Russell snatches the spot away right as they head into the wood line. Here we go, A250. Rivers Morris on the 228. A solid day for him so far after, I believe, grabbing that first moto win in class. Threads the needle up the inside. Whoa, what a move. Who was that? That was Grinowitz right there, way from the outside. That was such a unique start, and that was one of those ones that he had thought that one through. Said, you know what, I'm going to let them all funnel into the inside, fade wide, and I'm going to cut right back underneath, steal the lead away.
He's been watching some AFT Nationals. That was a high-low line move right there. Swing high and dive low.
That was a textbook.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw him coming, and to be honest with you, he had just made a statement. The other guys made his back off a little bit and let him have some room.
Yeah, I definitely don't think Rivers Morris was expecting that. He was in a close battle of his own, and then all of a sudden, whoop, up the inside. I'm going to steal that lead away. So now he's got to go to work here at the top of A250 as we get set for row number 3.
As we get to watch further in this moto, it's going to be interesting that we saw Joey Crown's wheels break loose as he had that hard back top. We're going to see that out there. And if A200A opens, takes off, we'll see what this group can do on the start.
Everybody trying to hug those insides. They're pretty good at running the inside through about that mid part, but it's the exit where everyone really starts to fade out wide.
You got to hook that groove and get the traction. If you blow it just the slightest bit, you lose everything you have. If whoever's inside, you can make a better run.
Looking like, for the most part, everyone through clean and clear. Meanwhile, look at the gap already opened up by Russell. You see Crown having a little moment there with, I believe, Medaglia just behind him. Saw Fustini up in the mix as well. There are some of the Kawasaki's. That is Martinez outside of the top 5. So third place in Moto number 1, got to get going if he wants a shot at an overall podium position here today.
And Martinez got creative for that line. He squared it up and shot to the far left side. I haven't seen anybody take that all day. He was where the edge of the banners were and shot forward. We'll have to watch that throughout. If he's behind someone coming out a little closer, that could be a passing game.
But you see a little goggle adjustment and a look back there from the 2-1-2 of Rough and Rowdy Ricky Russell. Nice little launch over that log at the top of the hill, and that's a little thing that can save maybe 0.2 of a second, but you start stacking that lap after lap, and it truly does add up as a really unique line there from Joey Crown as well.
Yeah, he went forward. That may have cost a little though, because it put him a little bit out wide and opened the door, and I'm thinking that may have been
I think that's T-Dags.
T-Dags, yeah, right. And T-Dags needs to get in that second spot quick so he can try to chase down Ricky Russell before Russell breaks away.
So it looks like Medaglia, then Crown, then Fustini, then Kokinos, then Josh Toth as they all head up the KC66 section. And don't forget, coming into this round, Fustini and Medaglia were tied on points with 68 points. T-Dags the better of the results in Moto number 1, trying to cement it in the second moto and try to cement himself as the new points leader.
If he can put Russell in between himself and Steve, that's going to give him that much more of a cushion as well. So as this whole thing plays out, it'll be a little bit of a map game when it comes through. But right now, they're chasing after Russell, and Russell is on a roll. Look at the lead he has already put out, and he just ripped through that corner. You think they're in the woods, but you think he ripped that corner like a moto track?
Yeah, he was leaned into it, throttle wide open, accelerating all the way through the corner. And definitely putting the pace down here early on this one and get a great shot of that rut that we were talking about, kind of dug into the wall, if you will. Meanwhile, maybe trying to kick up a little bit of dust there. Always so fun to listen to Johnny Gallagher, who we had with us at our last race at Lake Sugar Tree, the way he breaks down GNCC racing and the strategies that go into play as far as, hey, you know, I'm going to dust these guys out behind me. I'm going to make it really hard to accelerate at the top speed down some of these straights by making it hard to see. And those are the little differences that some of these riders, it almost may look like a mistake sometimes, seeing a rider drift wide into a pound or berm, but a lot of these things, little intentional, I don't want to say trying to mess up the other rider's race, but at the same time, all's fair in love and war, and this is an all-out war right now.
And this is a Jday race, Jday GP, and there is racecraft, and some of that is using all the elements of the track to your advantage. In this case, dust may be part of it. One of my best friends, Jason Conlon, his dad used to joke that he'd get a start back at Antina back there, which is a local motocross track, and if it was always dusty, and he was out front the first lap, he'd have both feet down the corners, dragging his feet, dusting them out, and can gap everybody else a little bit more. We may see if T-Dags gets close to Russell, we may see Russell try to smoke him out with some dust.
Well, Russell's a pretty tall guy, probably about a size 10 to 12 boot. I'd hate to see the dust kicking up off of that one, but right now that KX4 fatty that he's got underneath him kicking up enough dust for him as he is continuing to try to stretch things out. Speaking of stretching it out, how about it? Huck in the big gulp in that number 2 spot. What a move that was. And I can't quite tell who that was on the Kawasaki.
I think that may be Martinez or Toth, because I think that's looking at 3rd or 4th right now.
Whoever it was, they've made some passes, because it was Martinez and Toth that were both right in that 5th place spot. Now they've gotten around Fustini and Kokinos, it looks like. Trying to see, I believe that was Toth.
He committed to jumping big gulp, so as they charge down here, we'll get a shot of the drone back up. We'll see if we can get a spot on the leaders. Looks like we just caught the glimpse. It looks like maybe that Toth is up into that 3rd spot.
Man, so how about it? Big moves from your last round's overall winner. TVT Racing live drone showing you just how close 2, 3, and 4 still are at the moment. Meanwhile, up ahead, Ricky Russell.
We just barely saw T-Dags cross the top of the hill over there.
Yep.
And come across that real rhythm section at the top. But Ricky Russell laying it down with a 6:06 lap time, 7 seconds faster than Medaglia in 2nd and Toth in 3rd. So 7 seconds faster between 1st and 2nd and 2nd and 3rd. So they're laying it down. Everybody else is pretty tight.
There you see Ricky Russell making his way past on screen. Here comes Tyler Medaglia in that number 2 spot. And at the moment, it would be enough for him to overtake that points lead. Josh Toth messing with it, looked like a tear-off hung there. Kokinos going to make the pass on Jigs Bustini. And a little bit of a break in the action. Or it looks like Joey Crown going to be the next one through. Surprised, thought I would see a bit more from Crown after getting a start like that, but it really seems like some of the off-road guys have been able to make quick moves.
And I think part of the seeing is the advantage of the motocross track isn't as much of a control. It needs a hard pack, but the woods, the lines of the woods shaping up, the way they're able to charge there, the woods riders are taking advantage of those premier conditions back in the woods here at Butch Creek.
We talked about it, the hero dirt, certainly making some heroes out of them right now. As Russell, Medaglia, Toth, Kokinos, and Fustini, your top 5. Crown, Temple, Grinowicz, Abbott, and Martinez rounding out the top 10. So Collier Martinez, 3rd place in moto number 1, all the way back in the number 10 spot.
There's Russell, and Russell's put himself in good space. He is repeating what he did in that first moto, broke away. This time Medaglia got into the 2nd spot early, but didn't have much for Russell early on. We'll have to wait and see if he pulled together. But Toth has now reeled in Medaglia, and we're seeing that gap close up, and he has broken away from both Kokinos and Fustini. Fustini's starting to put a charge on the 444 of Justin Kokinos.
I'm telling you what, Josh Toth, he's a tough one to crack. Tough one to get figured out, because today, that first moto, wasn't riding bad by any means, but just didn't seem like he had it, wasn't quite in the mix. And then here we are, moto number 2, a couple hours later, things are rougher arguably harder to pass, tougher conditions, and he's marching his way towards the front now, closing in on Tyler Medaglia for that number 2 spot. So just when you think it might not be the day for Josh Toth, he tells you to watch yourself. Watch this.
You see him going to this extreme section. He is charging, doubling that section over, and he takes the ultra line to the right, and he is making some moves. He is making up time. And Medaglia's going to have his hands full here shortly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. At this point, it doesn't really seem like Toth in an incredibly big hurry. Seems like his natural pace is carrying him up to T-Dag. So maybe going to study just a little bit, see if he can pick up on any line. Meanwhile, 2-rider duo between Coquinos and Fustini.
Just less than a lap ago, Toth was in that group. We've seen how far he has gapped him and closed up on Medaglia, and they're starting to break away. But the man in the first motor, the 212, Ricky Russell, coming cross country. And out here, he's making the most out of his time at Mud Street.
Yeah, this is how you dream it up as far as the start's been a big point for Ricky Russell as well. So to see some consistently solid starts from him today is a very good sign. Seems right at home on this Kawasaki, and one of the stronger ways that I've seen him, you know, as long as I've gotten to watch Ricky ride. Meanwhile, look at this, talk about back and forth, peeking a wheel is Jigs Fustini, not quite close enough, and gotta wonder how much gas is left in the tank for not Fustini, but Coquino, excuse me, there after that 125 ride. Had said even post-race, I had to fight a little more than I wanted to on that one. We'll see what I've got left for that Pro Moto.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, last moto of the day, and the temperature is starting to drop a little bit, but they're in the heat of the battle. That's going to be hard to fight off.
No doubt about it. Back on board, Fox FPV drone, hanging on for dear life with Justin Coquinos and Jigs Fustini.
We'll see if they put the Dunlop split lane into play here as they come around to try to make a move. We'll see. Fustini goes to the outside, Coquinos the inside, and this sweeper here, see if he get a little traction. Man, Coquinos had that dialed.
Yeah.
And worked to his advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like even on that outside line in the Dunlop split lane, there's 2 lanes developing where you take the outside and try to immediately cut back to the right, and then one really goes way to the outside. Be curious to see whether or not Ricky Russell is taking that far outside line similar to what he had in Moto number 1. The beauty of the position that he's in at the moment, kind of able to take whatever lines he wants, not under any immediate pressure.
He can definitely pick and choose, and it seems no matter what line he's picking, he is making it work as he is extending his lead every lap. And is that Medaglia there? Medaglia looks like he may have broken free a little bit of Toth. It was real close. Toth in third was closer to the real Medaglia. I'm not sure he made a mistake or Medaglia just hammered it down. Medaglia being a motocrosser, that may have been part of it as well.
Yeah, a little call and response there for both Toe and T-Dags. We'll see whether or not Josh able to regroup. Like we said, this guy's used to going at it for 3 hours at a time while also doing some battle in the sprint duros as well. And meanwhile, look at this. That was Ricky Russell all the way up there. That is second place. Just now entering the front stretch, which would be the mechanics area for the Pro National. And 4th and 5th just now coming across that Yamaha finish line. So really solid opening 2 laps for Ricky Russell. And at this point, very similar to what we said in Moto number 1, management starts to come into play. How much do you need to push? How much do you want to push? And how much is everyone else going to push to try to close that gap in? You can kind of get to a point to where you see it on the pit board, you see them up ahead. After a certain distance, we talk about breaking the riders behind you. If you're Ricky Russell, all you want is to get to that point where T-Dags and Josh Toth both say, you know what, Russell's gone. We're going to fight over second place.
And you got to think right now, Josh Toth is sitting at third spot. It looks like he's backed off his charge. He is in a position where he can ride, I think, at a pace where he does not have to push hard to stay in front of these 2 riders. I say push hard. Doesn't have to ride that aggressive level and maintain that third position. He may settle in this lap and then make another run at Medaglia. But as we look right here, coming to the woods, Medaglia's being aggressive. Here comes Toth, kind of floating through, still carrying a heck of a pace, and has closed it back up again.
Yeah, Toth is definitely not out of it. Got to think as far as strength on one side of the track versus the other. Woods maybe going to fit a little more Toth style versus Medaglia, a bit more of the moto expert. Stoke Battle Cam showing you Justin Coquinos and Jigs Fustini going at it. Meanwhile, Toth maintaining the gap at least, if not closing it up.
It looks like the first part of this wood section is to Toth's advantage. We'll pay a little close attention when they get back to the motocross track next time to see what Medallia is doing, because I think if he's hitting the uphill triple and then also big balls, that may be the distance that's gapping out that you see on the motorcycle.
Definitely possible. Toth beats his way out of green and those battles continue between Coquinos and Christine. Those battle cams showing some of the most action all weekend long. Many of the wheel-to-wheel battles that we've had this weekend looking very similar to what we have right on there. Still is Kyle Grinwitz leading that A250 class. Charlie Simpson leads your A200 class. And it looks like Nash Pearson jumping up to that #1 spot out of A Open. Shout out to Eric McKay as well, leading that Pro-Am electric class. There you see Medallia and Toth checking in, and then Ustini actually shaking a little bit of the pressure from Coquinos. So those two, I believe, have swapped spots a couple of times and were within about a bike length or so for quite a while, but you gotta wonder if that 125 motor is starting to take its toll a little bit on Coquinos.
We're going to wonder now if Ustini now is clear of Coquinos, if he has a clear track in front of him, he can put a charge down and close back on the back wheel of Toth. You know, the one rider we're missing out of this this motor's battle is the number 525 of Tegan Temple, who was pretty aggressive in that first one, back in that 9th position. So I wonder if he got tangled up and stuff, but the track has changed enough that being out front is to the advantage of these riders.
Yeah, certainly a bit of a different story compared to what Moto 1 looked like, and got to wonder what the comfort level of somebody like a Temple is in dealing with such extreme differences. As you see, Ustini up on the pegs, hopping and skipping his way through the FMF Extreme section. The FPV drone going to take you right through that KC66 section. We're trying to see exactly how things are looking on that gap between Medallia and Toth. As there is Russell, you start the clock as he hops out of screen. Just now catching a glimpse of Medallia and Toth right there along with him. So Toth definitely has kept it close, if not maybe close in a bike length or two.
I'm going to tell you that Ricky Russell just winging it, counting in my head, looks like 14 to 15 second lead over second.
Not bad at all. There is Ustini now comfortably sitting in the number 4 ride. Looks like maybe just falling off of that battle a little bit.
Not as aggressive as he was. I think he's settled in that 5th spot. It's been a long day with the win, and the other one got to live with a 125 Pro-Am win. And that said, Ustini being 17 years old, he's got a little youthful exuberance on his side, and we'll see if he can chase down the number 206 of Toth and get in this battle with Medallia as well.
So watching through that Dunlop split lane, it looks like T-Dag's going to hug it towards the inside. There you see Toth hopping his way kind of outside and then cutting back over towards the right end at the very tail end. Ustini going to run that inside line as well.
Ustini coming out on this motocross track, his creativity last round at Lake Sugar Tree has brought some attention his way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. If you were not following us along on social media, you certainly should have been. If you haven't, go back and watch all kinds of entertaining things there between watching Ustini himself come up with what was a crazy creek jump that no one thought was possible. Johnny Gallagher, Gary Bailey, and myself, Jaws were on the floor. We didn't know what happened. Thought a rider maybe flew off track. It has grossed, I believe, over 10 million views on social media. So a little bit of fame on the social side for Jake Ustini, and we were able to catch up with him a little bit earlier this weekend and see whether or not all that fame went to his head.
It changes nothing, honestly. I really just thought it was cool to get a little fame from something that was honestly pretty natural to me. So that was kind of an added bonus. But yeah, it was cool to win that second moto, and I know I can do it. So just kind of even more of a confidence booster for me.
Love to hear that there from Jiggs and the Crustini siblings, both very well spoken, very humble as far as what they're capable of on the machines. But man, you talk about getting jiggy with it. Jiggs was looking good at that last round, and he's backing it up here today as well. I know he'd love to be up in that fight with Toth, T-Dags, and Russell, but man, consistency has paid off for Jiggs in the sense of that's why he's tied for that points lead right now. It's not the flashiness, it's not always the number one guy as far as speed goes, but he's there week in and week out. And for a 17-year-old, you often don't see them able to hold back a little bit when they need to, able to keep that big picture in mind. So a lot of maturity as far as the racecraft goes from Jiggs right now as well. And even if he doesn't bring this thing home for a title in 2026, you know he's going to be a threat for years and years to come.
It bodes well for his future in the sport of racing. To see the level, to be able to see things differently, what looks natural to him has now become his own form of social media influencing, and hopefully more people come out and do events like this Jday event. If you didn't make it here to Budds Creek, with a couple races left to go, both at the regional level here, but also the New England Series, which will hit some tracks. So if you want to head further north, the New England Series is happening. But next roundup for the Jday Eastern region will be at Southwick.
Yep, absolutely. And like we've been saying, Jday Off-Road on social media. And, of course, JDayOffroad.com as well. I know we've got fans and viewers from all over the world, let alone the country. If you are up in the area, kind of separate Jday series being run up in the Northeast as well. It's a real well-known location. So great stuff going on there. They still got a couple of rounds to go. And then, of course, we'll have more of the full Eastern Jday series at Southwick, and then that doubleheader at Unadilla to close out the weekend. All of it going to be right here on GPTV and Racer TV as well. As right now, just trying to bring round number 5 to a close. It's been a long weekend, a long day of racing, and it all comes down to this. 3 laps complete. A couple more laps to go. This man, Ricky Russell, out of Duval, Washington, really stepping up in 2026 as one of the names to beat and trying to be, I believe, first double winner, like you said, of 2026. That would be a nice little feather in the cap, and I think there's something to be said. We hear this a lot in GNCC as well, as far as the confidence of knowing, hey, there's 5 to 10 riders at any given moment that can steal a win, but to be able to do it once, or not only once, but twice, really kind of helps, at least in the rider's own mind, separate themselves from the rest.
And not only that, too, it's you got the West Coast mindset of Ricky Russell coming from Washington State over enjoying the East Coast. It's a different temperature. Yep. On Idaho last week, Ricky had the hare scramble win.
Yep, the AMA West hare scramble gets the job done out there. So this guy's all over the map, and it seems like all over the map, but always on the podium, if you will. Doesn't matter what we throw at him. Go follow Ricky on social media. You see this guy's more than happy doing some rock climb, doing some real technical hard enduro stuff as well. And I think that shows as far as his comfort level goes here in the KC66 section. But meanwhile, T-Dags never one to give up, as we know, and certainly still in the fight. And Toth actually on the 250 for this round, so sacrificing a little bit on power and then a bit softer of a setup as well. Toth's another rider that I always love to see his approach and the way he's not scared to try some things. Does it work always? No. But does it work sometimes? Yes. And does it help in a big way when it does? Absolutely. So Toth's never scared to try to kind of take a chance. As continuing to watch. You know, we talk about Justin Coquinos on that 252 stroke, but for somebody like a Josh Toth, clearly not being held back by the 250 machine, potentially advantageous.
Yeah, the softer setup of the 250, especially when it's later in the day and you have to throw it around, a little less engine dynamic, where the 4-stroke has a little more upper pull. Even though the weight's not that much different, the power, how it transposes into your body, it takes more effort. So run that 250. He can keep us some momentum, and it'd be interesting to see what he has to say on why he's doing that himself.
Well, good thing we were able to catch up with him. Let's hear from Josh Toth and talk a little bit about running that 250 this weekend at Budds Creek.
Fly, motocross skills, wood skills, a little extreme. The Kurt Caselli section looks pretty gnarly. It could be pretty tricky with all the little concrete in there, and yeah, I'll see how we stack up on the moto. I brought a softer setup this weekend, more of an enduro, a 250. So, yeah, we'll see on the moto track how it does.
And with that said, 250 softer setup. We saw him go full send on Big Gulp.
Oh yeah,
which is a leap on a 250, and just run that setup. That shows his commitment to make it happen.
Yeah, big shout out to the Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team that Toth is a part of. Takes a lot, and I mean, yeah, this is a massive leap for a pro motocross national caliber bike. Toth skying it out on the Enduro 250 setup. No problems for the 206. This guy is an absolute ripper no matter what you throw in front of him.
An animal to say the least. Had to pull that front end up. That explains a bit more that 250 setup. And yeah, he has to hit that perfect because with a softer setup, he comes in the slides but short. That's sending it through the whole body.
Yeah, he's going to feel every inch he came up short. That's for sure. If it came down to it, but right now skying it out, no problem. Another lap in the books through the Yamaha finish line as Toth continues to chase after Tyler Medaglia in that number 2 spot. Ricky Russell a bit further up track, leading the way as 4 laps now complete here in this one.
And that 250, that also explains something. When we get to the section of the track where the climbs are, he is maybe underpowered a little bit, which allows Medaglia to gap it a little bit. So the effort he's putting in is what's going to have to overcome that gap that the 905 of Medaglia is putting in front of him.
So back up to the top side of the track. Budds Creek, obviously a nationally and kind of world-renowned motocross track, but the woods section out here very individual to Jday, and we were able to catch up with your current leader, Ricky Russell. Talk a little bit about what the woods look like here at Budds Creek.
The woods, though, it's kind of deceiving. It's like there's kind of a little bit of a slime layer that can be really slick. So it looks like it's kind of soft and sandy, but it still, once you start spinning, it breaks loose and it seems pretty slick. So I think it'll dry out a little more, though, because no one's ridden the woods yet, besides a few track members or track crew members. But we'll see. I think it'll be cool.
Well, and we talked about that greasy nature that we heard a lot about throughout the day as well. That's exactly kind of the slime that Ricky's talking about. And while things have dried up, I think this is kind of ideal conditions. No dust really being kicked up as Ricky Russell certainly trying his best. A fistful of throttle on that Kawasaki as he came through there, but very unique characteristics of these Budds Creek wood sections.
As we look back a little bit further through the pack, we see that the number 13 of Collier Martinez has moved up to the 5th, and Joey Crown has also moved past Coquino, so they have both advanced up a little bit further into the results here.
Yeah, that's actually a big statement for Martinez. Crown has been in that number 6 spot. Coquinos looks like maybe losing just a little bit of steam, but Martinez continuing to push the pace forward, and if I'm not mistaken, also part of that Rocky Mountain Red Bear Kawasaki team, I believe in one of the A classes out at GNCC, not quite up to the XC2, XC1 classes, but Collier really starting to make some noise here in the Jday series as well with another solid run up towards the front.
And Ricky Russell just continuing to put down lap after lap, hitting his marks. I'm going to tell you, if Medaglia has closed any bit, it's only a little.
Yep. I'm telling you what, really impressive with Toth still on that 250 like he was talking about, keeping Medaglia at bay. And the battle continues as Medaglia for the moment looking like he's going to take over that number 1 spot in points. Fustini, though, certainly not out of this. Like I said, all of the top 5 within 8 points of each other. So a lot of positions up for grabs here in this one.
Seeing this extreme section come around, Medaglia is going through. Toth charging through. He's going to go a little bit to the right side here. May lose a little bit of ground, but stays on it as we see Medaglia just slightly ahead of him.
The 206 continuing.
You're watching Toth go in there, gets that front wheel up, wheelies into the rock section, kind of bounce through, taps the front wheel twice, and then just powers through and close the gap on Medaglia in that with that move. Looking back, we're going to see how long it takes for Fustini to come along and see if Martinez or Crown has closed the gap on Fustini whatsoever. Actually, go back out here to the front. Russell just putting in a day's work here at Budds Creek.
fans watching from home getting texts here about the racing action, and certainly impressive to watch. As there's no question about it, Toth is not catching up. He has caught up and is at the rear wheel of Tyler Medaglia for that number 2 spot. Let's see what Toth's got in the tank. Meanwhile, Ricky Russell wants no part of that. You guys can fight all over second. Hang out up here, up front. Try to race towards a checkered flag here in the coming laps.
I'd have to believe the way things stand right now, if they were to go as they are now, Russell would have you win, Medaglia would have the 2nd spot, and Toth would be the 3rd position, I believe.
So. We'll see whether or not we can get race control to do the moto math for us. Not sure exactly where Toth came through in moto number 1.
He's putting an inspiring ride here as they go into the Dunlop split lane, as we're watching from the FPV drone, the Fox FPV drone.
Seems like more than a couple of riders having tough first moto, maybe a better second, or vice versa. So if he continues on, who knows? Collier Martinez could be looking at a solid overall podium as well. If he's able to catch up to Jigs Fustini, a little 3-4 action might be able to get you a podium here today as well.
And Tyler Medaglia, take a look at him, and as things stand right now, he would come out with your points lead.
Yep.
And I'm sure he has some words as to how he'd feel about that, leaving Budds Creek in the lead.
Yep, no doubt about it. Tyler Medaglia tied on points with Jigs Fustini coming into the weekend, and we were able to talk with the seasoned vet.
But we had the interesting part that Ricky Russell up front, five points back. So although Russell is winning this, it's not going to be enough. It will give Medaglia, if Medaglia can hold down the 2nd spot, it will give Medaglia the sole spot in the lead. Russell, I believe, will move to second spot, though. So things are going to shake it up a little bit. We're tied. We're now going to see Medaglia and then Russell as your top 2 spots as we leave Budds Creek. But there's still time left. Anything can happen. It's Jday off-road. Track can still show some signs of wear. And with that said, white flag is out. And I'm going to take a little walk to the podium and see if anything changes.
No doubt about it. The final lap of racing for the final moto of the day here from round number 5. T-Dags, Tyler Medaglia trying to take things home for what looks to be a 2nd place in moto number 2. We'll see how it all slots out as far as the overall picture goes. But right now, Ricky Russell trying to make the math so simple an announcer can do it. 1-1 equals an interview after the race.
I'm gonna head that way, and I'll talk to one of them.
Sounds great. Exactly. We don't judge. We don't care. Whoever comes up, pulls up to us. Even if he did win, we'll pretend. No, all jokes aside, though, certainly going to be a celebration, and a well-deserved one after a race like this. The 212 machine of Ricky Russell. What an impressive ride so far here today. Just got to hang on for about another 4/5 or so of a lap. Not terribly far off, and he has responded to the pressure from Josh Toth. Toth losing pace just a little bit off of Medaglia, so Toth maybe going to settle for a top 3 finish here in this one. Anything possible, though. Sounds like it will be taking over the number 3 spot in points. Russell to 2, and T-Dags sole possession of the points lead. That's as they run as the moment as well. Still plenty of opportunity for things to change. I'm going to try to get a word with your top 3 overall following this checkered flag. Russell, a quick in, a quick out. T-Dags not too far behind. Canadian native. I think wasn't sure if this was originally on the plan for the season, but after such a solid performance out of Bostwick, kind of found himself in the mix and in the fight. Said, well, wait a second. I like to compete, I like to win. They just have to make a season out of this Jday racing. So Ricky Russell, similar situation. Believe he was kind of aware of wanting to do the whole season, excited about it, had a prior commitment that ended up keeping him from, I believe, round number 2. And has since then decided to, I believe, committed for the rest of the season and racing his way back into this points chase. Doing a good job of that. Like I said, as they run, I believe will put himself back into the top 3 for your points. So talk about being in it. He is not just in it, but in the mix. Through the Kurt Caselli 66 lane one more time. The pro line been one of the most fun spots to watch all day long. Inching ever so close to what will be a checkered flag, that Yamaha finish line. And a day of racing wrapping up. Ricky Russell riding the ride that dreams are made of, as we like to say, here at Budds Creek. There is Medallion still in that number 2 spot with Soft Toast just a bit further back on screen. And then Fustini maintaining in that number 4 ride with Martinez just on the bubble of the top 5. One more time through the Dunlop split lane. Let's do it way outside this time. I told you guys he was taking that far wide line. Ricky Russell making the split lane work for him, and now gonna hop back onto the moto track one more time. Pretend he's on a fan lap for the Pro National. Might wave at the crowd, who knows? He's not mailing anything, still hitting all of his marks, probably going to launch this big gulp. Maybe we'll get a whip for the fans. Maybe not. Maybe it's all business. Wait, this guy's trying to win a race. Zach, I am not worried about style right now. I am worried about going 1-1. It's a massive jump anyway. It's impressive just to be able to clear. One more time through Henry Hill. Don't launch this one, Ricky. Backs it down, one more corner to go after this. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The man to beat today is rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell gonna take the win in dominant fashion here today from round number 5, the Protaper Budds Creek Grand Prix. We're gonna try to get a word with your top 3 overall, so we'll try to get T-Dags over there as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, is it Toth or Fustini going to round out our overall podium? We'll try to get a word with the top 3. As back to the TBT Racing live drone. The rest of the field starting to make their way close to the finish line, and we get ready to do some celebrating as we send things down to the podium with our winner, Ricky Russell.
It's toasty down here, but Ricky Russell, in grade school we learned 1 + 1 = 1. On race day we know 1 + 1 = win, and man, you had it dominating all day long. Track looked like it got a little bit slicker out there too.
Yeah, no, it was tricky that second moto. I got in the lead and tried to ride hard again, and I made 2 big mistakes and almost ended my day. So I was happy to regather it and kind of pull back away from them guys.
So coming off a win in Idaho out to the East Coast, on the East Coast you're spreading your wins around. And what do you think of this first-time event here at Budds Creek?
I think it was amazing. It was my favorite by far. You guys, they did an awesome job laying out. The moto track it was a childhood dream to ride this track, so first time, and I loved it.
Yeah, and even that extreme section back there you had dialed in, doubling through, you made it look easy. And once again, congratulations. Anyone else you want to throw thanks out to?
Yeah, the extreme section, I really enjoyed that as well. It's such an awesome format of racing because it's got it all. So very cool, and I really enjoy it. But really got to thank my wife back home for letting me do them. Linwood Motoplex, SXS, slide plates, handguards, FXR gear, 60 helmets, 9.2, TBT suspension. It was working awesome out there. Pirelli tires, Fusion Graphics, and the Mako 360 XC gear. It was great out there for extra suspension. So thank you guys, and thank Jday for putting on such an awesome event.
Well, with your win here, you moved one step closer. I think you moved into second place now. Medallia and Toth finished second, third. You ran away from the race. They ran away from the podium. So you're the main man. Congratulations, moving up the points and upwards and forwards, moving on to Unadilla. To Southwick.
Heck yeah, thank you.
All right, we're going to call it a day here. Thanks for joining us. Send it back on down to Zach.
All right, thanks a lot down there from the post-race podium. What a day, what a weekend it has been here high atop of Mechanicsville, Maryland, and the infamous Budds Creek Park. Is a lot of excitement coming into this one. This has been one we've been looking forward to all season long. Such a kind of crazy hallowed ground, if you will, for lack of a better words, here at Budds Creek Motocross Park. But to be able to bring Jday Racing here for the first time, introduce kind of a whole new format here. We had Jonathan Beasley in the booth with us. He was enjoying the racing action. Ezra and the whole Budds crew really seemed to be enjoying it. And then, of course, all of the riders and fans and families involved with Jday really seem to be all about this Budds course. Beautiful amount of challenges. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. We've got some rock guards. We've got our KC66 line. We've got the big gulp. Don't tell Josh Toth. No problem for him. That's a little sip for him. And it all came down to who wanted it the most, who was the most well-rounded and able to not only endure the pressure of the other riders, but the heat, the conditions. It took a perfect ride to get the job done out here this weekend. We had more than a couple of riders do just that. It's almost an impossible thing, right, to have a perfect race. It's all about limiting those mistakes, finding the balance. And right now, Ricky Russell was the guy that did just that. A 1-1 on the day. Able to get the job done in such impressive fashion. Like Ricky talked about, really been enjoying this Jday season here in 2026 and has really put together some incredible rides to go along with it. Well, like we talk about here on Racer TV, it's all racing all the time. The Protaper Top 10 breaks down the final race just like this. Ricky Russell, Tyler Medaglia, Josh Toth, Jigs Bustini, and Collier Martinez, your top 5. Joey Crown, Jake Abbott, Justin Kokinos, Rivers Morris, and Kyle Grenowicz round out your top 10 in the final race of the day. And that, folks, is how you close out a weekend of riding and a day full of racing. But that is far from the end of it. Here on Racer TV, it's all racing all the time. And for Jday, we still got plenty more racing to go as well. August 2nd, we've got the Southwick Grand Prix going to be live all day long. And then, of course, our double-header weekend out at Unadilla on August 29th and 30th. You don't want to miss a single lap of the action. I know Unadilla, one of my favorite spots to go Jday Racing. And then here at Racer TV, it truly is all racing all the time, as we've got some great broadcasts coming up. Of course, the Snowshoe GNCC going to be next on the circuit, round number 9 on June 27th and June 28th, as well as the Southwick Grand Prix going to be on August 2nd. And then we get Loretta Lynn's 2026 kicked off as well the first week of August. You don't want to miss any of that action, as well as we take a look at the future of motocross superstars. Well, it's been a great weekend of racing, and we couldn't do it without all of the incredible help. Starting off, of course, with our executive producer, Kerry Russell, our event promoter, Ethan Broach, OPAG, our producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Don Hurricane Hampton, our director, Jack Renner, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, as well as our graphics operator, Brian Wall, our audio engineer, Joni Baker, our second engineer, Adam Art, our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our camera operators, Shadid Drakefort, Robbie Kershaw, Chandler Kaler, Brian McCochran, Luke Morgan, Joey Walker, Jasper Cohens, our drone pilots, Gabe Scholl and Ian Howes. For Ian Riley, I'm Zach Herron. A big thank you to everyone involved, and of course, thank you to our sponsors as well. Everybody from Fox, FMF, Factory Connection, Blue Crew 100%, Moto Tassinari, the Kirk Caselli Foundation, Dunlop, and Enginize. Of course, each and every one of our amazing OEMs. It takes a village. It takes each and every one of you, and we can't thank you enough. We'll see you next time right here at Jday Off-Road.